Chapter 201 Farewell to Ning Fengzi, heading to Douluo Mansion, 3/4. By Ge, this time you really pissed off Prince Swexing, and avenged our Shrek Academy. On the way, Ning Rongrong said excitedly. Yes, this I must have a good talk with Xiaowu and the others when I go back. Meng Yuan also nodded in agreement. He. Behind him, Ning Fengzi shook his head with a smile as he listened to the two girls' words. Now he finally understood that the reason why Bai Ge took pictures of these beast-eared girls was that he had a grudge against Prince Swexing. No wonder he was so domineering. Pulling the iron cage with 4 beast girls, the group came to the previous room again. At this moment, there were already 2 iron cages in the room. In the 2 iron cages, the iron cage where the cat girl was located not only had the cat girl, but also 5 girls. Although they were not beautiful, they were all very beautiful. Come out, all of you. We won't hurt you. Bai Ge opened the 2 cages one after another and said gently. But maybe because they were frightened by Bai Ge's previous performance, although Bai Ge didn't look like a bad guy, the girls in the 2 cages were still scared and curled up in a corner of the cage, not daring to come out. Seeing this, Bai Ge thought for a while and looked at Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan. You two comfort them. Compared with us, as girls, they should trust you more. Uncle Ning and I will go out and wait for you. After saying that, Bai Ge walked out of the room without any hesitation. Seeing Bai Ge's actions, Ning Fengzi smiled, and also walked out of the room slowly with Jian Douluo, leaving the space for Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan couldn't help but look at each other. They shook their heads helplessly, and then walked to an iron cage respectively. Outside the room, after Bai Ge came out, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo also came out. Bai Ge, have you thought about how to place them? Looking at the room, Ning Fengzi asked. Well, Shrek Academy definitely has no place to accommodate them, and it is not very convenient to place them in a hotel. I plan to send them to Senior Douluo first, and then I will place them in the store that Senior Douluo helped me buy after a while. After thinking about it, Bai Ge said. This is still not very good. Let's do this. I happen to have a castle not far from Tiandu Imperial City. I usually stay in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and will not live there. It's just right to give it to you. Rongrong knows the location of the castle. Just let her take you there. There is everything in the castle. Ning Fengzi shook his head and handed Bai Ge a bunch of keys while speaking. This is the key to the castle. Then I thank Uncle Ning. After thinking about it, Bai Ge still did not refuse Ning Fengzi's kindness. It was indeed not very convenient to stay in Douluo's mansion. Just when Bai Ge and Ning Fengzi were communicating, a girl walked over quickly. VIP, this is your account card. The girl respectfully handed back the card Ning Fengzi had handed over before. Well, thank you. Ning Fengzi thanked him gently. After returning Ning Fengzi's account card, the girl left quickly. Not long after the girl left, with the sound of footsteps, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan walked out of the room with 10 girls. Is it done? Looking at Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan, Bai Ge asked. We have explained it clearly to them. Ning Rongrong nodded. Then let's go. Bai Ge said, looking at the 5 beast-eared girls and 5 girls behind the 2 women. After dealing with the problems of the 10 girls, the group went down to the 2nd floor from the stairs not far away, came to the 1st floor, and then went through the corridor to the reception hall. As soon as he entered the reception hall, Bai Ge suddenly remembered that the money from the auction of the chi-boosting pill had not been taken out. Uncle Ning, wait a moment, I will go to take out the money from the auction of the chi-boosting pill. Shutai.com. Bai Ge said to Ning Fengzi. It's okay, we will wait for you here at the door, you go quickly. Ning Fengzi smiled. Bai Ge nodded, walked directly to the counter of the reception hall, took out the account card, and said to the service staff at the counter, this is my account card, please take out all your gold soul coins. Dear guest, your auction item sold a total of 2 million gold soul coins this time. After deducting the 10% handling fee of our auction house, your account now has a total balance of 1.8 million gold soul coins. Do you want to withdraw them all? The service staff asked. Take them all out. Bai Ge nodded. This auction was enough for once. He probably wouldn't come again. Please wait. The service staff bowed to Bai Ge, then stood up and left the counter. After a while, the service staff came back with a black brocade soul guide in his hand. This is your gold soul coin, a total of 1.8 million. The service staff respectfully handed over the brocade storage soul guide. Bai Ji took the brocade soul guide, but did not count it. This huge Tiandu auction, the auction house would not cheat him on such a small amount of money. After putting away the brocade storage soul guide containing 1.8 million gold soul coins, Bai Ji suddenly felt a little sorry. Why was Prince Swexing not there? Otherwise, if he accidentally revealed that the chi boosting pill was actually his auction item, Prince Swexing would be very angry. It would be fun if he was so angry that he vomited blood. After leaving the auction house, Ning Fengzi and everyone else were waiting for him outside the auction house. Bai Ji, are you three going back to Shrek Academy? Ning Fengzi asked as he walked on the street. Not for now. I still have to go to Senior Douluo's mansion. Bai Ji shook his head. Meng Shu broke through the title Douluo today. He also had to tell Douluo to go to Shrek Academy with him tomorrow to help Meng Shu hunt for the 9th soul ring. Poison Douluo's residence should be in the west of the city. I will return to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect from the north gate of Tiandu Imperial City. Let's say goodbye here. But I will go to Shrek Academy to find you in a few days. Ning Fengzi stopped, thought for a while, and said. Then goodbye Uncle Ning. Bai Ji nodded. Goodbye, Dad, goodbye Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong smiled and waved. Goodbye Uncle Ning, goodbye Senior Jian Douluo. On the side, Meng Yuan also said politely. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo nodded, and the two walked quickly to another street, and disappeared in front of the 3 people in a short while. Then are we going to Senior Douluo's house next? Ning Rongrong asked. Yes, although Senior Meng Shu has broken through level 90 and can be called a quasi-titled Douluo, he has not yet hunted the 9th soul ring. I want Senior Douluo to help Senior Meng Shu hunt the 9th soul ring. In this way, Senior Meng Shu should be able to get a better soul ring. Bai Ji said. Bai Ji, you are so kind. I thank you on behalf of my grandfather. Meng Yuan laughed and hugged Bai Ji's right arm, rubbing the peaks of his chest on Bai Ji's right arm for a while. Seeing Meng Yuan's actions, Ning Rongrong also hugged Bai Ji's left arm. Bai Ji could only shake his head helplessly at the actions of the 2 girls around him, and then turned his head behind him and looked at the 10 girls. Because of the foresight before, Bai Ji put a black robe on the 10 girls, covering the girls' bodies and only revealing their faces. So although the 10 girls were a little weird in black robes at this time, they did not attract too much attention. There are a lot of people in Tiandu Imperial City. You should follow closely and be careful not to lose them. Considering the psychological conditions of the 10 girls, Bai Ji's voice was very gentle. Yes. The 10 girls nodded. Although they looked panicked, they were much better than before in the iron cage. I don't know what Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan said to the girls. For the psychological problems of the 10 girls, Bai Ji currently has no good solution. He can only rely on time to slowly let the girls return to normal. Chapter 202 Farewell Douluo, Ning Rongrong's nervousness, 4/4. With Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuan and the 10 girls snatched back from the Tiandu auction house, Bai Ji walked all the way to the Douluo mansion in the west of the city. Although Douluo has been living on the mountain where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located in the sunset forest, the main reason is that the green phosphorus poison in Douluo's body has reached a very serious level and must be suppressed by the extreme cold and extreme heat of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. In fact, Douluo still has a mansion in Tiandu Imperial City, and now because of the method of condensing poison pills in the Evil Poison Sutra given by Bai Ji, Douluo has condensed poison pills. Not only has his strength and cultivation speed increased greatly, but he no longer needs to rely on the extreme cold and extreme heat of the ice and fire yin-yang eye to suppress the green phosphorus poison on his body. Now Douluo no longer needs to go to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Occasionally, he only uses some poisonous grass near the ice and fire yin-yang eye to practice poison skills. A few days ago, Bai Ji had asked Douluo to help buy a store in Tiandu Imperial City as the location of the Dan Pavilion. When Bai Ji asked Douluo this morning, Douluo said that he was already in the final negotiations. Now it is already evening, Douluo should have dealt with it. Thinking about it, Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh again. Although Douluo is now his subordinate, as a titled Douluo, it is a bit of a waste of talent to let Douluo do these things. He should actually train some secretaries to help deal with these things. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but turn his head slightly and look at the 10 girls behind him. Now he has just arrived at Tiandu Imperial City. It is too difficult to find suitable talents. It is better to train them by himself. With Bai Ji's advanced knowledge, he can quickly create suitable talents by using the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method to transfer knowledge through mental power. Now Bai Ji has 10 ready-made high-quality girls in his group. But they are beautiful, and they are all qualified to become soul masters. Although Bai Ji is preparing to train them as maids, maids should be omnipotent, so that they can solve all the troubles for their masters. Let me create a precedent for perfect maids for Douluo continent. Bai Ji said firmly in his heart. However, if you want to train all 10 girls under your command into perfect maids, you must not only solve the psychological problems of the 10 girls first, but also train the 10 girls into soul masters, and then instill some corresponding knowledge into the 10 girls, which takes a certain amount of time. Bai Ji pondered in his heart. However, the Kai Bao Liulai sect is so rich that there should be many talents who can do things. You can ask Uncle Ning to borrow them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to just decorate the Dan Pavilion and purchase some Dan furnaces and related alchemy supporting facilities. While Bai Ji was thinking in his heart, the group had passed through several streets and finally came to an area full of luxurious mansions. This is one of the noble residential areas of Tiandu Imperial City, located on the edge of Tiandu Imperial City. The mansions built here are all very large. The residents are either nobles with status, wealthy tycoons, or powerful soul masters. However, most of the people living here are not of high status, or like seclusion, or are not very popular, because Tiandu Imperial City has another top noble residential area, which is the circle of land close to the Imperial City, called Tiandu Ring. The people living in Tiandu Ring are basically the top ministers and powerful soul masters of the empire. Even if the rich are rich, they can't live in it unless they are powerful soul masters who swear allegiance to the empire. Although Douluo is the royal advisor of Tiandu Imperial City and a top-level titled Douluo, he should be qualified to live in Tiandu Ring. However, because Douluo is naturally quiet, he does not live in Tiandu Ring, but lives in this ordinary noble residential area in the west of the city. After entering this area, the pedestrians on the road suddenly became scarce. There were almost no civilians coming and going, but all the nobles were dressed in extraordinary clothes. In order to avoid trouble, Bai Ji deliberately asked Ning Rongrong to show the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit. With the status of the 7 treasures glazed sect in the Tiandu Empire, there would not be any nobles who were not careful enough to come and provoke. In order not to waste time, Bai Ji stopped a noble on the road and asked about the location of Douluo Mansion, and then the group went straight to Douluo Mansion. After getting the specific location, a mansion that looked elegant and quiet soon appeared in front of Bai Ji. Arriving at the door of the mansion, looking at the 3 words Douluo Mansion written on the plaque, Bai Ji knocked on the door. Oka 1/2 Oeaec 1/2. Who is it? With a voice coming, a servant opened the door. Excuse me, is Senior Douluo here? Bai Ji raised a token in his hand, which was the Bailan token given to him by Douluo. In Douluo continent, basically all the families and sects with status will cast such tokens, which represents the highest respect that the families and sects that cast the tokens can give. This is. The servant also saw the token in Bai Ji's hand, and bowed quickly and said, "Dear guests, please come in, my master has returned, I will go and invite my master to come." Under the guidance of the servant, everyone sat in a wide living room and waited, and soon servants and maids brought fruits and snacks. After a while, someone came over, but it was not Douluo, but Douluo. "Bai Ji, why are you here?" Douluo asked in surprise when he walked into the living room and saw Bai Ji. "Didn't I ask your grandfather to help me with something before? Now I'm here to ask about the situation, and by the way, I have something to ask your grandfather for help." Bai Ji answered very naturally. "My grandfather is in meditation, it will probably take a while before he can come over, you wait." Douluo sat opposite Beg and casually picked up a piece of cake and started eating. "By the way, Beg, don't you want to introduce the 2 people next to you? Also, did you bring all these girls?" Douluo asked curiously after taking a bite of the cake. "Beg, this Douluo, are you familiar with her?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but whispered after hearing Douluo's words. Seeing that Beg and Douluo were so familiar, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a little nervous for some reason. Although it didn't seem that the 2 were too close, Ning Rongrong knew that although Beg would not take the initiative to flirt with girls, if the girl was beautiful, Beg would not refuse. Is there going to be another one after Meng Yuren? Although she had accepted Meng Yuren, Ning Rongrong was still a little dissatisfied when she saw that Beg might flirt with a new girl. But since the situation is still unclear, Ning Rongrong couldn't ask. Compared to Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran acted much more relaxed. As the saying goes, no desire makes one strong. Meng Yuran has already confirmed that Bai Ji accepts her. Because Meng Yuran did not intend to compete with Ning Rongrong for the position of the legal wife, Meng Yuran did not have much opinion on how many women Bai Ji had, as long as it was not too many. Duguyan is the granddaughter of poison Douluo Dugubo. Now it seems that Dugubo may have chosen to join Bai Ji like her grandfather Meng Shu. Although she did not know why Dugubo joined Bai Ji, she would not be too surprised if Duguyan chose to do the same as her. But from now on, Duguyan did not seem to like Bai Ji as much as she did. Maybe they could be considered friends, but they were definitely not in love. Chapter 203 Dugubo appears, and Prince Swexing, the boy who sends money, appears, 1/4. Because she did not want too much, Meng Yuran had a clearer view of the current situation. But Meng Yuran did not intend to remind Ning Rongrong of her nervousness. Although she became friends with Ning Rongrong and acknowledged her status, they were still in competition emotionally. After all, Bai Ji only cared so much. So Meng Yuran was still happy to see Ning Rongrong being humiliated. Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong, my father Ning Fengzi, from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Hearing Duguyan's words, before Bai Ji could answer, Ning Rongrong stood up and introduced herself with a smile. My name is Meng Yuran, from the Dragon Snake family of the Barak Kingdom. Seeing Ning Rongrong's actions, Meng Yuran also stood up and introduced herself. The daughter of Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Duguyan was quite surprised. She did know that Ning Rongrong was from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, because she had seen Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower martial soul when she was fighting in the Soto Grand Fighting Arena, but she didn't expect Ning Rongrong's identity to be the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect actually dared to let its little princess go to Soto City alone. Duguyan was quite surprised. As for Meng Yuran's identity, Duguyan had never heard of it. Although the peerless dragon snake was also famous in the Soul Master world, it was still a certain distance away from the big forces such as the upper three sects and the lower three sects. There were too many big forces in Tiandu Imperial City, and Duguyan was not so eager to learn that he paid attention to the Barak Kingdom. Where are these girls behind you? Why are they all covered in black robes? Is there something shameful? Looking at the 10 girls that Bai Ji had snatched from the Tiandu auction house, Duguyan couldn't help but ask curiously. Duguyan, why do you care so much? Hearing Duguyan's words, Bai Ji frowned and said unhappily. Although the identities of the 10 girls behind him could not be concealed, he had to wait until he had enlightened these girls. Now, considering the girls' self-esteem, Bai Ji did not intend to say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Seeing that Bai Ji was a little angry, Duguyan said speechlessly. Just as everyone was talking, Dugubo finally arrived. What's wrong? Walking into the hall quickly, Dugubo felt that the atmosphere in the hall was a little strange, and he couldn't help asking with some confusion. It's not convenient here, Senior Dugubo, let's go out and talk. Considering that there were too many people in the living room, Bai Ji stood up and said. I just happen to have a quiet room here, so let's go over there. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dugubo nodded. He also guessed that Bai Ji should have something important to tell him, so he said. The two walked out of the hall quickly, leaving a group of girls in the hall looking at each other in bewilderment. On the other side, the quiet room was not far from the reception hall. After walking through a quiet corridor, the two soon entered the quiet room. After closing the door of the quiet room, seeing that Bai Ji had already sat on the sofa next to the coffee table, Dugubo first brewed a cup of tea for Bai Ji, and then brewed a cup of tea for himself, and then slowly sat on the sofa opposite Bai Ji and asked, Young master, do you have anything to tell me? Indeed, but I still want to ask first, have you bought the store I asked you to buy? VP. After a moment of silence, Bai Ji asked. I bought it. It is an auction building built in Tiandu Imperial City more than 10 years ago, named Tianbao Building, but because of the emergence of Tiandu Auction House, Tianbao Building is now unpopular, so I bought it for you, and it should be able to meet your needs. Dugubo smiled proudly and said. Tianbao Building. How big is Tianbao Building? How much did it cost to buy it? Bai Ji frowned and asked. 3,870,000 gold soul coins. As for the scale, although Tianbao building is not as large as Tiandu auction house, it covers an area of 100,000 square meters. It is a high-rise building with 5 floors, 1 underground and 4 above ground. It will definitely meet your needs. Duguboxio he smiled and said. An area of 100,000 square meters? 5 floors in total? How can I get more than 3 million gold soul coins? Senior Dugubo, please don't lie to me. Bai Ji didn't believe it. You should know that the area of Tiandu auction house is only about 200,000 square meters. Although Tianbao building only has an area of 100,000 square meters, the problem is that Tianbao building has 5 floors. Although Tiandu auction house should also have an underground floor, even so, Tianbao building has 2 more floors of space than Tiandu auction house. If it is in Soto City, a place like Tianbao building, if you have connections, more than 3 million gold soul coins should be taken, but the problem is that this is the Tiandu imperial city where every inch of land is worth money. Young master, there is a reason for this. Seeing Bai Ji's unbelievable face, Dugubo shook his head and said. What's the reason? If Tianbao Tower is sold normally, it will definitely not be sold without more than 7 million gold soul coins, but what if Tianbao Tower is about to go bankrupt and begs others to buy it? Dugubo said meaningfully. How is it possible? Even if Tianbao Tower is no longer in demand because of the Tiandu auction house, the land price of such a large building must be at least 5 million gold soul coins, right? Bai Ji frowned. No, you mean someone is bullying Tianbao Tower and maliciously preventing others from buying Tianbao Tower. Suddenly, Bai Ji's mind flashed, as if he thought of something. That's right. His Royal Highness actually had his eyes on Tianbao Tower a long time ago, so he had already spread the word more than 10 years ago that whoever bought Tianbao Tower would be against him, so no one dared to buy Tianbao Tower. His Royal Highness originally planned to lower the price of Tianbao Tower to 1 million gold soul coins and then buy it, but the owner of Tianbao Tower felt that this was too much of a loss, so he gritted his teeth and insisted. Now I offer more than 3 million gold soul coins to buy Tianbao Tower, which has exceeded their psychological price that they were originally prepared to sell, so they must have agreed directly. Dugubo said slowly. Prince Swexing. Hearing Dugubo's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel very amused. I don't know if Prince Swexing didn't ask Dugubo why he wanted to buy Tianbao Tower, or Dugubo didn't know what happened today. Today, he treated Prince Swexing so badly, and Prince Swexing also gave him money, people and land. Bai Ji suddenly felt a little weird and embarrassed. This is the deed of Tianbao building. Sir, you can go and take over Tianbao building when you have time. Although it was built more than 10 years ago, there is no big problem with the decoration of Tianbao building. If you want, you can also find someone to redecorate it. Dugubo took out the deed of Tianbao building and handed it to Bai Ji. Well, I know. Bai Ji took the deed and nodded. By the way, Senior Dugubo, I have something else I want you to help me with. Chapter 204 Dugubo's Surprise, Going to Ning Family Castle, 2/4, what is it? Dugubo asked. Does Senior Dugubo have time recently? Bai Ji did not answer directly, but continued to ask. Yes. After hesitating for a while, Dugubo nodded. Then I would like to ask Senior Dugubo to help me hunt the 9th spirit ring with one of my elders. Bai Ji said slowly. The 9th soul ring, young master, did you really use that soul ascension pill and barrier breaking pill to create a titled Douluo? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Dugubo couldn't help but stand up and said in surprise. Yes, that's right. Bai Ji nodded. Who is it? Dugubo couldn't help but ask. Dragon Lord Mengshu. Bai Ji said slowly. The peerless dragon and snake, Dragon Lord Mengshu. Dugubo knew Mengshu. He was only 78 years old this year. Mengshu was more than 10 years older than him. He was a senior who became famous before him, but he surpassed him later and became the famous titled Douluo Poison Douluo on the continent, while Dragon Lord Mengshu was still wandering at the Soul Douluo level. Yes, Senior Mengshu's cultivation is at level 87. It just so happens that the Soul Ascension pill combined with the barrier breaking pill can barely allow Senior Mengshu to break through the titled Douluo. Bai Ji nodded. Although the combat power of the titled Douluo who forcibly breaks through by taking the Ascension pill and the barrier breaking pill is definitely worse than that of the normal breakthrough like you, Senior Dugubo, but Senior Longgong and Senior Shipo can use the martial soul fusion skill Dragon Snake joint attack, so this defect can be made up. Sir, how many levels of Soul Douluo can your Ascension Pill and Barrier Breaking Pill allow to break through to the titled Douluo? Douluo couldn't help asking. Level 87 to 89, it should not work if it goes below. After thinking for a while, Bai Ge said. Senior Douluo, I know what you are thinking. Although I still have 2 Ascension Pills and 4 Barrier Breaking Pills left in my hand, I can definitely create 4 titled Douluo, but the impact is too great. If it is just Senior Meng Shu, it would be fine, but if too many titled Douluo appear at one time, it will definitely attract the attention of the entire continent. Bai Ge reminded. In Bai Ge's opinion, Douluo's idea should be to let him create a few more titled Douluo, and then establish a superpower that is not inferior to the Spirit Hall, but Bai Ge knows the details of the Spirit Hall. The reason why the Spirit Hall is so powerful is that there is a level 99 Qian Dao Lu behind it, and in addition to Ghost Douluo Guimei and Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, there are also 7 titled Douluo level worshippers and Pope Bibi Dong. If it is just an ordinary elixir, it's okay, but if the secrets of the Spirit Ascension Pill and the Barrier Breaking Pill are exposed, Bibi Dong will not show mercy for the sake of the Master. The title Douluo created by Bai Ge is not only inferior to the Soul Masters of the same level, but also less than the Spirit Hall. The reason why Bai Ge let Meng Shu break through the title Douluo is just to facilitate the development in Tiandu Imperial City, and 2 low-level title Douluo will not attract too much attention from the Spirit Hall. Although Bai Ge exposed the elixir, as long as the Biko Pill, Shengling Pill and Pazan Pill were not exposed, the Spirit Hall should not care too much. After all, Bai Ge's elixir is not sold to the Spirit Hall. For the sake of the Master, Bibi Dong should not take action. Although Bibi Dong still took action against Tang San in the original work, it was because Tang Hao and Tang San had a grudge against the Spirit Hall. Bai Ge was different from Tang San. He did not have a blood feud with the Spirit Hall. Compared with killing him, Bai Ge felt that the Spirit Hall should be more willing to try to subdue him. I know. After the excitement, Douluo also calmed down and realized that he took it for granted. Senior Meng Shu is now in Shrek Academy. I will take you to see him tomorrow. Then I will trouble Senior Douluo. Dream Island Library. Seeing that Douluo also figured it out, Bai Ge nodded in his heart and said. Okay, I know. It's getting late, and I should leave too. Looking at the sky, Bai Ge stood up and said. Sir, don't you want to stay for dinner? Douluo tried to persuade him. No, I have something else to deal with. Let's do it next time. Bai Ge shook his head. After that, Bai Ge pushed open the door of the quiet room, and Douluo hurriedly followed him. The two came to the living room, where 3 girls gathered together at some point and were arguing about something. Wrong, Yuran, get ready to go. Standing at the door, Bai Ge shouted. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Ning Rong and Meng Yuran hurriedly stood up and trotted towards Bai Ge, and the 10 girls who were sitting in the living room without saying a word also stood up and followed. They came to the door of Douluo Mansion, and it was already dark. Although it was night, the entire Tiandu Imperial City was still brightly lit, and there were special Soul Guide street lights on the road, and it was bright everywhere. Senior Douluo, we're leaving. Turning around and smiling politely at Douluo and Douguyan standing at the door, Bai Ge said goodbye. Sir, take care. After leaving Douluo Mansion, the group walked on the broad avenue of Tiandu Imperial City. Wrong, where is your castle? Let's go there. Thinking of today's settlement problem, Bai Ge said to Ning Rong. Our castle, aren't we going back to Shrek Academy? Ning Rong asked in surprise. Wrong, if we go back to Shrek Academy, what will they do? Shrek Academy is not easy to accommodate them. On the side, Meng Yuran said speechlessly. Okay, I forgot. Ning Rong stuck out her tongue, hugged one of Bai Ge's arms, and pointed, my castle is over there, I'll take you there. Following Ning Rong, the group left Tiandu Imperial City from its west gate, passed through a forest, and passed a small lake. A castle surrounded by a wide fence appeared faintly in the distance. But rather than saying it was a castle, Bai Ge felt that it was more like a large manor with a castle as its main body. When they were about to enter the manor, 2 soul masters suddenly appeared and blocked their way. They should be the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect who were responsible for guarding the castle. However, after seeing Ning Rong, the 2 soul masters immediately apologized and left. However, although they left, the 2 soul masters did not return to the castle. It seemed that they did not live in the castle, but lived somewhere nearby. When they arrived at the gate of the manor, Bai Ji took out a bunch of keys given by Ning Fengzi before, opened the gate of the manor, and then entered the manor. In the manor, there were large flower beds and rows of neatly arranged ornamental trees everywhere, and the flowers in the flower beds and the branches of the trees were also neatly trimmed. Although it seems that this castle should be seldom inhabited, it seems that someone has been taking care of it. Let's go, my castle is in front. Ning Rongrong smiled and pointed to the castle not far away, which looked extremely luxurious. Chapter 205 Naming Girls, Bai Ji's Bad Taste. 3/4. Approaching the castle, a fountain suddenly appeared in front of him. Surrounding the fountain was a flower bed full of colorful flowers, and under his feet and around him was a green lawn. At the edge of the lawn was a circle of neatly trimmed ornamental trees. Arriving in front of the castle gate, Bai Ji took out the key Ning Fengzi gave him in the afternoon again and opened the castle gate with the second key on the keychain. There is no electricity on the Douluo continent, and there will be no electricity in the future. Instead, it will only be replaced by the soul guide civilization that has developed to the extreme. However, compared with the electrical civilization, although the soul guide civilization is not inferior at all, the soul guide device depends on soul power after all, and soul power is only possessed by soul masters, so when Bai Ji opened the door, all the chandeliers in the castle did not suddenly light up. However, after Bai Ji opened the door, Ning Rongrong skillfully touched a crystal plate beside the door. With the infusion of soul power, the chandeliers in the castle suddenly sparkled. As the second largest sect on the continent, the Kaibao Liulai sect is also the sect with the second highest wealth after the Wuhan Palace. As the sect master, Ning Fengzi would definitely not be unwilling to spend money to decorate his own castle. But Meng Yuran also came from a big family and lived in a castle. Although it was in Barrack City, the scale of the castle was not inferior to this Ning family castle. So Meng Yuran did not show too much surprise about the decoration inside, but the 10 girls behind him were all born in poor families. Although there were nobles, they were small nobles and had never seen such a luxurious castle. So after entering the gate of the castle, seeing the exquisite crystal chandeliers and various luxurious and exquisite furniture above their heads, the 10 girls were very shocked. Everyone, come in. Ning Rongrong led everyone into the castle and closed the door. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, the 10 girls took off their black robes and sat on the sofa one by one with some restraint. Okay, now there are no outsiders. Can you introduce yourselves and tell us how you appeared in the Tiandu auction house? Bai Ji asked, sitting slowly on the sofa and looking at the 10 girls not far away. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the 10 girls looked at each other. Although they were a little afraid to say it, one girl finally stood up. And with the first one, there was the second one. Soon, the 10 girls explained their identities and origins. The origins of the 10 girls were nothing special. Most of them were civilians, and there were also a few small nobles. Basically, they were forced to break up their families after being favored by the Tiandu auction house, and finally they were taken away as slaves by the Tiandu auction house. Okay, now we are almost acquainted. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Ji. I should be your master in the future. But don't worry, I will not treat you like those nobles, treating you as playthings. I plan to train you all into soul masters and talents who can stand on their own. You are not ordinary people, otherwise you would not be favored by the Tiandu auction house. You should have realized the cruelty of this world now. Although I am also very angry about your tragedy, I can't do anything about the people behind the Tiandu auction house at present. But the fact that there is no way now does not mean that there will be no way in the future. I hope you can help me. If I am strong enough in the future, I will help you to avenge the Tiandu auction house. Of course, if possible, you can choose revenge by yourself at that time. Looking at the 10 girls, Bai Ji said seriously. Can we trust you? A girl said with a complicated look in her eyes. I have no way to prove this, but if I train you into soul masters, you will not suffer any loss, right? As for whether what I said is true or false, it can only be proved by time. Bai Ji said very freely. I believe you. Seeing Bai Ji so free and easy, the complexity in the girl's eyes gradually turned into determination. Anyway, she has no choice now. Instead of becoming the plaything of those old, fat and dirty nobles, it is a blessing in disguise to be the plaything of the young man in front of her. As for Bai Ji's promise to help them get revenge, although she believes it a little, she doesn't believe it completely. But in any case, now they have no choice, and it is good enough to meet a master who respects them. And if this young man named Bai Ge is really willing to train them into soul masters, it can prove that what he said is basically true. After all, it is not easy to train a soul master, and for these playthings, being able to give them the ability to protect themselves is enough to prove Bai Ge's sincerity. Okay, everything you had before has gone with the wind. I hope you can welcome a new life. Now your identity is my maid. The maid I am talking about is not those ordinary maids, but perfect maids who are both literary and martial and can meet any needs of the master. Bai Ge said seriously. Xin Luan. Now Bai Ge's mind is full of all kinds of awesome maids in anime, such as Dragon Maid Thor, Silver-haired Queen of Annihilation Gurfia O Lucy Fergus, Aoi, Dia and so on. He is making history. But when Bai Ge said this, the girls blushed a little. After all, Bai Ge was talking about satisfying any needs. On the other side, hearing Bai Ge's words, Meng Yuran and Ning Rongrong immediately cast contemptuous eyes at Bai Ge, and said that they had never thought about that kind of thing. But Bai Ge was not aware of the contempt of the two girls around him. Now Bai Ge is still immersed in the sense of achievement of making history, and is passionately talking about what a real maid is. When the girls heard Bai Ge's words, their eyes widened. Aren't maids just cooking and mopping the floor for the noble masters? Can they be so powerful? Okay, now you can talk about your martial souls. I will give you new names based on your martial souls, which will also be your code names for maids. Then, by the way, I will formulate a future development direction for you based on your martial souls. After finishing the topic of maids with some lingering feelings, Bai Ge continued. You go first. Bai Ge said to the girl who spoke before. My martial soul is the eyes. The girl who had been very strong before was a little hesitant at this moment. Hearing Bai Ge's words, she felt that Bai Ge should not have lied to them, but her martial soul was the incomplete martial soul eyes of her body, and it was impossible for her to become a powerful soul master. She was suddenly a little afraid that Bai Ge would be disappointed. Hearing the girl's words, Bai Ge was slightly stunned. The martial soul is the eyes. Could it be that the martial souls of these girls are all related to the body? Thinking of the nature of the Tiandu auction house, what was said before was that the following were all unparalleled treasures, which should mean that the martial souls of these girls have caused corresponding changes to the body. Hearing the girl say that her martial soul is eyes, Bai Ge looked at the girl's eyes and found that the girl's eyes were special. They were colorful eyes, a bit like Huoguo's Lingmu and Do-er. Then I will call you Lingmu from now on. Although your martial soul is eyes, if the opportunity is enough, you can become a strong man. I believe you. Bai Ge comforted. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Lingmu's heart was warmed. She was born in a ruined aristocratic family. Because of the martial soul mutation, her innate soul power was only level 1. Compared with her brother with innate soul power level 4, her parents have always been strict with her, and no one has ever comforted her like this. What about you? After listening to Lingmu's words, Bai Ge basically had a plan for Lingmu's development direction, and that was to follow the path of a spiritual control soul master like Huoguo, and then Bai Ge looked at the other girl. My martial soul is a cat. The cat girl said a little weakly. Then you can be called Li Yulai. My martial soul is a white wolf, what should I be called? The wolf girl asked. Your name is Hollow. Bai Ge thought for a moment and said. Soon, Bai Ge named all the girls. The names of the 5 beast girls were Li Yulai, Hollow, Ari, Shizuka, and Kalin. As expected by Bai Ge, the other girls all had their own spirits. Among them, except Lingmu, whose spirit was the 7-color spirit eyes, Bai Ge named Robin, whose spirit was the jade arm, Linglong, whose spirit was the heart, Miai, and whose spirit was the torso. Although the spirits were known, the spirits of the 10 girls were very special and had many development directions, which Bai Ge was not completely sure of yet. Because the future development direction of a soul master depends not only on the spirit, but also on the soul master's personality. Chapter 206, Gift of Immortal Items, Kilo Tulips and Moya Divine Bamboo Shoots, 4/4. Okay, you guys stay here first. I have already purchased a property in Tiandu Imperial City, but it will take some time to prepare. For now, you guys will temporarily live in this castle. Rongrong will take you to choose your room later. I will go to cook. You guys should have a good rest today. I will teach you how to practice tomorrow. Bai Ge said after dealing with the problems of the 10 girls and looking at the 10 girls. Bai Ge, but we don't have any ingredients here. Ning Rongrong reminded in a low voice after hearing Bai Ji's words. Don't worry, I always store enough ingredients and seasonings in my storage soul guide. Don't forget that I am also a chef. Bai Ji shook his head. Take me to see the kitchen. It seems that you haven't eaten lunch yet. Thinking that he seemed to have directly pulled Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran out after returning, and the two girls didn't eat lunch along the way, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. Led by Ning Rongrong, Bai Ji came to the kitchen, which had kitchen utensils and other things, but because no one lived there so they didn't prepare the ingredients, but since Bai Ji had prepared them, there was no need to worry. Rongrong, take Lingmu and the others to choose a room first, and clean the table by the way. There is a bellows here, I can do it alone. Seeing that there was a bellows under the stove in the kitchen, Bai Ji could cook by himself, so Bai Ji said to Ning Rongrong. Okay. Ning Rongrong did not refuse, nodded and left the kitchen to take the 10 girls to choose a room. Because there were 13 people who wanted to eat, including him, a big eater, Bai Ji took out a lot of ingredients and started to get busy. It took more than an hour for Bai Ji to finish all the dishes. He called the girls to serve the dishes, and Bai Ji also picked up 2 dishes and walked to the dining table in the castle hall. Although Bai Ji cooked more than 20 dishes, there were many girls. Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and 10 girls each took 2 dishes and took all the dishes away in a short time. Under the light of the exquisite crystal glass chandelier above, everyone sat around the large dining table. There were all kinds of dishes on the table, both meat and vegetables. In addition to the common chicken, duck, fish, and meat, there were also various vegetable soups and chicken soups. Bai Ji also made a lot of Chinese dishes, such as dongpo pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised fish, etc. Although Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran did not have time to eat lunch because of Bai Ji, they did not do too much intense activities in the afternoon, so they were not too hungry. But on the contrary, the 10 maids felt like they had not eaten well for many years. They ate their meals in a rather voracious manner, but Bai Ji and the other 2 could understand. After all, they did not know how long they had been captured as slaves by the Tiandu auction house. Although the Tiandu auction house was unlikely to let their goods starve, it was unlikely that the 10 girls could still eat the food sent by the Tiandu auction house in such a humiliating environment. Soon, all the dishes on the table were swept away. The 10 girls were a little shy when they saw that they had eaten so much. When they saw Bai Ji wanted to clean the table, the 10 girls quickly stood up to help. After all, they were maids. How could they let their masters clean the table? Bai Ji did not refuse the 10 little maids' understanding. His purpose of taking in maids and cultivating perfect maids was to save himself trouble. Seeing the 10 little maids start to clean the table, Bai Ji said, "Go to bed early after you finish cleaning. We'll leave first." After saying that, Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran and walked upstairs of the castle. Bai Ji found a room and pulled the 2 girls in. "Bai Ji, what are you going to do?" Ning Rongrong suddenly became a little nervous when she saw Bai Ji's breakthrough was so abnormal. 31. Originally, she was young and didn't know about the things between men and women, but she had no choice but to have Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai around her. Listening to the occasional conversations between the 2, Ning Rongrong knew almost everything about those things unconsciously. Although she knew that she would not be able to escape in the future, she was still young. She heard that she couldn't do that kind of thing, and that there seemed to be sequelae if she did that. She heard that she couldn't get out of bed for a whole day, but she still had to go to school tomorrow. But if Bai Ji insisted, Ning Rongrong thought about it and she shouldn't refuse. However, compared with Ning Rongrong's nervousness, Meng Yuran directly hugged Bai Ji's arm, "As if you want it, I will give it to you." But Bai Ji was a little amused and helpless about the performance of the 2 girls. Is he that kind of person? Ning Rongrong is only 12 years old. If she did it, she would be suppressed by the 404 beast, but Meng Yuran seemed to be 15 years old, and it seemed that she could. "Damn, what are you thinking?" Finding that he suddenly thought wrong, Bai Ji couldn't help but slap his head hard. "Bai Ji, what's wrong with you? Don't be like this, if you insist, then I can do it too." Seeing Bai Ji hitting his head, Ning Rongrong felt distressed immediately, of course, more because she didn't want to lose to Meng Yuran. "What are you thinking? I'm not Ma Hongjun or Dai Mubai. I pulled you in because I have a gift for you." Bai Ji said unhappily. "Gift, but didn't you give it to me before?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Yuran couldn't help but let go of Bai Ji's arm with some disappointment. Shengling pill and Pazan pill are the gifts I prepared for everyone. You are all my closest people. I have other gifts for you. You will definitely be satisfied. Bai Ji smiled. What gift? Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran were both a little curious. It's this. Bai Ji stretched out his hands, and with a flash of golden light on his left hand, a plant with roots and leaves like vines and finely combed, but a golden tulip flower on the top suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's hand. This plant was the fairy medicine Douluo tulip that could evolve the 7 treasures glazed tower. And on his right hand, with a flash of black light, a jade shoot like black jade appeared. It also instantly appeared in Bai Ji's hand. This is the bamboo shoot of the black jade god bamboo. What is this? Seeing the Douluo tulip and the bamboo shoot of the black jade god bamboo in Bai Ji's hands, the two women were a little curious, because they had never seen such flowers and bamboo shoots. This flower is the fairy-grade spiritual medicine Douluo tulip, which is the world's supreme fairy-grade spiritual medicine. I feel that it may be of great use to your 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit, so I brought it back, but be careful, the Douluo tulip flower cannot be swallowed to absorb the medicinal power, but needs to gently suck the stamens, slowly absorb the essence into the body, and then practice soul power slowly, so that the medicinal effect spreads throughout the limbs and bones. Fairy-grade spiritual medicine, is this a special kind of medicinal material? Listening to Bai Ji's words, Meng Yuran was a little confused. It's not a type, but a grade. If the medicinal materials are also divided into high and low grades, then the fairy grade is the highest grade. The Shengling pill and Pazan pill I gave you before were all made with a fairy grade as the main medicine. Bai Ji explained. Chapter 207, Taking Immortal Products, Evolving Martial Souls. 1/4. Ah! Then these are too precious. You should use them to make pills. Hearing Bai Ji say that the previous Shengling pill and Pazan pill were actually made from these immortal products, Meng Yuran quickly refused. Yes, it would be a waste if we take them. Ning Rongrong also nodded quickly. Don't think too much. If possible, I would also like to refine all immortal products into elixirs, but the problem is not all immortal products can be used to make pills. Immortal products are the highest grade of elixirs, but because they are precious, no one knows their specific effects. I have basically planned to use them for making pills. These Douluo tulips and Moyo Shenzu shoots are both for which no one knows how to make pills. Instead of leaving them for nothing, it is better to let you take them. I think they should be of great use to you, so you don't have to be modest. Bai Ji said with some amusement. Okay then. After hearing Bai Ji's explanation, the two women hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Wrong. This Douluo tulip is yours. Be careful not to bite the petals directly, but to gently suck the stamens, absorb the essence into the body, and then refine it. Yuran, this black jade bamboo shoot is yours, you can just peel off the bamboo shoots and eat them directly. Bai Ji handed the Douluo tulip and the black jade bamboo shoot to Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran respectively, and asked them. Well, we got it. The two women nodded and took the immortal products handed over by Bai Ji. Compared with Meng Yuran's black jade bamboo shoots, the Douluo tulip in Ning Rongrong's hand is undoubtedly much easier to handle. Thinking of Bai Ji's instructions, Ning Rongrong slowly put the Douluo tulip in front of her, then put her head above the flower of the Douluo tulip in her hand, gently held the stamens, and then sucked it. With just a gentle inhalation, Ning Rongrong felt a stream of jade liquid sliding down her throat from the pistil, and then a stream of pure and vital spiritual energy suddenly burst out from her body. As Ning Rongrong finished absorbing the essence of the Douluo tulip, the Douluo tulip in her hand withered rapidly and finally turned into ashes. Feeling the spiritual energy bursting out of her body, Ning Rongrong hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate on refining the essence of the Douluo tulip in her body. As Ning Rongrong refined it, the crystal-clear 7 treasures glazed tower suddenly emerged from Ning Rongrong's body and floated above Ning Rongrong's head, and 3 soul rings slowly rose under Ning Rongrong's feet. The 7 treasures glazed tower, shining with a colorful halo, floated quietly above Ning Rongrong's head. As Ning Rongrong refined the essence of the Douluo tulip in her body, the 7 treasures glazed tower suddenly burst into brilliant golden light. At the same time, Ning Rongrong was enveloped by the gorgeous 7-color halo and dazzling golden light, making her look like a goddess. But compared to Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran was not so relaxed. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had absorbed and began to refine the essence of the Douluo tulip in her body, and her whole body was enveloped in the 7-color halo and dazzling golden light. Meng Yuren was a little envious. Looking at the black jade bamboo shoots in her hand again, Meng Yuren also began to quickly peel the bamboo shoots of the black jade bamboo shoots. The black jade bamboo shoots are not big, only the size of a fist, and look like a black lotus about to bloom, but they are not big, but there are many bamboo shoots of the black jade bamboo shoots, one layer on top of another, a full 9 layers. It took nearly a minute for Meng Yuren to completely peel off the bamboo shoots. As the bamboo shoots protecting the black jade bamboo shoots were peeled off, a light and elegant fragrance immediately emanated from the peeled black jade bamboo shoots. Looking at the crystal clear black jade bamboo shoots in his hand, Meng Yuren was quite amazed. But he was only amazed for a moment, and then he took a bite of the peeled black jade bamboo shoots. 137. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 or 2 bites, Meng Yuren put the black jade bamboo shoots into his mouth. As the black jade bamboo shoots entered his stomach, a rich and vital aroma of the spiritual energy suddenly burst out from Meng Yuren's body. Feeling the spiritual energy bursting out from his body, Meng Yuren also hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to refine the spiritual energy released by the immortal product he had eaten. As the medicinal power of the black jade bamboo shoots began to take effect, Meng Yuren's martial soul snake staff also suddenly emerged from Meng Yuren's body and floated above Meng Yuren's head. At the same time, 3 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rose from under Meng Yuren's body. After taking the black jade bamboo shoots, Meng Yuren's snake staff suddenly burst out with brilliant black light, and rich black energy surged in the snake staff, making the originally dark snake staff really look like black jade. Time passed by minute. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. Compared with the Shengling pill made from the immortal product Narcissus jade muscle and bone, the Shengling pill is not inferior to the immortal product in terms of the effect of improving cultivation, but the medicinal power of the immortal product is purer and more difficult to refine. The previous Shengling pill took less than half an hour to refine, but the Kiluo tulip and Moyo Shenzu shoot that Bai Ji gave to Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuren took 2 hours to refine. But looking at Ning Rongrong, who was covered in the gorgeous 7-color halo and brilliant golden light, Bai Ji had already seen that the 7 treasures glazed tower on Ning Rongrong's head was changing. At present, the 7 treasures glazed tower on Ning Rongrong's head has evolved from only 7 layers to the 8th layer, and is now evolving to the 9th layer. If the 9th layer is also evolved, then Ning Rongrong should be able to wake up. And on Meng Yuren's head, the snake staff that has become like black jade has grown nearly half the length, and the snake head at the head of the staff has disappeared and turned into a sharp spear head. On the original snake staff, the coiled snake pattern is slowly forming. If it is fully formed, then Meng Yuren's snake staff should have completed the evolution, and Meng Yuren can also wake up. If the 7 treasures glazed tower becomes a 9-story tower, it can be called the 7 treasures glazed tower. If Meng Yuren's snake staff becomes a spear, what should it be called? Call it the Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear? Thinking of the spear, Bai Ji couldn't help but think of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear that he had drawn from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire before. Originally, Bai Ji was going to teach Meng Yuren the spirit snake staff technique, but now that the snake staff has evolved into the Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear, he will teach Meng Yuren the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear, and by the way, teach him the 9 yin manual and the spiral 9 shadows. As for Rongrong, give Rongrong the shadow-winged snake egg that he had drawn before. In this way, the hidden weapon is mainly used for medium-range counterattacks, and the shadow-winged snake is mainly used for close-range counterattacks, which is just right. Then the 9 yin manual and the spiral 9 shadows can also be taught to Rongrong. After all, if you run fast, you don't have to worry about being attacked. Bai Ji thought to himself. Just as Bai Ji was thinking about what gifts to give Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuren next, their martial arts finally evolved. Congratulations, Rongrong, Yuren. Seeing the 2 girls open their eyes, Bai Ji smiled and said. Congratulations? Do you know that I have reached level 40? I am going to give you a surprise. Ning Rongrong was a little depressed. No, you summon your martial spirits. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Martial spirit. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the 2 girls summoned their martial spirits with some confusion. This is it. When the 2 girls saw the 9-story crystal tower and the black jade spear in their hands, they were stunned. Chapter 208 9 Treasures Glazed Tower and Black Jade Snake Spear, 2/4. Rongrong, how come your 7 treasure glazed tower has become 9-story? Looking at the 9 treasure glazed tower in Ning Rongrong's hand, Meng Yuren said with a trembling voice. Yuren, your snake staff has become a snake spear. Ning Rongrong was also shocked. The immortal elixir that Bai Ge gave them actually made their martial souls evolve. The 7-treasure glazed tower with 9 floors, oh no! Now it is no longer the 7-treasure glazed tower, but the 9-treasure glazed tower. The shackles that the martial soul of the 7-treasure glazed tower should have been subjected to were actually broken by her. This is the goal that her father has been pursuing all his life. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of blood in her heart. Looking at Bai Ge, Ning Rongrong has never felt so moved. She suddenly felt ashamed. Bai Ge gave her so much, but she never gave Bai Ge anything. She only knew to be jealous. Bai Ge, I'm sorry. In her heart, an unspeakable emotion suddenly surged up. With a sour heart, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but suddenly threw herself into Bai Ge's arms, sobbing with a choked voice. What's wrong? Bai Ge smiled and hugged Ning Rongrong. For Ning Rongrong's excitement, Bai Ge thought that Ning Rongrong was too excited for a while because she found that her 7-treasure glazed tower had evolved. I'm sorry, Bai Ge, I will definitely be more sensible in the future. Ning Rongrong felt more ashamed of Bai Ge's care for her at this moment. Thinking of Bai Ge's goodness, the simple Ning Rongrong swore in her heart that she would never be jealous again. She must become the woman behind Bai Ge, the woman Bai Ge loves the most. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Don't be so excited. I still have gifts for you. Touching Ning Rongrong's hair in his arms, Bai Ge said with a little amusement. He felt that Ning Rongrong was like a child now. Although Ning Rongrong was indeed a child, Ning Rongrong had always been very well educated before. How come she has become a different person after her martial soul 7 treasures glazed pagoda evolved into 9 treasures glazed pagoda? However, although the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is powerful and can be called the first auxiliary martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's innate martial soul defects can only support the 7 treasures glazed pagoda soul master to cultivate to the realm of soul saint. It can be said that the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is the success and failure of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda has made the 7 treasures glazed pagoda soul master, but it has also imprisoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda soul master. It has always been Ning Fengzi's dream to evolve the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Now that he has realized his father's dream, it is normal for Ning Rongrong to feel excited. Okay, now that your martial spirits have evolved, you can also give your new martial spirits a name. Bai Ge smiled as he let go of Ning Rongrong in his arms. My 7 treasures glazed tower has now changed from 7 floors to 9 floors, so let's call it the 9 treasures glazed tower. It is said that there was once a 9 treasures glazed tower soul master in our 7 treasures glazed sect. Originally, the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit could only allow us to cultivate to the soul saint realm. My father could no longer make progress after reaching the soul saint level 79 because of the 7 treasures glazed tower's martial spirit defect. To break this shackle, the only way to evolve the martial spirit into the 9 treasures glazed tower was originally my father's dream. I didn't expect that I would realize it first now. Ning Rongrong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile. Congratulations, Rongrong, congratulations on breaking the shackles of your family. Meng Yuan laughed and congratulated. You too, Yuan, your martial spirit has evolved, so there should be a big change. The attack power of a spear-type martial spirit is much higher than that of a staff-type martial spirit. Ning Rongrong also smiled. Looking at Ning Rongrong's sincere smile, Meng Yuan felt a little strange. Although Ning Rongrong used to smile like this, she always felt that Ning Rongrong was more friendly now. My spirit snake staff has evolved into a gun, and even my spirit skills have changed. Number 5. My first spirit skill used to be random staff hitting, but now it has become random snake stabbing. The second spirit skill has not changed, it is still Phantom 8, and the third spirit skill is poison attack, now it has become spirit snake poison attack. Although it still increases speed and agility and adds poison to the attack, the effect has not changed now, but the increase in speed and agility has become much greater, and the piercing of the spearhead is more damaging than the hitting of the snake staff. Meng Yuan did not think much, but happily summoned the snake staff that had evolved into a snake gun into his hand and began to demonstrate the evolved spirit skills. Very good, congratulations, Yuan, if Senior Meng Shu knew it, he would be very happy. Bai Ge said with a smile. Then I have to thank you. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Meng Yuan happily took back the snake gun, took Bai Ge's hand, and laughed. Give your new spirit a name. Let's call it the Black Jade Snake Gun. After thinking about it, Meng Yuan said. The color of the snake staff has changed from the original dark black to a real black jade. The snake head at the top of the staff has disappeared and turned into a spear head. The spear body has formed a pattern like a spirit snake. In addition, Meng Yuan's fighting spirit name is the Black Jade Spirit Snake, so it is very suitable to call it the Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear. This name is very suitable for your new martial spirit. On the other side, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Also, I took the spirit-raising pill you gave me before, Bai Ji, and now I have eaten the Black Jade God bamboo shoots. I am now level 40. Meng Yuan said happily. I am also level 40. Ning Rongrong also raised her right hand. That's perfect. Then you and Tang San will go to the Sunset Forest to hunt for the fourth spirit ring tomorrow. Bai Ji said. But how can I explain it to them? We haven't reached level 40 yet at noon today. Ning Rongrong was a little distressed. It's hard to explain, so you just wait for a while. Although your cultivation has improved a lot after taking the Shengling pill and the immortal products I gave you, these cultivations are not obtained by your own practice after all, and they are still very superficial. You should consolidate your foundation first. Senior Longgong will be back in a while, and let Senior Longgong take you then. We can also go to hunt for soul rings. Anyway, according to the teacher's theory of the 10 core competitiveness of martial souls, even if you have reached the bottleneck of level 40, as long as you work hard to practice, although your strength cannot break through level 41, the soul power generated by your practice will still exist in your body, and you will not do useless work in vain. Bai Ji thought for a while and said. Well, we know. The two girls nodded. Well, then prepare to receive my second gift for you. Bai Ji smiled. Second gift? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan looked at each other in surprise. Not so good, the immortal products you gave us before are already very precious, there is no need to give a second gift. Ning Rongrong declined a little embarrassedly. It doesn't matter, it's different. The second gift I'm going to give you is not all physical objects. I plan to teach you exercises and soul fighting skills. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Chapter 209, Shadow-Winged Snake and Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix Spear, the First Day of Shrek Academy, 3/4. As for the cultivation methods, most of the cultivation methods on Douluo continent are still through meditation, allowing the soul power to flow autonomously in some specific meridians. Although meridians have begun to be involved, there is still no concept of cultivation methods on the continent, so Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan don't understand the cultivation methods, but the two women are very clear about soul fighting skills. Ah, you want to teach us your soul fighting skills? Both girls were a little surprised when they heard Bai Ji's words. This is not good. Meng Yuan said a little embarrassedly. In Douluo continent, soul fighting skills are very precious. Often each soul fighting skill is the key to supporting a family inheritance. Although Bai Ji's soul fighting skills are not known where they came from, their preciousness is self-evident. Don't worry, the soul fighting skills I give you are all my own creations. As long as I am willing, I can teach anyone. You are all my closest people. If I don't teach you, who else can I teach? Bai Ji comforted. Okay, don't refuse, Rongrong, don't you always like Xiaobai? Although I can't give Xiaobai to you, I still have a pet egg. It hasn't hatched yet, so I'll give it to you. Then I also have a body movement soul skill that can make you have the same speed as a quick attack soul master. You are an auxiliary soul master. Although you now have Tang San's hidden weapon, your self-protection ability is still very poor. With the soul fighting skills I teach you, you will be able to protect yourself in the future. Also, Yuan, since your martial soul has evolved into a gun, I will teach you a gun-type soul fighting skill. Then, like Rongrong, although you are a quick attack soul master, as a weapon soul master, your speed is still a little lacking. With the body-type soul fighting skills I teach you, your strength can be greatly enhanced. Bai Ji said with a smile. Okay, this is the pet egg I gave you, you should hatch it well. After saying that, Bai Ji took out a fist-sized black egg from the system space. This was the egg of the phantom winged snake that Bai Ji got in the silver level lottery, and then handed it to Ning Rongrong. What kind of egg is this? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, carefully taking the phantom winged snake egg handed to her by Bai Ji, feeling the slight coolness coming from the black jade-like eggshell. I only know that this egg is the egg of a soul beast called the phantom winged snake. As for what it looks like when it hatches, I don't know. Bai Ji shook his head. Is it a snake egg? Hearing Bai Ji's answer, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but open her mouth wide, and the hand holding the ghost wing snake egg shook violently. As a girl, she was still afraid of soul beasts like snakes and spiders. Hearing that this egg was actually a snake egg, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but be a little scared. If you don't want it, give it to me. I'm not afraid. On the other side, seeing Ning Rongrong was actually a little scared, Meng Yuan couldn't help but turn his eyes and interrupted. No, since Bai Ji gave it to me, it's mine. Hearing that Meng Yuan was actually going to grab the egg, Ning Rongrong quickly put the ghost wing snake egg into her arms and refused. Okay, don't grab it, the gifts I give you are the most suitable. Bai Ji sighed helplessly. Don't resist, I will pass on my soul fighting skills to you. Oh. The two girls nodded. Seeing that the two girls closed their eyes, Bai Ji also slowly closed his eyes and began to pass on the spiral 9 shadows and the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear to Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan through the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method. Xinfan Literature Network. If there was no heaven-changing and earth-strike great method that could pass on the power through the mind, Bai Ji estimated that it would take at least several months to teach the two people the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear and the spiral 9 shadows. But by passing on the knowledge of the spiral 9 shadows and the 100 birds paying homage to the two girls through the mind, Bai Ji didn't have to bother explaining it anymore. After teaching the two girls martial arts, Bai Ji also felt a little tired. After all, it is still very mentally exhausting to teach martial arts with thoughts. So after that, Bai Ji parted with the two girls. After finding a room, Bai Ji fed the blue bird's eye by a Shengling pill. Because the Shengling pill contained too much spiritual energy, the blue bird fell into a deep sleep. Bai Ji put the blue bird into the castle of the other dimension and then fell asleep. But on the other hand, the two girls couldn't help but feel a little strange when they found that Bai Ji really left like this. The next day, early in the morning, Bai Ji got up early to practice as usual, but when Bai Ji came back from practicing, he found that the maids had already prepared breakfast. The ingredients used were what Bai Ji didn't use up last night, which surprised Bai Ji a little. But thinking that most of the 10 little maids seemed to be born in civilian families, as the saying goes, children from poor families grow up early, it is not so surprising that the maids can cook. But after all, he was born in a poor family. Although the maids can cook, Bai Ji still feels that the taste is a little bit worse after eating. In the future, he should specially select a few maids to teach him the cooking skills, so that he can be lazy in the future. Maybe because they were too excited about the martial arts taught by Bai Ji yesterday, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan woke up a little late today. When the two woke up, Bai Ji had already finished practicing, and the maids had already prepared breakfast. After breakfast, it was late and it was time to go to Shrek Academy for class. Before leaving, Bai Ji asked the maids to move around in the castle by themselves. They would come back to eat at noon, and then he would teach them to practice soul power. After that, Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan to Shrek Academy. Arrived at Shrek Academy. Because Bai Ji was kidnapped by Douluo after arriving at Shrek Academy, and was taken to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, and then practiced in the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire for more than a month, Bai Ji was completely unfamiliar with Shrek Academy. However, with Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan, Bai Ji easily found the classroom with the guidance of the two girls. As soon as he entered the classroom, Bai Ji found that all the students in the classroom were looking at him, including girls and boys. But unlike the girls' eyes, most of the girls' eyes were just surprised and regretful, while the boys' eyes were full of unkindness, and there was a strong jealousy in the unkindness. Without thinking too much, looking at Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan who were holding his arms respectively, Bai Ji immediately guessed the reason why he was hostile to the boys. It turned out that it was because he occupied two beauties, so he was jealous. But for these, Bai Ji just smiled playfully, and didn't take it seriously in his heart. Sometimes, excellent people are inevitably envied, but if you have the guts, come and fight him. Looking at the seats in the classroom, Bai Ji chose an empty corner, and then took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan to sit there. Because the class hadn't started yet, Bai Ji scanned the classroom. There were quite a few people in the classroom, with a similar ratio of men to women, but the quality of the girls was not very high. After all, most of them were civilians. Bai Ji was not discriminating against civilians here, but it was a fact that girls with good backgrounds were mostly prettier than girls with ordinary backgrounds. Because Tang San broke through to level 40 after taking the Shengling pill, it was estimated that Master Lu Erlong and Flanders had taken Tang San to the Sunset Forest to hunt for the fourth soul ring, so Tang San was not in the classroom at this time. But the others were there, like Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. The three guys sat together, and when Bai Ji came in, Ma Hongjun was still discussing something with Dai Mubai with a smile on his face. Zhu Zuqing sat alone in a corner with a cold face, and Xiao Wu sat next to Zhu Zuqing probably because Tang San was not there. Chapter 210 Douluo and Mengshu, Xiao Wu, you are not a human. 4/4. Ding ling ling. Because Bai Ji brought Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran to school late, the class started not long after. The teacher who came to the class was none other than Xiao Xian from Shrek Academy. Time passed by minute, and soon, the morning class was over. Like other high-level colleges, Shrek Academy has relatively free courses. There is only 1.5 hours of class in the morning, and the rest of the time is at the students' disposal. After class, Bai Ji was about to take Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran away, but Lu Kaiban suddenly came and stopped Bai Ji. Bai Ji, wait a minute. Teacher Lu, what's the matter? Bai Ji asked. Senior Poison Douluo wants to see you. Hearing Lu Kaiban's words, Bai Ji also understood that Douluo came, because yesterday he said that Douluo would go to Shrek Academy to find him, and he would take Douluo to see Mengshu. Under the guidance of Lu Kaiban, Bai Ji came to the teacher's office on this floor. The teacher's office was quiet at this time, because Douluo was sitting in the teacher's office waiting for Bai Ji. Song. Senior Douluo. Seeing Douluo, Bai Ji greeted him. Young master. Douluo nodded. Let's go, Senior Douluo, I'll take you to see Senior Mengshu. Standing at the door of the office, Bai Ji said. Douluo nodded and got up from his seat, followed Bai Ji downstairs. After Bai Ji left, the teacher's office suddenly exploded. Sure enough, he is the famous Poison Douluo Senior Douluo, his aura is really strong, with Senior Douluo here, I dare not speak. A middle-aged teacher who looked only in his 30s said with some emotion. Of course, he is the only titled Douluo in our Tiandu Empire. But did you hear it just now? Senior Douluo seemed to call that student young master. Maybe we heard it wrong. Senior Douluo is a titled Douluo. How could anyone be qualified to be called young master by Senior Douluo? Lu Kaiban shook his head at the self-deception of the young teachers around him. On the other side, with Douluo, Bai Ji came all the way to the foreign guest reception building where he had been yesterday. He found Mengshu's room skillfully and knocked on the door. Is Senior Mengshu here? Young master? Come in. Mengshu's voice came from the door. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji immediately opened the door and walked in. Is this brother Douluo, the Poison Douluo? Seeing Douluo, who was wearing a dark green robe, with silver hair and a not too long silver beard behind Bai Ji, Mengshu smiled and clasped his fists. Hello, brother Meng. Congratulations on becoming a new titled Douluo. Sensing Mengshu's strength, Douluo's evil face also showed a few smiles and clasped his fists. No, I am only level 90 now. I haven't successfully hunted the 9th spirit ring to break through to level 91, so I am not a titled Douluo yet. Mengshu said modestly. Brother Meng is too modest. Douluo shook his head. Seeing that Douluo and Mengshu get along well, Bai Ji was also very satisfied. Senior Douluo, although Senior Mengshu has now broken through level 90, he is only one step away from the realm of titled Douluo. However, although this step is very simple, if you want to be stronger after taking it, you still need to hunt better spirit rings. So Senior Douluo, I hope you can help Senior Mengshu go out for a while to hunt the 9th spirit ring. What do you think? Since the young master has spoken, then I naturally agree. Douluo nodded. Well, then the two seniors should discuss how to hunt the 9th soul ring. I will leave first. Tianhe. Bai Ji said. Sir, take care. After leaving the reception building for foreign guests, Bai Ji did not leave Shrek Academy immediately, but went to the teacher's office building, found Master and Flanders, and told them that he, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran might not live in Shrek Academy in the future. For Bai Ji's choice, Master and Flanders did not express any opinions and chose to agree. After leaving the teacher's office building, Bai Ji still did not leave Shrek Academy, but asked Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran to take him to the girls' dormitory to find Xiao Wu. Waiting downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Bai Ji asked Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran to call Xiao Wu down. Seeing Xiao Wu coming down, Bai Ji took Xiao Wu to a quiet and deserted place not far away. After looking around and finding that no one was there, Bai Ji slowly spoke, "Xiao Wu, you are not a human, right?" Ah! Xiao Wu originally thought that Bai Ji had something to do with her, but when she heard Bai Ji say that she was not a human, Xiao Wu's pupils shrank into needles and her face became particularly unnatural. Hehe, Bai Ji, what are you kidding? Don't you know what your sister Xiao Wu is? If I am not a human, what else can I be? Xiao Wu forced a smile. You are a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Bai Ji put his head close to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered. You, how did you know? Xiao Wu could no longer hide her identity after Bai Ji clearly explained her identity, and she was horrified. But if she was discovered by a titled Douluo, she would consider herself unlucky, but how did Bai Ji find out? Do you also want my soul ring and soul bone? Looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Wu's face was particularly complicated. What are you talking about? If I want your spirit ring and spirit bone, how could I come to you alone? Bai Ji was speechless after hearing Xiao Wu's words. Hey? Xiao Wu was a little confused after hearing Bai Ji's words. Since he doesn't want her spirit ring and spirit bone, what does Bai Ji want? Does he want her? Then what do you want to do? You don't want me, do you? Bai Ji, you can't do this. Third brother has always treated you as a brother, you don't want to be like this. A girl who can miss your brother. Xiao Wu suddenly became nervous. I don't have one. Bai Ji said a little depressed. I came here to help you. Help me, how to help me? Xiao Wu was a little confused when she heard Bai Ji's words. There is about half a year before the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition is held. At that time, there will be titled Douluo present. If you don't avoid or prepare in advance, you must know the consequences. Bai Ji warned. I know, but I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave my third brother. Xiao Wu was silent for a while and said. I know. Bai Ji rubbed his eyebrows. Since you said you would help me, what can you do to prevent me from being discovered by others? Xiao Wu couldn't help but look at Bai Ji with some expectation. Of course I have a way, otherwise I wouldn't come here. Bai Ji showed a faint smile on his face. Chapter 211 Acacia Heartbroken Red recognizes its master, spiritual grade breath resisting pill. 1/4. Don't keep me in suspense, what's the solution? Xiao Wu said angrily. You should know that I can refine many pills, and there is a special pill among the pills I can refine, called breath resisting pill, which can hide the breath of the user after taking it. However, ordinary breath resisting pills should not have much effect on you, but if it is a special spiritual grade breath resisting pill, it should be able to have an effect on you, but I can't get a medicinal material that is necessary for refining spiritual grade breath resisting pills, so I need your help. Bai Ji explained. No way, what does it mean that the medicinal material can't be taken? Xiao Wu was a little confused. I'll show you and you'll know. Bai Ji did not explain too much, but took out the heartbroken acacia from the space ring. Heartbroken acacia ranks top even among the immortal products, but in appearance, it is particularly unremarkable, and looks like an ordinary white peony. If it were not for the thrilling red on the snow-white petals, it would look almost the same as an ordinary white peony, except that there is a black stone connected to the root of the heartbroken acacia. This is... Looking at the heartbroken acacia and feeling the magical breath, Xiao Wu was a little surprised and doubtful. This is a fairy product, named heartbroken acacia. Behind the heartbroken acacia, there is a sad love story, which you don't need to know. You just need to know that this plant of heartbroken love red is a very special spiritual medicine. See the black stone under the root of this plant. This black stone is called Wuju stone. If you forcibly pull out the heartbroken love red from the Wuju stone, the final result will only make the heartbroken love red lose all its medicinal power. But if you can spit the heart blood full of sincerity on the petals, as long as your feelings are sincere enough, this flower will automatically fall off, and then I can use this immortal product to refine a spiritual product for you. Bai Ji explained. The heart blood of deep affection. Listening to Bai Ji's words, Xiao Wu was a little absent-minded. Yes, the heart blood of deep affection, you must not be indecisive during the process of spitting blood, you can only think of one person, or the person you love the most, as long as your feelings are sincere enough, This heartbroken love red will fall off because of you, otherwise even if you spit blood to death, it will not have any effect. Bai Ji said. Let me try. Taking the Wuju stone with the acacia heartbroken red from Bai Ji, Xiao Wu took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes and began to brew. In her mind, scenes from the past kept emerging, from her first meeting with Tang San at Notting College, to Tang San taking her home and confiding his thoughts to her, saying that he would recognize her as his sister and protect her forever, to the 6 years of knowing each other. She didn't know when she had quietly fallen in love with Tang San. This relationship was very plain, without too many ups and downs, but plainness is the most sincere. When her emotions reached the extreme, Xiao Wu suddenly opened her eyes and spit out a mouthful of blood on the snow-white petals with deep red. As Xiao Wu's blood splashed on the acacia heartbroken red, the acacia heartbroken red just trembled slightly, and then the whole plant suddenly fell from the Wuju stone and was caught by Bai Ji. Before the start of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, I will give you the spiritual grade breath-resisting pill. Putting the acacia heartbroken red that had separated from the black absolute stone into the space ring, Bai Ji looked at Xiao Wu and said. Well, thank you, Bai Ji. Xiao Wu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled lightly. You're welcome. Bai Ji shook his head. He snatched Tang San's opportunity this time, so that Tang San and Xiao Wu no longer had to suffer the pain of life and death. This is his compensation to Tang San. Bai Ji, although I don't know how you know my identity, Booty hope you won't tell anyone. Haha Literature Network. Looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Wu said. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, but Tang San will find out about you one day, but I believe that even if Tang San knows that you are a soul beast, his feelings for you will not change at all. Bai Ji comforted. Yet. Xiao Wu just nodded slightly to Bai Ji's words. Okay, that's it, you have spit out so much blood and sweat, you must be tired, go back and have a good rest, I'm leaving too. After picking off the acacia heartbroken red as he wished, Bai Ji also felt that it was time to leave, so he couldn't help but say. After sending Xiao Wu to the girls' dormitory, Bai Ji took the very curious Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran away from Shrek Academy after watching Xiao Wu go upstairs. Shrek Academy only has classes in the morning, and there are no arrangements in the afternoon, so in the afternoon, Bai Ji plans to take Meng Yuran and Ning Rongrong back to the castle outside the city. Compared with Shrek Academy, the Ning family castle outside the city is undoubtedly quieter and no one will disturb them. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran can practice the spiral 9 shadows and the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear in the manner outside the castle without worry, and Bai Ji also plans to take this time to teach the maids to practice. Bai Ji has seen Douluo 2, in which there is a very powerful sect called the Body Sect, and the martial souls of the soul masters of the Body Sect are all body martial souls. Although the body spirit is now considered a very powerful spirit, it is a special category between the beast spirit and the weapon spirit, but it refers to the complete body spirit, such as the Huo Wu's Hokage spirit, the ghost spirit of the spirit hall ghost Douluo, and even the 6-winged angel spirit. However, none of Bai Ji's 5 body spirit mates have a complete body spirit, but are incomplete body parts. Among them, Ling Mao's body spirit is the 7-color spirit eye, Ling Long's body spirit is the heart, Robin's body spirit is the jade arm, Mei Yi's body spirit is the legs, and Sayori's spirit is the torso. For these peculiar spirits, to be honest, even Bai Ji doesn't know how to decide the development direction. Because from the analysis of the characteristics of the spirits alone, Robin and Mei Yi can barely see that they can develop into strong attack spirit masters, while Sayori can develop into a defense spirit master. But for Ling Mu and Ling Long, if Beg didn't know that there was a Huogua in Do 2, Beg didn't know that the eye spirit could develop into the control system. Since Beg planned to train Ling Mu into a control system spirit master, Ling Long could only develop into an auxiliary system spirit master. However, it seems that Ling Long can only develop into the auxiliary system and control system, because the spirit is the heart, and Beg can't see how to attack and defend with the heart as the spirit. Now with this distribution, the development direction of the 5 mates is very clear. Robin's spirit is jade arms, and the development direction is a strong attack spirit master, Mei's spirit is legs, and the development direction is a sensitive attack spirit master, Sayori's spirit is the torso, and the development direction is a defensive spirit master, Ling Mu's spirit is the 7-color spirit eye, and the spirit development direction is a control spirit master, and Ling Long's spirit is the heart, and the development direction is an auxiliary spirit master. As for the other 5 beast-eared maids, there is no need to think too much about their development direction. Their spirits are cat, wolf, fox, cow, and butterfly. None of them have strong defense, nor do they have control and auxiliary abilities. They are naturally offensive spirit masters. However, compared with the 5 beast-eared maids, the talents of the 5 body spirit maids are much worse, which may be due to the mutation of their spirits. However, according to Bai Ge's knowledge, the body spirit has the ability to evolve, which can also be said to be a second awakening. The spirit is the body spirit. Although the body spirit cannot bring the blessing of the spirit master's physical fitness like the beast spirit, nor can it become a weapon of the spirit master like the weapon spirit, there is a mysterious connection between the body spirit and the spirit master. This connection not only allows the spirit master to control the body spirit and his own spirit power far more than other spirit masters, but also allows the body spirit to have the ability of a second awakening. As for how to make the body spirit evolve, Bai Ge has some guesses, that is, body training. As long as the body parts corresponding to the soul master and the original martial soul are strengthened, it is estimated that the original martial soul can evolve and awaken again. Among Bai Ge's skills, there is the 13 Taibao refining golden bell cover, and the Yujin Duanggu chapter recorded in the 9 Yin manual. Both of these exercises are considered body training exercises. As for the lack of talent of the 5 original maids, Bai Ge plans to use the coxcomb and phoenix sunflower to refine the elixir level cleansing marrow pill for the maids in the future to improve their talents. In this way, the 5 maids will have talents that are not inferior to any genius. As for Lingmu, Bai Ge plans to use the autumn water dew to try whether Lingmu's 7-color spirit eye martial soul can evolve. When Tang San officially establishes the Tang sect in the future, Bai Ge even plans to let Lingmu join the Tang sect and learn Tang San's purple demon eye. At that time, won't Lingmu be equivalent to a weakened version of Huo Gua? Hehe. Chapter 212, Mental Suggestion, Teaching the Maids Kung Fu, 2/4. He took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran back to the Ning family castle outside the city. Master, welcome back. Seeing the 3 of them coming back, they were in the hall. The beast-eared maids who were cleaning the place bowed quickly. Where are the others? Bai Ge asked, seeing that there were only 5 beast-eared maids in the living room, but the 5 real maids were nowhere to be seen. They are cooking. Hollow replied. Have you assigned each other's tasks? They cook, and you mop the floor. Bai Ge asked with interest. Yes. The 5 maids nodded. Well, hurry up, I'll teach you how to practice after lunch. Bai Ge said. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the 5 maids suddenly felt full of strength. After lunch, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran went to find a place to practice the spiral 9 shadows and the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, while Bai Ge brought 10 maids to the lawn in front of the castle. Not far away was a gushing fountain and a flower bed full of flowers. Today is a nice day, I plan to teach you how to cultivate your martial soul here. On Douluo continent, almost all soul masters rely on meditation to cultivate their martial souls, but this is too slow. What I teach you is different from the simple meditation method, but a more efficient method, which can be called a method, and the method I teach you is called the 9 Yin Manual. In addition to teaching you the 9 Yin Manual, I will also teach you martial arts. Of course, compared to the name of martial arts, it has another name, called self-created soul skills, also called soul fighting skills. Looking at the 10 maids lined up in front of him, Bai Ge said slowly. For the 10 maids in front of him, Bai Ge did not intend to hide his shortcomings too much. Originally, Bai Ge only planned to train the 10 little maids to become the service staff of the future Dan Pavilion, but after discovering that 5 of the 10 little maids were martial soul masters, Bai Ge gave up the previous idea and prepared to train all 10 little maids into strong people as the first batch of subordinates. In the future, Bai Ge may have to rely on the maids to handle many things, so the stronger the maids are, the better. Of course, Bai Ge did not leave any means of restraint. Although Bai Ge thought that the maids would not betray him for his timely help, Bai Ge never overestimated human nature. So when he was passing on the power of changing heaven and earth, Bai Ge would also brainwash these maids and make them love him and be loyal to him forever. Bai Ge has never been a good person in the true sense. Compared with pure kindness, Bai Ge still pays more attention to interests. Self-created soul skills. Not everyone knows about self-created soul skills, but Ling Mao, who was born in a declining noble family, has heard of them. Hearing that Bai Ge was actually going to teach them self-created soul skills, Ling Mao couldn't help but be very moved. According to your martial soul and development direction, I will teach you the corresponding skills and self-created soul skills. If I call your name below, don't resist. I will teach you the skills and self-created soul skills through consciousness. You can practice by yourself in the future. When you reach level 10, I will let someone take you to hunt soul rings. Bai Ji said. Ling Mao. The first girl Bai Ji called was Ling Mao. Suanchuo Literature Network. Because compared with other girls, Ling Mao is better in both martial soul and performance, so Bai Ji is most impressed by Ling Mao. Don't resist. Looking at Ling Mao's colorful eyes, Bai Ji warned. After that, Bai Ji started to operate the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method, and invaded Ling Mao's sea of consciousness with his mental power. On the one hand, he passed on the 9-yin manual and soul-transferring great method that he was going to teach Ling Mao to Ling Mao, and on the other hand, he secretly planted the spiritual suggestion of loving him forever and being loyal to him forever into Ling Mao's mind. As time goes by, the spiritual suggestion planted by Bai Ji today will grow like a seed in Ling Mao's mind, and eventually grow into a towering tree, making Ling Mao his fanatical mate from then on. And after Ling Mao, it is Sayori. In addition to the 9-yin manual, Bai Ji taught Sayori the part of the 13 Tabeo's horizontal refining of the golden bell to temper the torso and the flying catkins force, and then planted the spiritual suggestion as usual. It took more than an hour for Bai Ji to finally pass on all the skills to the maids. Among them, Bai Ji taught the 9-yin manual to everyone, and the martial arts taught were different for each person. Ling Long Bai Ji only taught the spiral 9 shadows, Miai Bai Ji taught the part of the 13 Tabeo's horizontal refining of the golden bell to temper the legs in addition to the spiral 9 shadows, and Robin Bai Ji taught the part of the 13 Tabeo's horizontal refining of the golden bell to temper the arms and the heart-breaking palm. As for the 5 beast-eared maids, in addition to teaching them the 9-yin manual, Bai Ji also taught them the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, of course, not the complete set. Their martial arts were different. Among them, the cat-eared maid Liulai, the wolf-eared maid Hollow, and the fox-eared maid Ari all taught the 9-yin divine claw and the spiral 9 shadows. The cow maid Shizuka taught the flying catkins force and the great demon subduing fist. The butterfly girl Kaylin didn't know what to teach, so Bai Ji didn't know what to teach. So he only taught the soul transfer technique. But no matter what skills he taught, Bai Ji did not forget to plant mental hints. He had paid so much and finally cultivated a perfect maid group. If he did not keep a hand, it would be a big loss if someone else picked the peach in the end. He used the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique to transfer the power to 10 maids in a row. Although the 10 little maids were all soul masters with very low strength, and there was not even one soul master, they could not stand the large number. In addition to transferring skills, Bai Ji also planted mental hints for everyone. After such continuous consumption, Bai Ji could not help but feel very tired. Okay, you should get familiar with the skills I taught you next. I will go back to sleep first. Bai Ji took 100 herbs pill to relieve his mental fatigue, and then said, Master. Because Bai Ji had planted mental hints, seeing the master working so hard for him at this time, under the effect of mental hints in their minds, the gratitude of the little maids was infinitely magnified. Watching Bai Ji's departing figure, the 10 maids vowed in their hearts to go through fire and water for Bai Ji and become the perfect maids in Bai Ji's mouth, in order to repay Bai Ji's kindness. On the other side, Bai Ji returned to the castle and found a room to sleep directly, because sleeping has always been the best way to restore mental strength. So it was night. At night, because of the maids, the task of cooking has been completely taken over by the maids. In fact, this is also one of the purposes of Bai Ji's wanting to train maids. He now has 2 titled Douluo under his command, the Dragon Snake family and the Bailan family surrendered to him. As long as Dan Pavilion is established, he, Bai Ji, can be regarded as the leader of a faction. Why does he have to cook for himself? This is too uncool. Thinking of this, Bai Ji seemed to suddenly remember something and couldn't help but pat his head. Damn! When I passed on my skills today, I actually forgot to pass on my cooking skills. Forget it, let's see which maid is good at cooking, and then pass on the cooking skills. After thinking about it, Bai Ji made a decision. Although he planned to investigate which maids were good at cooking, based on the characteristics of his martial soul, Bai Ji still felt that Lingmu and Robin were more suitable for cooking. Chapter 213 Tang San returns. Tailong and Tang San, 3/4. Time passed quickly in the castle, and the next day came in the blink of an eye. In the morning, the maids prepared breakfast. After Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran finished breakfast in the castle, they set off for Shrek Academy. But as soon as he entered the classroom, Bai Ji saw a somewhat surprising scene. Tang San, who had returned, was actually confronting a very tall and burly young man, and the burly young man was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. What's going on? Bai Ji came to his seat and asked Ma Heng-jun, who was watching the show. Nothing, didn't you see it? Ma Heng-jun laughed. Tang San has met a love rival. Love rival? Bai Ji was a little speechless. It shouldn't be that serious. This guy should be Xiao Wu's admirer. Because he is jealous of Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship, he wants to challenge Tang San. Bai Ji touched his chin and analyzed. As expected of Bai Ji, this analysis is very close, but there are still some mistakes. This guy is called Tai Long. He is indeed Xiao Wu's suitor, and he is also the chief of Lan Ba Academy. But now that we are here, it should not be his turn in the next election for the chief, but he is still very strong. When we first came, this guy had his eyes on Xiao Wu. Tang San was only level 34 at that time, and he was level 37. Because of the difference in soul power, Tang San had some trouble with this guy, but this guy couldn't get any good. But maybe because Tang San had never beaten him, he often pestered Xiao Wu. We didn't have a good way to deal with him at that time. After all, the school did not allow group fights, and even Douluo couldn't do anything to him in a one-on-one fight. This guy was too strong. Maybe because he saw that Tang San was not there yesterday, this guy wanted to make trouble today. As a result, Tang San came back today, and it happened that this guy pestered Xiao Wu to give her a rose. Xiao Wu didn't want to accept it, and this guy still wanted to pester her. Tang San is now level 41, so naturally he has to teach this guy a lesson. Ma Heng-jun said with some gloating. This guy is so annoying, he keeps pestering Xiao Wu, we can't stand it anymore. Beside him, Meng Yuran also said angrily. Although he said so, when Bai Ji turned his head and looked into Meng Yuran's eyes, he saw more resentment than disgust, which made Bai Ji speechless. You must be jealous of Xiao Wu's charm, right? However, for a Lolita control like Tai Long, other beauties should not be attractive, otherwise it is hard to explain why Tai Long stared at Xiao Wu. On the other side, when Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran to watch the show in their seats at that time, in the open space between the seats and the podium, the confrontation between Tang San and Tai Long had almost developed to the point of conflict. Tai Long, what do you want to do? Looking at Tai Long, Tang San said with a cold face. Tang San, what do you mean? You are just Xiao Wu's brother, I just think Xiao Wu is cute, and I want to give her a bouquet of roses, but what do you want to do? Tai Long stiffened his neck, holding a bouquet of roses ready for Xiao Wu, and said unyieldingly. There is a good show to watch, this gorilla doesn't know that Tang San has reached level 40. Ning Rongrong leaned on Bai Ji's shoulder and chuckled playfully. Gorilla. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Bai Ji was stunned. But then Bai Ji remembered that Tai Long's martial spirit seemed to be called the powerful gorilla. Hot bookstore. Tyrone, I don't want your rose, go away, or don't blame your sister Xiao for being rude. Even though he didn't want the rose, Tyrone was still shameless, and Xiao was a little angry. Xiao, even if Tang San is your brother, you can't be so partial to him. This is a matter between us men, we handle it ourselves. Being scolded by Xiao, Tyrone's face was a little embarrassed. Until now, the simple Tyrone still thought that Tang San was Xiao's brother, but in fact Tang San was Xiao's lover, and Xiao was even more angry after Tyrone said this. She is not a commodity, and can still be fought over. What is the matter between men? Does she, Xiao, like who to look at others' opinions? Tyrone, I don't want to entangle with you anymore. Xiao doesn't like you. Please stay away from her in the future. Looking at Tyrone, Tang San said in a deep voice. Humph. Why? If you have the ability, defeat me first. Tai Long sneered at Tang San's warning. But Bai Ji was speechless after hearing Tai Long's words. Tai Long is from the power clan of Haoshan sect. If he knew that Tang San was the young master of their power clan and that he wanted to snatch a woman from the young master, Tai Long would want to vomit blood. Okay, as long as I defeat you, please don't get close to Xiao Wu anymore. Tang San said immediately after hearing Tai Long's words. You'd better defeat me first. Tai Long said disapprovingly. Okay, since you said so, I'll take action. But after hearing Tai Long's words, Tang San immediately summoned the blue-silver grass. Seeing the 4 soul rings slowly rising from Tang San's feet, Tai Long was suddenly a little shocked. Aren't you only level 34? When did you become a soul sect? Was it yesterday? Tai Long felt a bit stuck when he found out that Tang San didn't know when he was promoted to soul sect. But he had said before that Tang San had the ability to defeat him, and now Tang San listened to him and challenged him. As the current head of Shrek Academy, he couldn't back down. Damn! This guy used to say that he was level 34, which must be a trick. I said, if the blue-silver grass martial spirit is only more than 30 levels, how could it be so tough? Tai Long said hatefully in his heart. Tang San, take it! Thinking in his heart, Tai Long shouted angrily while quickly summoning the mighty ape martial spirit, and then entered the martial spirit possession state. With the possession of the mighty ape martial spirit, Tai Long's already very strong body suddenly swelled up again, his figure quickly rose, and his arms became longer. Black hair grew from his arms, and with his slender and strong arms, Tai Long seemed to have truly become a mighty ape. As the powerful gorilla spirit was possessed, 3 yellow, purple and black spirit rings rose from Tai Long's feet. After entering the spirit possession state, Tai Long roared and then rushed towards Tang San. But seeing Tai Long rushing, Tang San's figure blurred for a while, and then the whole person retreated several meters. At the same time, as Tang San's 4th spirit ring burst into light, a large net woven by blue-silver grass flew out and instantly bound Tai Long tightly. Because Tang San has upgraded to the soul sect realm, the strength of the blue-silver grass spirit is now, with Tai Long's 37th level soul master, even if Tai Long is an extreme pure power type soul master, he can't break free. Oh no, such a strong poison! Because Tang San chose the human-faced demon spider spirit ring for his 4th spirit ring, the toxicity of the blue-silver grass increased greatly. As he was bound by the blue-silver spider web, Tai Long felt his body begin to paralyze before he could launch a spirit skill to resist. Chapter 214, Unwilling to give up, Tai Long heads to Tianbao Tower. 4/4. As his body was bound by the blue-silver spider web released by Tang San, the toxins of the blue-silver grass began to invade Tai Long's body, and the parts of Tai Long's body that were in contact with the blue-silver grass began to quickly turn red and swollen due to the poisoning. Feeling the numbness and itchiness in his body, Tai Long immediately realized that he was poisoned. Subconsciously, Tai Long began to struggle hard. But after getting the spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider, Tang San's blue-silver grass became more resilient. The blue-silver grass that Tai Long could barely break free from with all his strength could not be broken free at all. On the contrary, the more he struggled, the tighter the blue-silver spider web that bound his body became. The intense burning and itching became more intense. After a while, Tai Long felt a little dizzy. Tai Long, I'll only teach you a lesson this time. If you keep pestering Xiaowu in the future, I won't be as polite as I was today. Looking at Tai Long, Tang San said in a deep voice. After that, Tang San released the spider web binding skill. As the blue-silver spider web dissipated, Tai Long's strong body collapsed on the floor. What's wrong? What happened? Just as Tai Long fell to the ground, a teacher suddenly walked in. This time, the teacher was still a teacher that Bai Ji knew, Li Yuzong. Tang San, what's the matter? You just came back from hunting spirit rings and you bullied your classmates. Looking at Tang San, Li Yuzong frowned. No, Mr. Li, he wants to duel with me. Tang San explained. That's it, Mr. Li, don't misunderstand me. Xiaowu also echoed. Okay, no need to explain any more, I will ask someone about this matter after class, you can detoxify him first. Li Yuzong waved his hand and said. Well, I know. Hearing Li Yuzong's words, Tang San did not explain any more, he had a clear conscience. Leaning down, Tang San put his hand on Tai Long's body and began to use his soul power to pull the blue-silver grass toxin in Tai Long's body. Soon, the blue-silver grass toxin in Tai Long's body was pulled out by Tang San, but although the toxin was removed, the redness and swelling on Tai Long's body had not disappeared, which made Tai Long look like he had been beaten up, and looked very miserable. Damn it, I don't accept it, Tang San, you actually hide your strength. After Tang San removed the blue-silver grass poison in his body, Tai Long slowly woke up, but when he opened his eyes, Tai Long's first words were not to admit defeat, but to grit his teeth and want to fight Tang San again. If you want to duel, go outside after class. This is a classroom, not a fighting arena. Hearing Tai Long's words, Li Yuzong shouted coldly. Yes, Teacher Li. Hearing Li Yuzong's voice, Tai Long realized that the teacher had come, and it was the hot-tempered Li Yuzong, so Tai Long couldn't help but immediately timid and said hurriedly. Tang San, don't leave after class. Although he was defeated by Tang San, Tai Long was still unwilling, so before returning to his seat, Tai Long still did not forget to say harsh words to Tang San. However, Tang San was too lazy to pay attention to Tai Long's harsh words, and directly took Xiao Wu back to his seat. Control-type Spirit Masters originally restrain Power-type Spirit Masters. Previously, because of their weak strength, Tai Long defeated them with force. But now he is already level 41, and his strength has surpassed Tai Long. In addition, the spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider has greatly increased the toughness and toxicity of the blue-silver grass. His own strength has surpassed Tai Long. In addition, with the unique skills of the Tang sect, Tang San can now beat Tai Long with one hand even without using hidden weapons. He is not afraid of Tai Long picking a fight. Okay, let's get ready for class. Today our topic is the role of strong attack-type Spirit Masters in the front battlefield. Seeing that all the students have returned to their seats, Li Yuzong officially started the class. The morning class ended quickly. With the sound of ding-ling-ling, school was over. Li Yuzong packed up his things and left the classroom. Seeing Li Yuzong leave, Tai Long immediately stopped Tang San and prepared to fight Tang San again. Okay, let's go out and find a place. Tang San was a little impatient with Tai Long's repeated troublemaking, and was ready to teach Tai Long a lesson. Do you want our help? Seeing Tai Long so arrogant, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but walk over and asked. No, I'll do it myself. Tang San refused. Looking at Tang San and Tai Long, Bai Ji was thoughtful. If nothing unexpected happened, Tang San should beat Tai Long into a pig's head in a while, and then lead out the protective power clan, and finally because of his exposure of his clear sky hammer martial spirit, he discovered his life experience. For these, Bai Ji did not intend to intervene. Let's go to Tianbao Tower to take a look. Seeing Tang San and Tai Long leave the classroom, Bai Ji also stood up and said to Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran beside him. Shouldn't we go and take a look? Meng Yuran couldn't help asking. No, I believe Tang San can handle it himself. Let's go and see Tianbao Tower. First, take over Tianbao Tower, and then see how to deal with it. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Okay. The two girls nodded, and then followed Bai Ji out of the classroom. The three of them left the classroom and happened to meet Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Are you going out again? Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun. Let's take Zioao to see the prosperity of Tiandu Imperial City. It's much more fun here than Soto City. Ma Hongjun laughed. Don't teach Oscar bad things. Meng Yuran said speechlessly. Yes, where are you three going? Are you going to the hotel? Ma Hongjun cast an ambiguous look at Bai Ji. What are you thinking about all day? Bai Ji just took us to see a building. Ning Rongrong was slightly angry when she heard Ma Hongjun's words. A building? Bai Ji, you didn't buy a building in Tiandu Imperial City, did you? Daimyo Bai said in surprise. I bought it through connections. It only cost more than 3 million gold soul coins. Bai Ji smiled. Oh my goodness, 3 million gold soul coins. How much money is that? Oscar smacked his lips. Bai Ji, are you planning to open a restaurant in Tiandu Imperial City or sell pills after buying this building? Daimyo Bai asked with a turn of his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Both, but I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you after I see the building and decide. But no matter what, I will definitely invite you to attend the opening ceremony. Bai Ji shook his head and smiled. Then we won't be polite. Ma Hongjun and Oscar looked at each other and laughed. As everyone talked and laughed, they soon arrived at the gate of Shrek Academy. But because the Tianbao building where Bai Ji was going to take Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran was not on the same road as the place where Daimyo Bai and the other two were going, after saying hello, Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran to another direction. Chapter 215 Arrival at Tianbao Tower, Arrangements for Tianbao Tower. 1/4. With Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, Bai Ji walked all the way to the direction of Tianbao Tower on the map of Tiandu Imperial City. Unlike the Tiandu Auction House, which is closer to Shrek Academy, Tianbao Tower is farther away from Shrek Academy, about 3 times the distance from Tiandu Auction House to Shrek Academy. Like Shrek Academy, there is also a back mountain behind Tianbao Tower, which leads directly to the Sunset Forest. However, the Sunset Forest is not as big as the Xingda Great Forest, and Tiandu Imperial City is not comparable to the small towns near the Xingda Great Forest, so there will be no soul beasts in the Sunset Forest approaching Tiandu Imperial City. Although Tianbao Tower is far away from Shrek Academy, Bai Ji and the other 2 are soul masters with fast running speed, so in less than half an hour, the 3 of them arrived in front of Tianbao Tower. Looking at the cylindrical building in front of him, which is light yellow in color, nearly 60 meters high, and divided into 4 floors, Bai Ji is quite satisfied. The floor area is large enough, the height is high enough, with 4 floors, 1 underground, and there is a back mountain that can be used. This Tianbao building is not only a place to sell elixirs, but can even be used as a department store. Bai Ji thought in his heart as he slowly walked into the Tianbao building. Tianbao building was very deserted. According to the information Bai Ji had found out, Tianbao building was originally built as a place to appraise and sell treasures. When it first opened, the business was very good, but it was unexpected that the Tiandu auction house appeared later. Compared with the overly public Tianbao building, the Tiandu auction house with a strong background is more private, and even slaves can be sold publicly inside. Both of them sell treasures, and those who can afford treasures are naturally not civilians, but nobles. However, compared with Tianbao building, Tiandu auction house is undoubtedly more in line with the needs of nobles, so in this battle without gunpowder, Tianbao building gradually fell behind. And because the one who built Tianbao Tower was not a powerful soul master, nor a great noble, but just a wealthy man with a backstage. Facing the Tiandu auction house, which had a much stronger backstage, the owner of Tianbao Tower could not compete at all, and what made matters worse was that Prince Swexing had set his eyes on the land of Tianbao Tower. Because Tianbao Tower had no backstage, Prince Swexing even wanted to buy Tianbao Tower with only 1 million gold soul coins. But the wealthy man who built Tianbao Tower spent more than 3 million gold soul coins to buy the land and build Tianbao Tower, and this was the land price more than 10 years ago. Now if Tianbao Tower is sold, the land alone can be sold for more than 5 million gold soul coins. Unfortunately, because of Prince Swexing, no one dared to take over Tianbao Tower, and finally Douluo bought it for more than 3.8 million gold soul coins. It is said that on the night of the transaction, the owner of Tianbao Tower fled Tiandu Imperial City in a carriage overnight, and it was heard that he went to Xingluo Empire. As soon as Bai Ji entered Tianbao building, a servant in black and white uniform came to greet him and said apologetically, "Sorry, sir, our Tianbao building has been transferred and is no longer in business. You should have a person in charge here, I am your new boss, please ask your person in charge to come out for a moment, I have something to ask him." Looking around, Bai Ji did not answer, but directly took out the deed of Tianbao building from the space ring, shook it in front of the attendant, and said, "Ah." The attendant was a little shocked that his new boss was such a young boy. But after all, he was still a person engaged in the service industry, so the attendant quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly said to Bai Ji, "Sir, please wait a moment, I will notify Manager Zhang immediately." After that, the attendant hurriedly trotted towards the depths of Tianbao building, and Bai Ji took this opportunity to walk into Tianbao building and began to observe the layout and decoration of Tianbao building. Bai Ji, the first floor of this Tianbao building looks similar to the Tiandu auction house. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say as she looked at the layout and decoration of the first floor of Tianbao building. The layout of Tianbao building looks similar to that of Tiandu auction house, with a similar reception hall, a counter in the center of the back hall, and 2 passages on the left and right of the counter. The only difference from Tiandu auction house is that the stairs of Tianbao building are not in the reception hall, and the overall decoration color is not white, but a warm light yellow. While Bai Ji and the other 2 were observing the layout and decoration of Tianbao building, the attendant who had left before quickly found the supervisor. With the sound of footsteps, a young man who looked very young came over under the guidance of the attendant. "Please introduce yourself, 135 Chinese." Looking at the young man, Bai Ji didn't have too many questions, but said directly, "My name is Zhang Xiling, my martial soul is White Eyebrow Eagle, and I am a level 32 battle soul master. I am currently the supervisor of Tianbao building. If you have anything to say, please feel free to tell me." Hearing Bai Ji's words, although Zhang Xiling was a little surprised, he still said respectfully. Take us to visit Tianbao building first. Bai Ji said. Okay, please. Under the leadership of Zhang Xiling, Bai Ji and the other two began to visit Tianbao Tower. Although both of them appraise and sell treasures, the way Tianbao Tower and Tiandu Auction House sell treasures is very different. Tianbao Tower appraises the treasures first and then sets the price. However, Tiandu Auction House only sets the starting price, and the final price is decided by the customer. Although such an auction may lose money, most of the time, the price sold at the auction for the same treasure is definitely higher than the fixed price set by Tianbao Tower. This is where the huge profits of auctions lie. People are all good at saving face, especially nobles. Even if it is a not so precious treasure, at the auction, as long as the host can stir up the atmosphere, the final selling price will not be low, not to mention that the Tiandu auction house has a strong backstage and can sell many treasures that violate the laws of Tiandu, such as slaves, which is the most unique for nobles. Tianbao building is divided into 5 floors. The underground floor is a treasure house for treasures, which are all treasures that have not been identified. The 4 floors above the ground are divided into bronze, silver, gold and purple gold according to the level of the treasures. Of course, there are no treasures in Tianbao building now. The treasures collected by Tianbao building have long been sold by the owner of Tianbao building to make up for the losses. Now Bai Ji only bought the land of Tianbao building and the building called Tianbao building. After visiting the entire Tianbao building, Bai Ji also has a certain understanding of the decoration and layout of Tianbao building. The current Tianbao building undoubtedly does not meet Bai Ji's needs. After all, Bai Ji does not intend to engage in the old business of Tianbao building, so Bai Ji must transform Tianbao building. First of all, Bai Gakan plans to transform the underground floor into a place for alchemy, while Bai Ji does not plan to transform the first floor too much. The entrance is still the reception hall, and the counter is in the middle. However, the rooms on the passages on both sides of the counter must be renamed. They will no longer be appraisal rooms, but reception rooms for receiving guests and VIPs. On the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors, Bai Ji plans to place 3 grades of elixirs, namely low grade, medium grade and high grade, to distinguish them. As for the decoration and layout of these 3 floors, Bai Ji has already thought about it. Bai Ji plans to transform the surroundings into counters for placing elixir samples, and the middle is a quiet room, where soul masters who come to buy elixirs can experience the effects of elixirs. If you are satisfied after the experience, you can buy a small amount directly, and if you want to buy a large amount of elixirs, you need to place an order with the relevant person in charge, agree on the delivery time, and let the alchemists refine them. Okay, I've finished touring Tianbao building. Now I want to say something. I don't like trouble, so as long as you want to continue, I won't fire you. But Tianbao building will definitely not continue to do its old business. It will have a new name, Dan Pavilion. As for what specific business Dan Pavilion will do in the future, I don't want to say more. You will know it later, but the decoration and layout of Tianbao building will definitely need to be modified. The specific modification is as follows. Bai Ji explained to Zhang Xiling the details of Tianbao building. The renovation of the building. Actually, it is very simple. It is more troublesome to transform the underground floor into an alchemy room, but the 4 floors above do not need much renovation. The first floor only needs to change the door number, while the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors only need to add glass counters and build some quiet rooms in the middle. Okay, the specific plan is like this. By the way, build me 2 dormitory buildings, a reception building, and a canteen in the back mountain, and then build a castle. Build it beautiful. There are 5 million gold soul coins in it. You should finish the work as soon as possible. Bai Ji took out a brocade bag-shaped storage soul guide and handed it to Zhang Xiling, and then said. If the work is done well, you will still be the supervisor here in the future. After explaining everything, Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran away from Tianbao building. Professional matters are left to professionals. Although Bai Ji does not take care of things, Bai Ji is not afraid that Zhang Xiling will take the money and not do the work. He was able to buy Tianbao building. Bai Ji believed that Zhang Xiling should know his power. Chapter 216, Titan, the leader of the Power Clan, and Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer. 2/4. 4 days passed quickly, and during this period, Bai Ji lived a simple life. In the morning, he took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran to attend classes at Shrek Academy. After school, before returning to the Ning family castle outside the city, he went to Dan Pavilion to inspect the progress of the renovation, and then returned to the castle. After lunch, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran practiced the spiral 9 shadows and the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear in the manner, and the maids also practiced their own skills in martial arts. As for Bai Ji, he entered the dimensional castle. In the afternoon, he used the gravity room inside to practice the dragon elephant Pruchna skill and the 13 Tebeo horizontal refining golden bell cover. In the evening, he began to practice the mysterious skill and the transformation and earth strike great skill. Perhaps because of the tempering of his body in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, in addition to the evolution of the Moyun vine into the ultimate ice and fire attributes, Bai Ji's internal strength also had more ice and fire attributes, and the external soul bone 8 spider spear also became harder. In the other dimensional castle, the blue bird was still sleeping after taking the Shengling pill and did not wake up. Maybe this is the disadvantage of being a soul beast. Although it has a lifespan beyond that of humans, it is far slower than humans in terms of cultivation and digestion speed. During this period, just like in the original work, Tai Long's father Tainyo found out that his son was beaten. Tainyo, who was protective of his son, went directly to Shrek Academy to avenge his son. But facing Tang San, even though Tainyo was a level 58 Soul King, he did not get any good results when facing Tang San, who was level 41. In the end, Zhao Wuji came forward to stop the farce, but seeing Tainyo's angry look before leaving, it seemed that he was not going to give up. And sure enough, just a few days after Tainyo found fault and left, Tai Long's grandfather, Tainyo's father Taitan, really came. This is really a chat. After getting up in the morning and practicing the purple demon eye, and enjoying the breakfast prepared by the maids, Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran out of the castle and headed for Shrek Academy. In front of the gate of Shrek Academy, Bai Ji saw a scene that made people speechless. 3 strong men, an old man, a middle-aged man and a young man, that is, Titan, Tainyo and Tai Long of the Power Clan, 3 generations stood at the gate of Shrek Academy, and it seemed that they were here to cause trouble for Tang San. No way, why is Tai Long's family so angry? It's okay if Tai Long's father is here, but why is his grandfather here too? Seeing Tai Long, Tainyo and Titan at the gate, Meng Yuran was speechless. Let's go and take a look. The 3 walked towards the gate of Shrek Academy. In fact, it was not just Bai Ji and the other 2. Seeing that there were 3 strong men, 1 old and 1 big, at the gate, the atmosphere on the scene was extremely anxious, and many passing students stopped to see what was going on. Not long after Bai Ji arrived, Tang San came with a lot of people, and Wu was there too. Seeing the girl he liked right in front of him, but his father and grandfather wanted to bully her, Tai Long almost cried. Even if he taught Tang San a lesson, he would be despised by everyone, and Wu would never pay attention to him again from now on. Grandpa, I beg you, please go back. If you continue like this, I really can't stay in this academy. Tai Long hugged Tai Tan's thigh tightly and begged with a sad face. Shut up, people of our Power Clan must not be bullied by outsiders. Before Tai Tan could reply, Tai Long's father Tainyo scolded him. Who is Tang San? Seeing a group of people coming towards him, because of the changes in his grandson Tai Long, Tai Tan easily guessed that Tang San must be among the people coming, so he said. It's me. Listening to Tai Tan's voice, although Tai Tan's voice was very old, it was particularly powerful. It was obvious that this old man would have a bad temper. Tang San's heart sank immediately, but he didn't like to escape, so he directly stated his identity. You are the one who hurt my grandson. Seeing Tang San, Tai Tan asked calmly. Yes. Tang San did not explain. Okay. Tai Tan suddenly opened his eyes, and a strong momentum burst out from Tai Tan, causing the crowd around to step back. You hurt my grandson, that's because he is incapable, but it's not because our Power Clan is incompetent. I won't bully you. Let's make a bet, how about it? Looking at Tang San, Tai Tan said in a deep voice. Just like the plot in Bai Ji's memory, Tai Tan and Tang San made a bet. If Tang San can hold out for 1 stick of incense under the pressure of Tai Tan's momentum, then their family will kowtow to Tang San to apologize, but if Tang San can't hold out, then Tang San will join the Power Clan. Bai Ji did not intend to intervene in everything in front of him, because through this bet, Tang San will know his life experience, and if he intervenes, it may backfire. Moreover, Titan is a soul Douluo level strongman. Although Bai Ji got the ultimate ice and fire attributes because of the opportunity of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, he finally derived a powerful fourth soul ring skill, Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion, because of the absorption of the Thundering Hell Vine. However, although the Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion is strong, it can only kill the Soul Sect, injure the Soul King, and barely the Mountain Soul Emperor. However, for the mixed Douluo level Titan, the Ice and Fire Thunder Explosion is still too weak. If Douluo was there, Titan might not even dare to fart, but unfortunately Douluo was not there. Because the bet made by Titan was too unfair, the bet was finally adjusted to if Tang San persisted for one stick of incense under Titan's pressure, then Titan's family would join Tang San's Tang sect, and if Tang San could not persist, then Tang San would join the Power Clan. Under the gaze of everyone, Titan released his pressure, and Tang San began to bear Titan's pressure according to the bet. But perhaps because he didn't have the opportunity to take the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot and refine his body in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Tang San's body was far less powerful than in the original work. Halfway through, Zhao Wuji finally arrived, but seeing that the other party was Titan, Zhao Wuji had no way to deal with it. At the beginning, he was hunted by Titan because he accidentally injured Titan's brother, and finally he opened Shrek Academy with Flanders. Seeing that Tang San was gradually unable to bear Titan's pressure, Bai Ji was also very nervous. If Tang San showed his second martial soul, Hao Hammer, then the crisis in front of him would naturally fall apart, but if Tang San insisted on holding on, Bai Ji would rescue Tang San. But the development of the matter was still as Bai Ji knew, Tang San still exposed his second martial soul, Hao Hammer. When seeing the Hao Hammer on Tang San's left hand, Titan couldn't help but be shocked, and the pressure he had originally released disappeared instantly. Seeing Tang San display the Hao Hammer, Bai Ji knew that the farce was over. He activated the Spiral 9 Shadows, and Bai Ji's entire body instantly turned into a shadow and came to Tang San's side, supporting Tang San who was about to fall to the ground. He fed Tang San a top-grade Biko pill that he had refined when he was in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and while urging his internal force to help Tang San refine the medicinal power of the Biko pill, Bai Ji began to act. Tang San, what's wrong with you? Wake up! If you make any mistakes, how can I explain to Uncle Tang how? Bai Ji said with a hurt face. What do you mean? Tang San's father is called Tang Hao. On the side, hearing Bai Ji's words, Titan, who had just calmed down, was shocked again. Titan, who was originally an extreme power-type soul master, suddenly burst out with amazing speed, came to Bai Ji's side, and then grabbed Bai Ji's arm and asked anxiously. Chapter 217 Ning Fengzi arrives, 3/4. Old Gorilla, what do you mean by holding the hand of our 7 treasures glazed tile sect's son-in-law? Not far away, a slightly cold voice suddenly came, and Ning Fengzi walked slowly with Bone Douluo, followed by a group of boys and girls. Dad, Grandpa Bone. Seeing Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong immediately ran towards Ning Fengzi happily. And seeing Ning Fengzi, Meng Yuran also bowed politely to Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo. Hello Uncle Ning. Hello Senior Bone Douluo. You're welcome, what happened here? Ning Fengzi smiled gently and asked. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Ning Rongrong simply recounted the conflict between Titan and Tang San. This old gorilla, after so many years, still hasn't made any progress, and is still so protective of his shortcomings. After getting the whole story from Ning Rongrong, Gurong couldn't help but said speechlessly. Is this little guy Tang San who gave you the hidden weapon? Ning Fengzi didn't care about the bet, but looked at Tang San with some interest. Yes, he is Tang San. Ning Rongrong nodded. A very powerful little guy, although a little weaker than your little lover, Rongrong, but he is also one of the best geniuses among his peers. Gurong said with emotion. Master, do you want to take this little guy into our 7 treasures glazed tile sect? Gurong asked, looking at Ning Fengzi beside him. I had this idea before, but now it seems that there is no chance. Ning Fengzi shook his head with some regret. Why? Gurong was a little surprised. Look at the martial spirit on Tang San's left hand, what is it? Ning Fengzi pointed to Tang San's left hand and said softly. This is Clear Sky Hammer? His surname is Tang, Clear Sky Hammer, he is from the Clear Sky sect? Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Gurong looked at Tang San's left hand. When he saw the Clear Sky Hammer on Tang San's left hand, Gurong's face became a little unnatural. On the other side, because Bai Ji fed him the supreme herb pill. As the medicinal power of the supreme herb pill took effect, Tang San's consciousness also woke up. Seeing Tai Tan so frightened, the reason was obviously because of the second martial soul, the clear sky hammer, which he showed. Now Tang San also realized that the clear sky hammer martial soul did not seem to be that simple. My father is indeed called Tang Hao, what's wrong? Hearing Tai Tan's words, under the nourishment of the medicinal power of the supreme herb pill, Tang San also recovered a little, forced himself to stand up, and looked at the clear sky hammer on his left hand. Tang San couldn't help but ask weakly. Young master, I finally found you. But after hearing Tang San's confirmation, Tai Tan burst into tears and knelt down in front of Tang San. Senior, what are you doing? Although he was a little unhappy with Tai Tan, Tang San was a little anxious when he saw Tai Tan like this, and he quickly helped Tai Tan up. But just after helping Tai Tan up, Tang San couldn't help but feel a black screen in front of his eyes, and almost fainted on the ground. Young master. Tai Tan quickly hugged Tang San and held him in his arms. Young master, how are you? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Tai Tan said regretfully. Senior, what's going on? What's so special about the clear sky hammer, and senior, do you know my father? As the medicinal power of the 100 herbs pill took effect again, Tang San recovered and broke free from Tai Tan's arms. Tang San asked anxiously. Now Tang San also guessed that his father Tang Hao's identity was probably not simple, and the clear sky hammer spirit was not that simple either. A superscript 1, A superscript 1, Co A superscript 1. This. But when he heard Tang San's question, Tai Tan hesitated. Tang Hao obviously did not tell Tang San his identity, nor did he tell Tang San what the clear sky hammer spirit represented. If Tang Hao did this on purpose, Tai Tan would not dare to tell Tang San everything without authorization. Young master, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I need to think about it carefully. Tai Tan smiled bitterly. We have a quiet room for receiving foreign guests in Shrek Academy, so please go to the quiet room and think about it carefully. I will go to ask you later. Please tell me everything you can tell me. Tang San also guessed that Tai Tan should have something to hide, so he suggested. Okay. After hesitating for a while, Tai Tan nodded. Teacher Zhao Wuji, please take Senior Tai Tan to the reception room. After saying that, Tang San looked at Zhao Wuji not far away, which made Zhao Wuji's face stiffen immediately. He had a grudge against Tai Tan. Zhao Wuji? Hearing Tang San's words, Tai Tan frowned and looked at Zhao Wuji. Brother Tai Tan, long time no see, how are you recently? Seeing that there were a group of students around him, Zhao Wuji couldn't weaken the momentum of Shrek Academy, so even if he felt a little guilty, Zhao Wuji could only force a smile. Humph. It turns out to be you, kid. I'll settle the previous accounts with you later. Take me to the reception room of your Shrek Academy first. Seeing Zhao Wuji, Tai Tan snorted coldly and said. After Zhao Wuji and Tai Tan left, Tang San looked at Bai Ji and said apologetically, Bai Ji, thank you for helping me just now. No need to thank me, I was the first person to join the Tang sect, and I am also an elder of the Tang sect. How can I watch the sect master fall in front of me? Bai Ji smiled. Bai Ji. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang San felt a little warm in his heart. Thinking of teaching Bai Ji Xian Tiangong, he had asked Bai Ji to swear to join the Tang sect in the future, but Tang San at that time was just an idea for rebuilding the Tang sect. I didn't expect that the Tang sect would actually be recreated in Douluo continent now. Okay, Tang San, you should change your clothes first. Senior Tai Tan is still waiting for you. Seeing that Tang San was a little absent-minded, Bai Ji reminded him. Well, I know. Seeing that he was now covered in blood and sweat, and looking a little embarrassed, Tang San nodded, stood up, and walked towards the dormitory. Xiao Wu hurriedly followed. Seeing Tang San leave, Bai Ji did not follow him, but turned and walked towards Ning Fengzi. Uncle Ning, Elder Gu, you are here. Looking at Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong, Bai Ji said respectfully. It's been a long time, and I feel it's almost time, so I came. Behind me are the spirit masters with plant and fire attribute martial spirits you want. See how it goes. Ning Fengzi smiled gently and said. Let's go in and talk. Seeing that many students had gathered at the gate, Bai Ji shook his head and said. Okay. Ning Fengzi also knew that there were too many people around, which would have a bad impact, so he took Gurong and the spirit masters behind him and followed Bai Ji into Shrek Academy. Bai Ji brought Ning Fengzi to the reception building for foreign guests. Outside the building, Zhao Wuji had not left yet, probably because he was worried that Titan would make some noise. Bai Ji. Seeing that Bai Ji actually brought Ning Fengzi and his group here, although Titan was not to be trifled with, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was even more to be trifled with, so Zhao Wuji hurriedly went to meet him. Master Ning, Douluo, is there anything I can do for you? Zhao Wuji said politely. Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, we need 2 quiet rooms. Ning Fengzi smiled gently. Chapter 218 Gurong's Shock, Ning Fengzi's Solemnity, 4/4. Quiet room? Sect Master Ning, Douluo, please follow me. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Zhao Wuji warmly welcomed everyone into the reception building. After entering the reception building, under the leadership of Zhao Wuji, everyone came to the 2 quiet rooms. Pointing at the 2 quiet rooms in front of them, Zhao Wuji smiled and said, Sect Master Ning, this is the quiet room you want. Sorry to bother Vice Dean Zhao. Ning Fengzi politely thanked Zhao Wuji, and then looked at Bai Ji. Bai Ji, you take them into this room, and we go into this room. Ning Fengzi gave the larger of the 2 quiet rooms to Bai Ji, and chose the smaller one himself. He came to Shrek Academy mainly to hand over the Soul Master with alchemy talent that he promised to collect for Bai Ji, and then to visit his daughter. As for whether the room to reminisce with his daughter is big or small, it doesn't matter. Then Uncle Ning, I'll go in first. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Bai Ji also smiled, and then led the Soul Masters behind Ning Fengzi into the larger quiet room. Seeing Bai Ji enter the quiet room and close the door, Ning Fengzi also took Ning Rongrong into another quiet room. Because Bai Ji seemed to have something secret to do, Meng Yuran did not follow Bai Ji into the larger quiet room, but followed Ning Fengzi into the smaller quiet room. Although it was a bit embarrassing to disturb other people's reunion, Meng Yuran didn't want to interfere with Bai Ji's business. Rongrong, how have you been recently? Slowly sitting on a chair, looking at Ning Rongrong not far away, Ning Fengzi smiled. Recently? I've been doing very well recently. Ning Rongrong also replied with a smile. Very well, is it better than our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect? Gurong joked. Grandpa Gu, this can't be compared at all. Ning Rongrong acted like a spoiled child. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. When you came back, Rongrong, your strength was level 28. Now it's been a few months. Tell your Grandpa Gu how much your strength has improved. Gurong asked curiously. Grandpa Gu, guess. Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Is it already level 29? Gurong guessed. Ning Rongrong shook her head mysteriously. Then is it already level 31 Soul Master? Gurong continued to guess. Oh, Grandpa Gu, guess a little higher, guess a little higher. Ning Rongrong said coquettishly. Level 33. Gurong gritted his teeth and guessed. It has been nearly 2 months since Ning Rongrong returned to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Rongrong only advanced 2 levels in 3 months. Now it has only been 2 months. Advancing 2 levels is the limit that Gurong thinks, but Ning Rongrong actually wants him to guess a little higher, so Gurong can only guess a little higher. Grandpa Gu, you guessed wrong again. Now I am already level 40. Ning Rongrong shook her head with some regret and said. V3 Academy. How is it possible? More than 10 levels in more than a month, could it be that Bai Ji, this kid, used some evil method on you? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Gurong was not surprised, but stood up suddenly with some anger. When Ning Fengzi heard Ning Rongrong's words, although his face was still gentle, he was already slightly annoyed. Grandpa Gutu, Dad, what are you thinking? Ning Rongrong said with a bit of laughter. I'm not stupid, how could I use evil methods to improve my cultivation? Bai Ji gave me a soul-raising pill, which increased my soul power by 5 levels, and then gave me a fairy product, which increased my soul power by 3 levels, so now I'm only level 40. Spirit-raising pill. Hearing Ning Rongrong said the name of a pill. Thinking of the magic of Baiko pill, Ning Fengzi and Gurong looked at each other, and the anger in their eyes gradually subsided. What is Shengling pill? Is it a new pill made by Bai Ji? Gurong asked curiously. Shengling pill is a spiritual pill different from ordinary pills. It needs to use the immortal spiritual medicine that is hard to find in the world as the main medicine to be refined. Bai Ji said that he seemed to have only refined 14 pills. He gave one to senior Douluo and Douluo's granddaughter Yan, and gave one to each of our Shrek students. Then he took one himself and gave one to senior Mengshu. Bai should have given one too. Now there should be only one left in Bai Ji's heart. Ning Rongrong tapped her chin with her slender jade fingers, thinking and explaining. Mengshu? Is it the peerless dragon snake Mengshu? Ning Fengzi asked after hearing Ning Rongrong's words. Yes, it's senior Mengshu. Bai Ji also refined a kind of elixir called Breaking Barrier Pill, which can help soul masters break through the realm. After taking the Breaking Barrier Pill, the master has now broken through to level 29, and senior Mengshu has been promoted to level 90 after taking the Shengling Pill and Breaking Barrier Pill at the same time, and has become a quasi-title Douluo. Senior Douluo accompanied senior Mengshu to hunt for the 9th soul ring a few days ago. Ning Rongrong laughed. Mengshu broke through to level 90. Gurong was shocked when he heard Ning Rongrong's words. Could this Breaking Barrier Pill also help Soul Douluo break through to title Douluo? As a title Douluo, Gurong knows the difficulty of Soul Douluo breaking through to title Douluo. It's unbelievable that there is something that can help Soul Douluo break through to title Douluo. Wrong. There should be hidden dangers in relying on elixirs to break through, right? Ning Fengzi was much calmer than Gurong was shocked and asked the key question. Bai Ji said that the titled Douluo who breaks through with the help of pills is weaker than the titled Douluo who breaks through normally. Hearing his grandfather mentioned, Meng Yuan spoke. But after hearing Meng Yuan's words, Ning Fengzi did not look down on Mengshu. Because Mengshu has never been famous in the Soul Master world for his personal combat power, but for the martial soul fusion skill of the peerless dragon and snake. When Mengshu was a soul Douluo, he could use the martial soul fusion skill to launch an attack comparable to the attack of the titled Douluo. Now that Mengshu has broken through to the titled Douluo, then the martial soul fusion skill of the peerless dragon and snake should be able to hurt the peerless Douluo now, right? Congratulations, Yuan, your dragon and snake family is now also a family with a titled Douluo. Ning Fengzi said with a smile. This is all thanks to Bai Ji. Meng Yuan shook his head and smiled at Ning Fengzi's congratulations. However, Ning Fengzi only smiled gently at Meng Yuan's words, thinking that it was Meng Yuan's modesty, but after knowing that Meng Yuan's grandfather Mengshu had actually become a titled Douluo, Ning Fengzi began to pay some attention to Meng Yuan. At the Tiandu auction, Ning Fengzi was still thinking about whether Bai Ji could give up Meng Yuan, but after knowing that Mengshu had been promoted to a titled Douluo, Ning Fengzi completely gave up this idea. Bai Ji paid so much to make Mengshu a titled Douluo, and he must have completely won Mengshu's heart. Marrying Meng Yuan was almost inevitable, and he would never give up. And when Ning Rongrong said that Douluo actually accompanied Mengshu to hunt for the 9th soul ring, although it was unbelievable, Ning Fengzi had already guessed that Bai Ji might have subdued Douluo as well. This may seem unbelievable to others, but thinking of Bai Ji's magic, since Bai Ji was able to subdue Mengshu, who was a soul Douluo, Ning Fengzi felt that Bai Ji must also be able to subdue Douluo, the poison Douluo. Bai Ji has now subdued 2 title Douluo. Although Douluo and Mengshu are both weaker than Jiangu Douluo, Ning Fengzi will not underestimate Bai Ji. Because Ning Fengzi knows that Bai Ji is different from him. Bai Ji is almost 100% likely to become a title Douluo. Chapter 219, showing the 9 treasures glazed tower, Ning Fengzi is shocked. 1/4. Dad, Grandpa Gu, I have another surprise for you. After answering Ning Fengzi's question, Ning Rongrong smiled mysteriously again when she saw that Ning Fengzi and Gurong's expressions gradually relaxed. What surprise? Ning Fengzi asked with a smile. A big surprise. Ning Rongrong smiled mysteriously and slowly stretched out her right hand. As a burst of gorgeous 9-color light bloomed, a crystal clear 9-story crystal tower slowly emerged from Ning Rongrong's right hand. This is the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Seeing the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hand, Ning Fengzi and Gurong couldn't help but stand up from their seats at the same time in shock. 9 layers and 9 colors, Sect Master, isn't this the 9 treasures glazed pagoda you have been pursuing? Gurong said in a trembling voice. Yes, this is our 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The legendary 9 treasures glazed tower of the glazed sect. Looking at the 9 treasures glazed tower in Ning Rongrong's hand, which was blooming with 9 colors of brilliance, Ning Fengzi's face was also full of shock and muttered to himself. As the most powerful auxiliary martial soul recognized on the Douluo continent, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul can produce amazing benefits for soul masters. But God is fair. Just like the 9 Heart Begonia, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower also has an extremely huge defect, that is, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has only 7 floors, so it can only accommodate 7 soul rings, which is one of the reasons why the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower is called 7 Treasures. It is precisely because of the defects of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul that Ning Fengzi has not been able to break through the 17th level so far. As the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi is not short of resources, talent and hard work, but this is due to the defects of the martial soul itself. Even Ning Fengzi can do nothing about it. All this can only be said to be the success of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower and the failure of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. But Ning Fengzi did not give up, because unlike the defects that the 9 Heart Begonia martial soul could not solve, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had always had a secret. That is, as long as the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul can be transformed from 7 layers to 9 layers and evolved into the legendary 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, the shackles of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul can be broken. Ning Fengzi has been pursuing a method to evolve the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul, but the secrets circulated in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect only said that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul can evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, but did not say how to evolve. For a legend that was just illusory, even Ning Fengzi could not find a way to evolve the soul, but he did not expect that he did not succeed, but his daughter evolved the martial soul into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower first. This really made Ning Fengzi sigh. This should be because of Bai Ji's credit again, right? Looking at Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengzi asked softly. Although his tone was inquiring, Ning Fengzi was almost 100% sure of his guess. After all, the evolution of martial souls is not so easy to achieve. There must be a great opportunity. If it is not a very close person, no one would be willing to give Ning Rongrong such an opportunity to evolve martial souls. Well, it is because of Bai Ji that my martial soul can evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, and not only my martial soul, but also Yuren's martial soul has evolved. Ning Rongrong nodded, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Yuren? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but look at Meng Yuren. Yuren, has your martial soul evolved too? Well, yes, Uncle Ning. Meng Yuren nodded obediently, and then summoned the spirit of the Black Jade Snake Gun. Looking at the Black Jade Snake Gun in Meng Yuren's hand, Ning Fengzi felt very complicated. Bai Ji, you are really a magical little GUI 315 Chinese website. Wrong, how did your 2 spirits evolve? Why don't you tell your father about it? On the side, Gurong asked impatiently. The reason why our 2 spirits can evolve is because Bai Ji gave us 2 immortal herbs. I took a fairy called Kilo Tulip, and Yuren took a bamboo shoot called the Black Jade Bamboo Fairy. Ning Rongrong explained. Where does Bai Ji have Kilo Tulip? Gurong couldn't help asking. No, Bai Ji said that he only has one kind of immortal. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Hey! Gurong couldn't help but sigh when he heard Ning Rongrong's words. Uncle Gu, the immortal herb that can make the martial soul evolve must be a rare treasure in the world. Bai Ji must have obtained it by accident. There is no way there will be a second one. Ning Fengzi comforted Gurong's sigh. Although Ning Fengzi was a little disappointed that there was no second Kilo Tulip, Ning Fengzi was a calm and wise man. The treasure that could make the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul evolve must be very precious, and it was normal that there was no second one. Thinking that his daughter Ning Rongrong had realized her long-cherished wish and possessed the legendary 9 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul, Ning Fengzi was very satisfied in his heart. On the other side, in another quiet room next door. You should all know what you are doing, right? If anyone wants to quit, please quit as soon as possible, otherwise you will have no chance to regret it later. Looking at the young men and women in front of him, Bai Ji said slowly. After Bai Ji finished speaking, although the young men and women were a little agitated, they still stood in place one by one, and no one said they wanted to quit. Okay, since no one wants to quit, it seems that you have made a decision. I want to ask you a few questions. First of all, do you know why I asked Master Ning to find you? Bai Ji asked. It is to train alchemists. A young man with red hair raised his hand. That's right, but do you know what an alchemist is? Bai Ji asked again. This. Hearing Bai Ji's question, the boys and girls looked at each other, but no one could answer. Because when they were summoned, Ning Fengzi only said that if they could become alchemists, they would have the opportunity to change their fate, but Ning Fengzi did not explain what the alchemist was. Alchemist, that is someone who can refine medicinal materials into pills, and what is a pill? In simple terms, a pill is a pill that perfectly combines the medicinal properties of many different medicinal materials, which can bring all kinds of magical effects to the user, such as strengthening the body, restoring soul power, improving qualifications, assisting practice, etc. But it is not so simple to become an alchemist. Bai Ge said slowly. Then how can you become an alchemist? Hearing Bai Ge say that the elixir actually had such a magical effect, many boys and girls couldn't help but start to imagine a beautiful future. And it was the boy with red hair who asked the key question, how to become an alchemist. Chapter 220 The Conditions for Becoming an Alchemist, Red Flame Thorns. 2/4. If you want to become an alchemist, the first entry condition is that you must be a soul master. Bai Ge's face was solemn and he slowly stretched out a finger. You should meet these requirements, but these are only the most basic conditions. If you want to become a qualified alchemist, you must also have a martial soul with wood or fire attributes. Of course, if you have both, it would be even better. Now you can summon your martial souls and let me see them. Looking at the boys and girls, Bai Ge said. Yes. A group of young men and women responded in unison, and then summoned their own martial spirits. Ning Fengzi found a total of 48 soul masters for Bai Ge, all of whom were fairly talented soul masters, with innate soul powers of about level 5, which was considered genius in some sects. Among these 48 soul masters, half were male and half were female, and the ratio of plant-based martial spirits to fire-attributed martial spirits was almost 1:1. Among the plant-based soul masters, there were spirits of ghost vines, wire vines, and azure vines, and one of them particularly caught Bai Ge's attention, that is, the red flame thorn. Plant-based martial spirits are generally simple non-toxic plants, or plants with toxins, but there are very few plant martial spirits with elemental attributes, and among the plant martial spirits with elemental attributes, there is only a probability of less than 1 in 10,000 that the plant martial spirit has fire attributes. Among the plant-based martial spirits with fire attributes, the most famous one is the red flame thorn. The attribute of the red flame thorn is fire. Because it is a plant, the red flame thorn also has the ability to control plant-type martial spirits. However, because it is in the fire attribute, the ice and fire attributes that are very restrained to plant-type martial spirits are all resisted by the red flame thorn. It can be said that the red flame thorn is one of the very few plants that are not afraid of fire and freezing. But this is only relative. If the temperature of the flame is high enough and the temperature of the cold is low enough, the red flame thorn can also be hurt. However, compared with other plant-type martial spirits, the fire and ice resistance of the red flame thorn is really very strong. It is estimated that only Bai Ge's Mo Yunteng can be compared with it or even surpass it. Of course, after having the extreme ice and fire attributes, the current Mo Yunteng is basically completely immune to ice and fire attacks, whether it is physical or energy attacks. Bai Ge remembered that it seemed that in the promotion match of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition in the original work, there was a college called the Botanical College, and there was a student in the Botanical College whose martial spirit was the red flame thorn. I don't know if it has anything to do with the red flame thorn soul master in front of me. What's your name? Seeing that the young man with the red flame thorn spirit in front of him was actually the red-haired young man who had spoken frequently before, Bai Ge felt it was quite a coincidence. My name is Qi Yan. Because he already knew that Bai Ge was the son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Qi Yan was particularly respectful to Bai Ge. Your spirit is very good, I am very optimistic about you. Bai Ge patted Qi Yan's shoulder and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Qi Yan's eyes suddenly turned red, and then he said very moved. Seeing Qi Yan's deeply moved look, Bai Ge was a little surprised. 58 Reading. How could he be so easily moved? He hasn't started to win people's hearts yet. Or has this boy named Qi Yan been living in an environment that lacks love since he was a child, so he cares so much about other people's praise? Bai Ge thought thoughtfully in his heart. If this is really the case, then he might be able to gain a very loyal subordinate. Maybe his cheap father-in-law Ning Fengzi deliberately considered this point, so the soul masters he chose were all easy to be conquered by him. After Qi Yan, Bai Ge set his sights on the soul masters with fire attribute martial souls. Because weapon spirits generally do not have fire attributes, so the spirits of the fire-attributed spirit masters that Ning Fengzi found are basically beast spirits, such as fire foxes, flame lions, blazing tigers, fire crows, etc. However, none of the plant spirit and fire-attributed spirit masters that Ning Fengzi found had particularly pure attributes. This purity does not refer to the extreme spirit attributes, but to the control of plant spirits and fire-attributed spirits over life force and fire-attributed energy. Because alchemy is a delicate job, it requires the spirit master to have very good control. The stronger the control over the spirit power, the easier it is to condense a better quality pill in the final stage of condensing the liquid into pills. The spirit has wood and fire attributes. The former can more clearly perceive the changes in the properties of the herbs in the pill furnace, and the latter can better control the strength of the alchemy flame. And because the purer the spirit is in the two attributes of wood and fire, the higher the control over life force and fire attributed energy is, the easier it is to refine high-quality pills. Now Bai Ji has a lot of experience in alchemy. For the soul masters of Douluo continent, if they want to become alchemists, the control of soul power and whether the martial soul has wood or fire attributes are very important. Among the people Bai Ji knows so far, there are two people who are very suitable to become alchemists. One is Ye Lingling, because the 9-heart begonia martial soul has amazing healing ability, which can be said to be a plant-based martial soul with pure wood attribute. In terms of mastering life energy, the 9-heart begonia must be very powerful, which makes Ye Lingling have a very important talent for alchemists. The other is Huo Wu, because the martial soul is the Hokage, and she has both the identity of the main martial soul soul master and the fire attribute martial soul soul master. The main martial soul makes Huo Wu's control of her own soul power stronger than other soul masters, and the high-quality fire attribute of the Hokage martial soul allows Huo Wu to perfectly control the strength of the alchemy flame, so Huo Wu can theoretically become an excellent alchemist. But according to Bai Ji's memories now, Huo Wu is much more difficult to subdue than Ye Lingling. And even if it is Ye Lingling, if there is no way to get the 9-heart begonia family to get rid of the 9-heart begonia martial soul defect, Ye Lingling will be very difficult to subdue. Taking his thoughts away from Ye Lingling and Huo Wu, Bai Ji continued to look at the boys and girls in front of him. After looking at everyone's martial souls, Bai Ji also had a general understanding of the potential of these boys and girls who wanted to become alchemists. Although there are no geniuses in alchemy, ordinary plant-based martial souls and fire-attributed martial souls, if they work hard, it is not a big problem to refine ordinary low-grade pills. And some of them are more talented, such as Qi Yan, who has a better martial soul, or some soul masters who have better control over soul power that Bai Ji has not yet discovered. If these soul masters work hard, it is not a big problem to refine medium-grade pills, and with the accumulation of time and experience, it is not impossible to refine some ordinary high-grade pills. Because there are only 48 soul masters with alchemy talent, Bai Ji can only train 48 alchemists at most. 48 alchemists are definitely not many, and can even be very few, so they can only make do. But when the reputation of Dan Pavilion spreads, there will definitely be countless soul masters who will come to Dan Pavilion, and then they can continue to train alchemists. So Bai Ji is not in a hurry, after all, he can't eat a big fat man in one breath. Chapter 221 10 Years of Alchemy, 1 month of simulation. 3/4. Your martial spirits are all good, and you all have the qualifications to become alchemists. Now it's time to introduce you to the force you will join. The force you will join is not the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, but the force I created, Dan Pavilion. Bai Ji said slowly. Dan Pavilion is a force with alchemists as the main body. Maybe you haven't heard of Dan Pavilion, which is normal because I just established Dan Pavilion a few days ago. But although it is just a startup, our Dan Pavilion is not weak, because our Dan Pavilion also has a titled Douluo sitting in it, not Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, but Poison Douluo Senior Douluo. After Bai Ji finished speaking, he suddenly took out a token from the space ring and threw it on the table not far away. The token was engraved with 3 big characters, Poison Douluo. This is the identity symbol issued by the Spirit Hall to Douluo Douluo Order. In addition to Senior Poison Douluo, our Dan Pavilion will soon welcome a new titled Douluo to sit in, but this senior is currently only a newly promoted titled Douluo and has not registered with the Spirit Hall. However, within 3 months, this senior will complete the registration and return to our Dan Pavilion. Everyone will know by then. Looking at the group of boys and girls, Bai Ji said in a deep voice. Our Dan Pavilion actually has 2 titled Douluos. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Qi Yan opened his mouth in shock. The other boys and girls also showed similar expressions, all of them were very shocked. You should know that in the vast Douluo continent, the only forces with titled Douluos are the Spirit Hall and the top 3 sects. But even among the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect only has one titled Douluo, the sect master Yu Yuanzhen, but Bai Ji actually said that their Dan Pavilion has 2 titled Douluos. Doesn't this mean that their Dan Pavilion also has become the strength of the top 3 sects? On the Douluo continent, no force would not want to become one of the top 3 sects, and no one would not want to join a big force like the top 3 sects. Hearing Bai Ji say that Dan Pavilion actually has Poison Douluo in charge, and will soon welcome a new title Douluo, everyone can't help but feel excited and excited. Okay, calm down. Looking at the excited boys and girls in front of him, Bai Ji shouted. And hearing Bai Ji's words, the boys and girls who were originally very excited suddenly quieted down. For Bai Ji, the pavilion master of Dan Pavilion, no one dared not respect him. Being able to become the son-in-law of the 7 treasures glazed sect and persuade Poison Douluo to join Dan Pavilion, all this is enough to prove Bai Ji's excellence. Okay, I have told you everything I should say. Although your talent has reached the requirements of becoming an alchemist, this is only the foundation. If you want to become an alchemist, you must remember the names and medicinal properties of all medicinal materials perfectly. After speaking, Bai Ji took out a pile of neatly placed books from the space ring. This is a book compiled by Bai Ji based on the knowledge of various medicinal materials in his memory. It records in detail the names, descriptions, uses and medicinal properties of various medicinal materials. It is the knowledge that must be learned to become an alchemist. Bai Ji plans to give these prospective alchemists a month of study time, so that everyone can remember the knowledge in the book, and then Bai Ji will issue a test paper. Only those who pass can continue to learn how to make pills, and finally officially start to try to make pills. Bai Ji wants the name of the test paper to be issued. The name is very funny, it is called 10 Years of Alchemy, 1 Month Simulation. This book is called Baiko Tongja, which I compiled. It records the knowledge of various medicinal materials in detail. You must remember the knowledge in the book before you can make pills. Otherwise, if you don't even know the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials, you won't know how to add the medicinal materials even if you know the recipe. I will give you a month to remember the knowledge in the book. After a month, I will give you a test paper. Only those who pass can continue to learn the knowledge of alchemy. After understanding how to make pills, you must remember the recipe and understand the steps of adding medicinal materials. Only then can you officially start making pills. It's not that easy to become an alchemist. Bai Ji said meaningfully. Bai Ji's words made the boys and girls a little confused, but after knowing that Dan Pavilion was actually a powerful force with titled Douluo, no one was willing to give up now. Although a little panicked, the 48 boys and girls still took Baiko Tongja that Bai Ji placed on the table in an orderly manner, and then began to read it. With the sound of rustling turning pages, all the boys and girls looked a little ugly, which made Bai Ji laugh in his heart. It seems that the people on Douluo continent have not been beaten by learning. A book that only needs to be memorized by rote has made them look so ugly. If he took out mathematics, physics, and chemistry, he would have thought of jumping off the building. Okay, you should memorize all the books of Baiko Tongja first, and gather in Dan Pavilion in a month. Dan Pavilion is the Tianbao building in Tiandu Imperial City. You should be able to find out by asking people. Better. Because Dan Pavilion has not been built yet, you should find a hotel to live in Tiandu Imperial City for this month. This is your accommodation and living expenses. After saying that, Bai Ji took out a black brocade soul guide and threw it to Qi Yan. Pavilion Master, are we leaving here now? Taking the brocade soul guide with 1,000 gold soul coins, Qi Yan asked with some doubts. This is Shrek Academy. You are not students of the academy after all. You should leave as soon as possible. Bai Ji said. Master, we will leave then. Qi Yan bowed to Bai Ji after he finished speaking, and the other boys and girls also bowed to Bai Ji one after another, and then followed Qi Yan out of the quiet room. Seeing Qi Yan leaving the reception building with a group of boys and girls, Bai Ji also slowly left the quiet room and knocked on the door of the next quiet room. Is that Bai Ji? Come in. Ning Fengzi's voice came from the quiet room. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Bai Ji pushed open the door of the quiet room and walked in. Uncle Ning, Elder Gu. Bai Ji greeted Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong. How is it, have you finished? Ning Fengzi asked, looking at Bai Ji. All done. Bai Ji nodded and sat next to Ning Rongrong. When is your Dan Pavilion going to officially sell pills? Ning Fengzi asked again. It will probably take a few months. They need to learn how to refine the most basic kinds of elixirs and have a certain amount of elixirs in reserve before they can officially sell them to the public. Bai Ji smiled. Then uncle will be waiting for your good news. Ning Fengzi smiled. Okay, uncle should go too. After saying that, Ning Fengzi suddenly stood up. Before I leave, uncle wants to thank you. Thank you for letting Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. This not only fulfilled uncle's long-cherished wish, but also allowed Ning Rongrong to no longer be bound by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial spirit. Thank you, Bai Ji. Ning Fengzi said solemnly. You're welcome. We are all family. Bai Ji shook his head. Okay, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect still has a lot of things to deal with, so uncle will leave first. We'll take you there. After sending Ning Fengzi and Gurong to the gate of Shrek Academy, Bai Ji and the other two watched their figures gradually disappear into the distance. Chapter 222 Goodbye Malena, ugly daughter-in-law meets parents-in-law? 4/4. Half a month passed in a flash, and during this half-month, Bai Ji's daily life remained the same. In the morning, he went to Shrek Academy for class, and in the afternoon, he returned to the castle to practice. Occasionally, he would go to Dan Pavilion to check on the progress of the transformation. After half a month, the renovation of Dan Pavilion has been basically completed, and only the alchemy room on the underground floor has not been completed. In the back mountain of Dan Pavilion, the house and castle that Bai Ji asked Zhang Xiling to find someone to build have been built more than halfway. It is estimated that it will be officially completed in another half a month. In this half month, the bluebird Ziobai has absorbed the energy of the Shengling pill he took, and his level has been raised to level 45. The 4th skill chosen by the bluebird is Fright. The skills that originally belonged to the ghost attribute have become skills similar to mental shock after being transformed into soul skills, which are relatively practical soul skills. On this day, Bai Ji still went to Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, but after class, the master suddenly appeared and stopped Bai Ji who was about to leave. Bai Ji, someone is looking for you. The master said. Following the master, Bai Ji came all the way to a reception room in the reception building. In the reception room, Bai Ji saw a familiar figure. Sister Malena. Seeing the familiar blonde lady, Bai Ji couldn't help but say with some surprise. Little Bai Ji, long time no see. Malena looked at Bai Ji and said with a smile. Yes, long time no see. Bai Ji went forward and sat next to Malena, saying with some emotion. By the way, I heard that you hooked up with the dragon snake family of the Barak Kingdom, which gave our Gairantang an opportunity to develop in the Barak Kingdom. Now which force have you hooked up with in Tiandu Imperial City? Malena asked with some curiosity. What do you mean by hooking up? I mean cooperation. Hearing Malina's words, Bai Ji's face was full of black lines. Okay, Sister Malena, I didn't invite you this time to quarrel with you. I want to open a Gairantang in Tiandu Imperial City, but I've been busy building power recently, so I can only let Sister Malena help. Bai Ji said helplessly. You have already started to build your power. Isn't it too early? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Marlena frowned. Although she knew long ago that Bai Ji would definitely build his own power in the future, Bai Ji should only be a soul master now. Isn't it too early to build a power so early? It's not too early. As the saying goes, a person's ambition is not old, and whether he can build a power has nothing to do with age. Although the development of a power does require the protection of a powerful soul master, I have invited a powerful enough soul master to sit in my power. I am only responsible for controlling the general direction of the power's development. They will be responsible for the rest, whether they are attacked or threatened by hostile forces, although no force will dare to provoke us. Bai Ji shook his head. You have invited a powerful soul master to join. What level of soul master? Marlena couldn't help asking. Title Douluo. Bai Ji smiled slightly and said. Title Douluo? Little Bai Ji, are you kidding me? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Marlena said with some suspicion. No, I did invite a titled Douluo to take charge, and not one, but two. Bai Ji shook his head and slowly stretched out 2 fingers. After that, Bai Ji took out a token from the space ring and placed it on the wooden table in the reception room. Seeing the 3 characters engraved on the token, Poison Douluo, Malena couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. This is Douluo order? Although she had never seen the Douluo order with her own eyes, Malena had heard of the rumored Douluo order issued by the Spirit Hall to the titled Douluo. The Douluo order is a token used by the titled Douluo to prove his identity, and it also represents the majesty of the titled Douluo. Since Bai Ji was able to take out the Douluo order, doesn't it prove that there is really a titled Douluo behind Bai Ji, and it is Poison Douluo? Little Bai Ji, did you really win over a titled Douluo? Malena's face was full of disbelief. This is like knowing someone well, but his identity is obviously just that of an ordinary person. It's like the neighbor's brother suddenly brought the emperor home for dinner one day. It's unbelievable that 2 people who are completely unrelated, one in heaven and one on earth, can get together. More than one, in fact, I also won over a titled Douluo, but this senior has not registered with the Spirit Hall yet, and it will take some time for him to come. Bai Ji smiled slightly and said. Little Bai Ji, you really surprised me. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Malena, who could no longer suppress her excitement, hugged Bai Ji in her arms. In the eyes of Malena, who no longer has any relatives, Bai Ji is like a real brother. Seeing that her brother has a promising future, it would be strange if her sister is not excited. Sister Malena, let me go quickly, I'm suffocating. Struggling to break free from Malena's arms, Bai Ji patted his chest with some lingering fear, and was almost suffocated to death. You are really still a little brother. Seeing Bai Ji's actions, Malena couldn't help but laugh. What little brother? I'm not little now. Bai Ji said somewhat unhappily. He, Bai Ji, has never been a little brother, but he is a straight man who doesn't like to take advantage of others. Okay, no, Malena still had a smile on her face. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Have you chosen the address of Gairan Hall for me? Seeing the indignant expression on Bai Ji's face, Malena shook her head with a smile and asked. It has been chosen. There is a restaurant next to the location of the power I established. I have helped you to buy it. You just need to find some management and chefs from Gairan Hall, and then you can open it after you are ready. Bai Ji's face also returned to solemnity. Now as long as he builds another Gairan Hall in Tiandu Imperial City, Bai Ji can initially complete the task of the King of Food achievement and get a chance to draw a gold level lottery. Well, then take me there now. Malena stood up and said. Okay. Bai Ji nodded, and the 2 left the reception room together. Outside the reception building, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran were waiting for Bai Ji in the lobby of the reception building. When they saw Bai Ji and Malena coming out, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran stood up nervously. Little Bai Ji, these 2 girls seem to be looking for you. Can't you introduce them to me? Seeing that Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran's eyes were on Bai Ji, Malena immediately guessed that the 2 girls might have some relationship with Bai Ji, so she couldn't help asking. Sister Malena, let me introduce them to you. This is Ning Rongrong, you can just call her Rongrong. Rongrong is from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. This is Meng Yuran, sister, you can just call her Yuran. Yuran is from the Dragon Snake family of the Barak Kingdom. Bai Ji introduced. Hello, Sister Malena. After Bai Ji's introduction, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran also greeted Malena politely. Chapter 223, Dan Pavilion is completed, Meng Shu returns. 1/4. Hello, you 2. Malena smiled and nodded to the 2 girls, but she couldn't help but smack her lips in her heart. She didn't expect that a straightforward boy like Bai Ji could hook up with 2 girls at the same time, and they were 2 top beauties. Because the morning class was over, Bai Ji took Malena to Dan Pavilion. There happened to be a restaurant near Dan Pavilion. Because he had considered opening a Gairan Hall in Tiandu Imperial City a long time ago, Bai Ji bought the restaurant more than a week ago. After taking Malena to see the restaurant, Malena was very satisfied. Although the restaurant that Bai Ji bought was not the most high-end restaurant in Tiandu Imperial City, it was also considered to be above average, and the decoration of the restaurant was not bad. Now, as long as some management and chefs are transferred from other Gairan Hall branch restaurants, this Gairan Hall branch restaurant can be opened after preparation. Time passed in a flash for another half a month. In the past half month, the renovation of Dan Pavilion was finally completed, and in the back mountain of Dan Pavilion, Bai Ji asked Zhang Xiling, the former director of Tianbao Building, to build a castle, several dormitory buildings, reception buildings, and canteens. A few days ago, Bai Ji moved Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, and 10 little maids from the Ning family castle outside the city to the new castle in the back mountain of Dan Pavilion. Bai Ji also asked the 48 boys and girls who Ning Fengzi brought as preparatory alchemists a month ago to move to the 2 dormitory buildings in the back mountain. After asking for several chefs from Gairan Hall, Bai Ji also started the canteen. From then on, these 48 boys and girls could devote themselves to the study of alchemy here and contribute to the construction of Dan Pavilion in the future. One day, Bai Ji summoned the 48 preparatory alchemists to a quiet room in the reception building, and then put the formally prepared 10 years of alchemy. 1 month of mock exams were handed out. No one knew that in the future, the exam called White Terror would descend on Douluo continent on this day. Among the 48 alchemists in preparation, more than 80% passed the test perfectly, but there were still about 20% who failed. The reason for this was not that they did not pass. In fact, Bai Ge's requirement for passing the exam was not that 60 points out of 100 points would be enough, but that 100 points were required. The questions in Bai Ge's exam were basically the same as those in the Baiko Tongja that had been handed out before. There were no difficult questions. They were basically fill in the blanks. As long as you memorized them, you could easily pass them, and it was not difficult to get 100 points. But unfortunately, some people still got a few questions wrong, and there was nothing they could do about it. Alchemy is a very careful thing. Once the wrong medicinal materials are put in during alchemy, basically the whole furnace of pills will be wasted, and there is no room for carelessness, so it is very important to remember the names and properties of the medicinal materials. This is not because Bai Ji did not give them a chance. Just a few days after Bai Ji moved into Dan Pavilion, Meng Shu finally came back with Douluo, and with them came the snake lady Chao Tianxiang. The peerless dragon snake has always been inseparable. Now that Meng Shu has become a titled Douluo, when the news of Meng Shu becoming a titled Douluo spreads, the peerless dragon snake will definitely attract more attention. At this time, it is difficult to guarantee whether there will be forces secretly attacking them. Meng Shu has been promoted to a titled Douluo, so no one will attack Meng Shu, but Chao Tianxiang is not necessarily the case. Chao Tianxiang is just a sole emperor, and there may be forces that will attack Chao Tianxiang because they are afraid of the power of the dragon and snake combined attack after Meng Shu is promoted to a titled Douluo. In this way, the peerless dragon snake will naturally collapse without attacking, which must be prevented, so Chao Tianxiang also came with Meng Shu. Arriving at the castle behind Dan Pavilion, several maids brought fruits and snacks. Around a square coffee table, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang sat on a sofa, with Meng Yuran next to them, and Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong and Douluo sitting on the other sofa. Among them, Bai Ji sat in the middle, Douluo sat on Bai Ji's left, and Ning Rongrong sat on Bai Ji's right. 90 Literature Network. Senior Meng Shu, how is the 9th soul ring that took more than a month to hunt this time? Are you satisfied? Bai Ji asked with a smile, holding the teacup lightly in one hand. Thanks to Brother Douluo, we searched in the Xingda Great Forest for nearly half a month and finally locked on a sub-dragon soul beast Tyrannosaurus rex with a cultivation level of about 70,000 years. Because of Brother Douluo's help, and the martial soul fusion skill dragon snake joint attack that the two of us can perform, after spending a lot of effort, we finally succeeded in hunting down this powerful Tyrannosaurus rex. Meng Shu stroked his snow-white long beard and sighed. Tyrannosaurus, Grandpa, what kind of soul beast is this? Hearing Meng Shu's words, Meng Yuran asked with some confusion. Tyrannosaurus, this is a branch of the Tyrannosaurus rex, a very powerful sub-dragon soul beast in the dragon clan. It is extremely powerful. Although this Tyrannosaurus has only been cultivated for 70,000 years, its combat power can be comparable to that of a soul beast of 100,000 years. If it weren't for the help of your uncle Douluo, I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to successfully hunt this Tyrannosaurus. Meng Shu explained. Wow, since the Tyrannosaurus is so strong, then your 9th soul skill should be very powerful, right? Meng Yuran couldn't help but said in amazement. It's okay, it's okay. Meng Shu chuckled. Brother Meng, don't be modest. The 9th soul skill given to you by this Tyrannosaurus soul ring is amazingly powerful. With your dragon staff weapon spirit true body, it can probably smash a small mountain, right? Seeing Meng Shu's humble look, Douluo, who was wearing a dark green robe, couldn't help but say speechlessly. We also have to thank Brother Douluo for his help. Without Brother Douluo setting up a poison formation in advance to restrict the Devil Rex, my husband and I would have found it difficult to successfully hunt it. Meng Shu still smiled modestly. Since Senior Meng Shu is so happy today, why not add some icing on the cake? Yuren, show your martial spirit to Senior Meng Shu and Senior Chao Tianxiang. Seeing Meng Shu was very happy, Bai Ji also smiled. Yet. Meng Yuren smiled and nodded, then slowly stretched out his right hand. With a flash of black light, a slender black jade spear suddenly emerged from Meng Yuren's hand. This is... Seeing the black jade spirit snake spear in Meng Yuren's hand, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang couldn't help but stand up immediately. Yuren, where is your snake staff? What's going on? Your martial spirit? Chao Tianxiang was full of disbelief. Yuren, has your snake staff evolved? The knowledgeable Meng Shu had heard of martial spirit evolution, but wasn't that a legend? Could martial spirit really evolve? However, thinking that the martial spirit of Douluo, who was traveling with him, could evolve from the green phosphorus snake to the green phosphorus snake king, then the dragon snake staff martial spirit of their dragon snake family should also be able to evolve from the green phosphorus snake to the green phosphorus snake king. It has evolved from a staff to a spear, but this... Yes, my martial soul has evolved, from a snake staff to a black jade snake spear. Meng Yuren smiled and said. Chapter 224 Dragon Snake Douluo, The Shock of Tiandu Imperial City. 2/4. Black Jade Snake Spear. Hearing Meng Yuren's words, looking at the black jade snake spear in Meng Yuren's hand, Chao Tianxiang couldn't help but take a closer look. After the original snake staff evolved into the black jade snake spear, the snake head of the staff had disappeared and turned into a sharp spear head, and the spear body became much more slender, and lifelike snake patterns appeared on it. With the appearance of the black jade snake spear, the name of the black jade snake spear is indeed worthy of its name. After the snake staff evolved into the black jade snake spear, not only the attack power of the martial soul itself was greatly enhanced, but also the increase in soul skills was greatly improved. Meng Yuren said while activating the 3 soul rings that were vibrating around his body. As the 3 soul rings bloomed, Meng Yuren wielded the black jade snake spear and used the 3 soul skills one by one. Watching the black jade snake spear pierce out quickly, making bursts of air-breaking sounds, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were quite excited. Although the snake staff and dragon staff are not too bad among weapon spirits, the defects of the staff spirits themselves are still too obvious. Compared with sword spirits, staff spirits are not as sharp as these spirits, and compared with spear spirits, the piercing strength of staff spirits is also insufficient. The only feature of staff spirits is that they are heavy, which is far inferior to hammer spirits. Therefore, among weapon spirits, staff spirits are really younger brothers. If it weren't for the dragon staff and snake staff that could perform the spirit fusion skill dragon and snake attack, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang might not be able to break out the reputation of the world's dragon and snake in the Soul Master world. But now Meng Yuren's snake staff has evolved into the black jade snake spear, which undoubtedly gets rid of the shortcomings of staff spirits. Moreover, after the evolution of his martial soul, the increase of Meng Yuren's original 3 soul skills has been greatly improved. The quality of the black jade spirit snake spear is undoubtedly higher. Sir, thank you for your kindness. After being excited, Meng Shu couldn't help but bow to Bai Ji respectfully. Senior Meng Shu, you are welcome. Bai Ji also smiled and helped Meng Shu up. On the other side, seeing that Meng Yuren's martial soul had evolved, Douluo was very envious, and it felt like eating a lemon. Although his martial soul, the green phosphorus snake, also evolved into the green phosphorus snake king, this evolution was more like a lion evolving into a lion king. Only the quality of the martial soul has changed, but the strength of the martial soul itself has not been greatly improved. However, the evolution of the snake staff into the black jade spirit snake spear is a fundamental improvement, just like a snake turning into a dragon. Seeing that Meng Shu's granddaughter Meng Yuren got such a great benefit from Bai Ji, Douluo couldn't help but think of his granddaughter Douluyan. No, I can't wait any longer. Douluo secretly made up his mind. After Meng Shu and Douluo came back, Bai Ji also took them to meet the preparatory alchemists who were working hard to study alchemy knowledge. Seeing that their own forces actually had 2 titled Douluo sitting in the seat, it was like a shot of adrenaline for many young men and women who were preparatory alchemists. Little Book House. It turns out that our Dan Pavilion actually has 2 powerful titled Douluo. After discovering the background of Dan Pavilion, many young men and women couldn't help but start to study alchemy knowledge more diligently, preparing for Bai Ji's second assessment next month. After staying at Bai Ji's place for half a day, Douluo went home to see Yan to report his safety, while Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang lived in the reception building behind Dan Pavilion. With the return of Meng Shu, in less than 3 days, the Spirit Hall also announced the news that another titled Douluo appeared in Douluo continent, and this news immediately set off the Tiandu Imperial City. After hearing about the emergence of a new title Douluo, many forces began to investigate the identity of the new title Douluo. The title of the new title Douluo was Dragon Snake, and his identity was the Dragon Lord Meng Shu among the peerless dragons and snakes. Many forces were familiar with Meng Shu. After all, although there were many Soul Douluos on the mainland, there were very few who had made a name for themselves in the Soul Master world because of their martial soul fusion skills that could rival the attack of a title Douluo. Because Meng Shu had been famous in the Soul Master world for a long time, Meng Shu had basically not been out in the past few years. Although many forces on the mainland knew that Meng Shu was a Soul Douluo, no one knew what level Meng Shu was. So although many forces were shocked that Meng Shu became a title Douluo, they did not expect that Meng Shu had broken through to the title Douluo by cheating, but just thought that Meng Shu was pushing himself to the title Douluo realm by age. As Meng Shu's name spread throughout the Soul Master world, the Dan Pavilion that Meng Shu had joined also came into the eyes of many people. As for Dan Pavilion, naturally no one had heard of it. After all, Dan Pavilion was established by Bai Ji more than a month ago, and it was only at the Tiandu auction house that the name of Dan Pavilion was first spread. But since no one knew the name of Dan Pavilion, they would definitely start to investigate the news of Dan Pavilion, and they found out that Dan Pavilion was actually in Tiandu Imperial City, and it also appeared at the Tiandu auction house, auctioning a magical pill called Chi Buletin Dan. Dan Pavilion pill. Any normal person would think of the connection between the two. The pill must be produced by Dan Pavilion, there is no doubt about that. Since Dan Pavilion can produce and sell magical pills like Chi Buletin Dan, will Dan Pavilion have other magical pills? This is what everyone is curious about. Although curious, after investigation, after knowing that Dan Pavilion actually has poisoned Douluo Douluo and Dragon Snake Douluo Meng Shu in charge, and after discovering that the owner of Dan Pavilion Bai Ji is actually the son-in-law of Kai Bao Liulai sect, everyone suddenly dared not act rashly. However, although no one dared to attack Dan Pavilion due to Douluo, Meng Shu and Kai Bao Liulai sect, they could still test and invite Dan Pavilion. Because Dan Pavilion was in Tiandu Imperial City, all the forces in Tiandu Imperial City, including the royal family, sent invitations to Dan Pavilion, inviting Bai Ji to attend a dance or meet and gather somewhere. For these invitations, Bai Ji naturally rejected them all. Anyway, he was not familiar with the nobles in Tiandu Imperial City. These people's invitations were either to win him over or to find out about the elixir, which Bai Ji was too lazy to pay attention to. But there was one person Bai Ji did not refuse, that was his future mother-in-law Xue Luying. I don't know whether it was the royal family's hint or Xue Luying's own idea, but Xue Luying also sent an invitation letter, inviting Bai Ji to her mansion in Tiandu Imperial City for a small gathering. Because it was the invitation of the future mother-in-law, Bai Ji naturally did not dare to refuse. The next day, Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong to Xue Luying's mansion in the Imperial City. Chapter 225 Goodbye Xue Luying, First Meeting Qianrongxiu. 3/4. As the sister of the current Tiandu Empire Emperor Xue Yat, the princess of the empire, and the bridge between the Tiandu Empire and the Kai Bao Liulai sect, Xue Luying has a very high status in the Tiandu Empire. After all, Emperor Xue Yat has many sisters, but only Xue Luying can live in the Tiandu Imperial City after getting married, and is rewarded with a mansion in the Imperial City by Emperor Xue Yat. Together with Ning Rongrong, Bai Ji entered the Imperial City from the ordinary city of Tiandu Imperial City. After searching for a while, Bai Ji finally found Xue Luying's mansion. Looking at the 5 big characters engraved on the plaque in front of him, Princess Luying's mansion, Bai Ji knocked on the door, and soon, a beautiful maid opened the door. This is my invitation. Bai Ji handed over the invitation with a smile. The maid took the invitation, looked at it carefully, and then a smile appeared on her face. It's Lord Bai Ji. The princess has been waiting for a long time. Please come in. Following the maid, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong entered the princess's mansion. Although Ning Rongrong is Xue Luying's daughter, because Xue Luying has always been in charge of the secular affairs of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and is busier than Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong spends most of her time with Ning Fengzi. Even when meeting her mother Xue Luying, it was not Ning Rongrong who came to the princess's mansion, but Xue Luying who returned to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Therefore, Ning Rongrong had never been to Xue Luying's mansion in Tiandu Imperial City, and the maids in the mansion naturally did not recognize Ning Rongrong. Under the guidance of the maid, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong passed through palaces, and after passing through flower gardens and rockery, they finally came to a forest full of pink cherry blossoms. There was a small pavilion in the forest, and in addition to Xue Luying, there was a young man and a girl in the pavilion that Bai Ji did not know. The young man looked about 17 or 18 years old, handsome, wearing a gorgeous red gold upper body lining, with a white lining embroidered with gold thread inside, short golden hair, and a faint elegant smile on his face, which made him look very attractive. Next to the young man was a girl, who was wearing an ice blue long skirt and long black hair. She looked very beautiful, but her skin was a little pale. Mom! Seeing Xue Luying, Ning Rongrong shouted happily. Rongrong, Bai Ji, you are here, come here quickly. Hearing Ning Rongrong's voice, Xue Luying, who was talking to the young man and girl next to her, turned her head and saw Ning Rongrong and Bai Ji. Xue Luying immediately smiled and said in a gentle tone. Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong sat opposite Xue Luying, with a smooth stone table in the middle. After Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong sat down, the two maids who were serving beside them, one picked up 2 teacups and placed them in front of Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong, and the other picked up the teapot on the stone table and served tea to Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong. Bai Ji, Rongrong, let me introduce you, this is our Tiandu Empire's Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, and this is the 7th Princess Xue Wu. Xue Luying smiled and introduced the young man and girl around her to Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong. Meet the Crown Prince, meet Princess Xue. After Xue Luying finished the introduction, knowing the identities of the young man and the girl in front of them, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong immediately stood up and bowed to Xue Qinghe and Xue. We are all family, no need to be polite, you can just call me Brother Xue, as for Xue, she is about the same age as you can just call her Xue. Xue Qinghe smiled gently, looking quite like Ning Fengzi, and hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Xue beside him also nodded gently. Bai Ji, originally your uncle Ning was going to introduce Qinghe to you in person, but as the leader of the 7 Treasures glazed sect, your uncle Ning is very busy, and as the Crown Prince of the Empire, Qinghe is also very busy, so the two of them can never get together, so Auntie can only introduce you. I rashly invited you to come here, you won't blame Auntie, right? Xue Luying smiled gently. Tian. Auntie, you are joking. Auntie can introduce me to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This is an opportunity that many people want but cannot get. How can I, Bai Ji, be ungrateful? Bai Ji shook his head. Bai Ji, are you really only 12 years old? If it weren't for Auntie telling me that you are only 12 years old, based on your current appearance and performance, I would never have thought that you are only 12 years old. When I was 12 years old, I was just an ignorant boy. Xue Qinghe exclaimed. Your Highness the Crown Prince is too kind. It's just that children from poor families have to take charge of the family early. Maybe it's because I grew up in a poor family that I have more thoughts than other children of the same age, but I am just a little smart, and it pales in comparison with the great wisdom of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Bai Ji said modestly. Haha. Listening to Bai Ji's words, Xue Qinghe smiled without comment. Bai Ji, I heard that you have some conflicts with my useless 4th brother and uncle. Do you need my help? Hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Bai Ji's heart was moved. This is the sex scene. It seems that the Crown Prince still wants to win him over. Don't bother the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness Xue Beng and His Royal Highness Prince Xue Xing are both reasonable people. The previous incident was just a misunderstanding. It has been so long. I think the 2 princes should not intend to embarrass me now. Bai Ji said with a smile. Well, if this is the case, it couldn't be better. I was also afraid that Bai Ji would have misunderstandings about our Tiandu Empire because of my useless 4th brother, but since it is all misunderstandings, it's okay. A trace of disappointment flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes, but he still smiled gently. By the way, I heard that Bai Ji auctioned a kind of elixir called Qi Boosting Pill in Tiandu Imperial City. I wonder if you have similar elixirs in your hands. If so, I hope to buy some. Xue Qinghe said. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I don't have many pills at the moment, but our Dan Pavilion is preparing to refine pills. It is expected that in 2 to 3 months, our Dan Pavilion will officially sell pills to the outside world. Since your highness needs them, we will definitely give priority to providing them to your highness at that time. Bai Ji apologized. Thank you, Bai Ji. Xue Qinghe smiled and nodded. Although he failed to win over Bai Ji and Bai Pills, Xue Qinghe is a man with a broad mind, and naturally he will not be angry with Bai Ji because of this small matter. In Xue Qinghe's view, Bai Ji is the greatest wealth, so after this topic, Xue Qinghe continued to take the initiative to chat with Bai Ji. From Bai Ji's childhood home life to Bai Ji's views on the development of the empire, after chatting, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but appreciate Bai Ji more. However, as the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, Xue Qinghe also has a lot of affairs of his own, so it is naturally impossible for him to stay with Bai Ji for too long. After chatting with Bai Ji and building their relationship, Xue Qinghe stood up and said goodbye as it was getting late. Watching Xue Qinghe disappear around the corner of the palace in the distance, Bai Ji felt quite emotional. Although he knew that Xue Qinghe was Qian Rongxiu, this actress played Xue Qinghe too well, didn't she? If Qian Rongxiu were on Earth, she would definitely be an Oscar winner. Chapter 226, Gairan Hall is about to open, and preparations are being made for the Pure Land of Bliss. 4/4. After Xue Qinghe left, Xue Luying introduced Xue Wu to Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong. Xue Qinghe was just someone Ning Fengzi asked her to introduce to Bai Ji, but compared to Xue Qinghe, Xue Luying still had a better relationship with Xue Wu. Moreover, compared to Xue Qinghe, who was more interested in Bai Ji because of Douluo and Meng Shu, Xue Luying was more aware of Bai Ji's potential, so Xue Luying really wanted to introduce Bai Ji to Xue Wu, so that she could help Xue Wu a lot in the future. Under Xue Luying's introduction, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong were able to talk to Xue Wu. Xue Wu was a little cold, but she was a good person. Because of his knowledge from the era of the Earth's information explosion, Bai Ji could talk to anyone, including Xue Wu. After chatting for a long time, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong became friends with Xue Wu. After all, the three of them were relatives to some extent. Xue Luying was Xue Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong are Xue Luying's aunt. Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong are Xue Luying's daughter and future son-in-law, so Xue Wu was not too resistant to contacting Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong. The three of them wanted to make friends with each other, so they chatted happily. They stayed at Xue Luying's house until the evening. After dinner in Xue Luying's mansion, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong did not stay at Princess Luying's mansion, but prepared to return to Dan Pavilion. After all, the two had to attend classes at Shrek Academy tomorrow morning. Princess Luying's mansion is located in the Imperial City district of Tiandu Imperial City, which is still too far away from Shrek Academy located in the ordinary city district. On the way back to Dan Pavilion, because I met Xue Wu today, it was also a reminder to Bai Ji. Now the Gairan Hall is about to open. When Bai Ji was in Soto City, he thought about training a dance troupe by himself. Now that he has 10 little maids, he must realize his original wish and set up a dance troupe to perform at the opening ceremony of the Gairan Hall in Tiandu Imperial City. Maybe because of the existence of Soul Masters, the entertainment industry in Douluo continent is basically linked to Soul Masters. Let's talk about soul fighting. For the residents of Douluo continent, watching soul fighting is basically the only form of entertainment, which is too scarce. Bai Ji wants to change this distorted era. Let's not talk about making movies, but dance and songs can't be missing, right? Although there are dance troupes on Douluo continent, such as the Tang Shui group of Tian Shui College. In addition to being a team of Tian Shui College, the Tang Shui group is also a well-known dance troupe in Tiandu Imperial City. They often perform dances in major Soul Master academies in Tiandu Imperial City and have a large number of fans. But the Tang Shui group is ultimately limited by the era of Douluo continent. It's okay to dance without BGM, and the clothes are always the same. This is really too lifeless. This is an evil way. Bai Ji feels that he needs to carry forward all kinds of dances, songs, and costumes from Earth to let people of this era feel the charm of entertainment to death. The first step that Bai Ji intends to take is to bring back the magic dance of paradise, which once slaughtered a famous website in the previous life, Bilibili, to Douluo continent. Well, it must be matched with classic costumes and songs. Although Bai Ji is going to let 10 maids practice paradise, he does not intend to use the costumes selected in paradise in the previous life. Instead, he plans to use 10 different classic costumes that appear in anime as the maids' costumes, such as Gothic Lolita, maid costumes, and sailor suits, etc. Because of taking NTZ perfect version, all past memories are now clearly engraved in Bai Ji's mind. As long as Bai Ji wants, he can project any memory he wants in his mind with ultra-clear picture quality in 360 degrees without dead angles. With this ability, plus Bai Ji's perfect control of his own strength and body, Bai Ji can perfectly copy all kinds of costumes he has seen in his mind onto paper, and then let the tailor shop reproduce them. After returning to the castle of Dan Pavilion, Bai Ji began to work hard. After spending more than an hour, Bai Ji finally copied the 10 different costumes he planned to make perfectly, but while drawing, Bai Ji suddenly thought of a question. Can I open a tailor shop in Douluo continent to sell this new style of clothing? Happy. Bai Ji has no doubt about women's pursuit of beautiful clothes. Although there are both Chinese and Western styles of clothing on Douluo continent, they are still inferior to those on Earth. As long as all kinds of clothing styles on Earth are moved here, it will be another way to make money. But Bai Ji thought about it and gave up. It's not that he didn't plan to do it, but he was still busy with Dan Pavilion's affairs. It was too much effort to set up a tailor shop. And in this way, he can also make soap, candles, mirrors and other things, and make money. But at present, Gairan Hall alone is enough to cover all of Bai Ji's expenses, and there is also a Dan Pavilion. Bai Ji is not short of money now, so let's leave it for later. After drawing 10 different clothing styles, Bai Ji handed the 10 style drawings to the tailor shop after returning from class at Shrek Academy the next day. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran were quite curious about Bai Ji's unusual behavior. But Bai Ji also planned to give them a surprise at that time. After all, girls don't like beautiful clothes, so Bai Ji concealed it and didn't tell the two girls what he was doing. The tailor shop was a little slow in making clothes, and Bai Ji was not idle during the period of waiting for clothes. In addition to practicing, Bai Ji also passed all the versions of the Pure Land video in his mind to Lingmu, Robin and Mei through the great method of changing the sky and striking the earth, and let the three of them figure it out by themselves. Although Bai Ji had seen a lot of videos of the Pure Land before crossing, he was not a cross-dresser, and he would try to dance the Pure Land. Although he had also seen the teaching video, Bai Ji would definitely not teach, and he would never teach, so he could only let the three little maids learn by themselves. The three little maids are not ordinary people, but soul masters, or soul masters with their own martial souls. All kinds of live videos and teaching videos have been uploaded, so it shouldn't be a problem to learn by yourself, right? As for the BGM accompaniment at that time, Bai Ji also found a group of soul masters whose martial souls are musical instruments. Because Dan Pavilion's reputation has risen, these soul masters are naturally happy to invite Bai Ji. And because Bai Ji can directly transmit the original song through the great method of changing the sky and striking the earth, with the original song as a reference, the soul masters can easily play the background music of the Pure Land of Bliss. This is the point where martial souls and ordinary musical instruments are powerful. But Bai Ji is a little embarrassed about singing. In Douluo continent, because musical instruments can become martial souls, there are all kinds of musicians on Douluo continent, but almost no one's martial soul is the voice. Ordinary poor people have problems with life, and it is impossible for anyone to spend time learning to sing. The civilians with extra money basically spend their money on the fighting spirit field, and no one will learn to sing. As for the nobles and soul masters, it is even more impossible to learn to sing. So who will sing when they dance to the Pure Land of Bliss? Should he sing with false voice? Bai Ji was a little depressed. Although it was not impossible to let him sing with false voice, it would be too embarrassing, right? Forget it, let's leave it to the maids. Chapter 227 Gothic Lolita Clothes and Kimonos, all revealed. 1/4. After nearly 10 days, the tailor shop finally made the clothes that Bai Ji wanted. Bai Ji ordered 3 sets of each kind of clothes, and there were a total of 30 pieces of 10 kinds of clothes. One set was definitely for the 10 maids, and the remaining 2 sets were given to Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran. Bai Ji, why do you seem to be so mysterious recently? On the way back to the castle, Ning Rongrong asked in a strange tone. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Meng Yuran also cast a puzzled look at Bai Ji. She also felt that Bai Ji had been acting weird recently, running to the tailor shop, asking the maids to learn to dance, and finding a band soul master to play. She didn't know what he was doing. I'll tell you later. I'm going to give you a gift first. Bai Ji smiled mysteriously and said. Gift, what gift? Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran were immediately excited when they heard Bai Ji say that he would give them gifts. Ahem, let's talk about this when we get back. My gift is a little special. It's not easy to show it to you now. Bai Ji coughed a few times and said with some embarrassment. Okay then. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran nodded, but Bai Ji's words had already aroused the curiosity of the two girls. Back in the castle, in a spacious and exquisite room, Bai Ji threw the gothic Lolita outfit, sailor suit, maid outfit and other clothes he had brought back from the clothing store from the space ring onto the big bed. This is Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran were a little curious when they saw the various unfamiliar clothes on the bed. This is the costume I designed. How about you try it on? Bai Ji enthusiastically picked up a gothic Lolita outfit and handed it to Meng Yuran, and then picked up a kimono, referred to Yan Moai for the specific style, and handed it to Ning Rongrong. This looks pretty good. Meng Yuran and Ning Rongrong took the gothic Lolita outfit and kimono handed by Bai Ji, and after taking a closer look at the appearance of the gothic Lolita outfit and kimono, they were quite impressed. In modern times, it may be embarrassing to wear such clothes, because they are different from most people around, so people who wear such alternative clothes are called cosplayers. However, the gothic Lolita outfit and kimono are not much different from the clothes on the Douluo continent, so Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran did not feel embarrassed to wear them. Instead, after taking a closer look at the gothic Lolita outfit and kimono, they felt that both clothes were very beautiful. Put them on and let me see. Seeing that Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran did not feel embarrassed, Bai Ji could not help but urge them with some expectation. Although he had seen many beauties wearing gothic Lolita clothes and kimonos in his previous life, whether online or in anime, that was after all separated by a screen. Bai Ji had never seen anyone wearing gothic Lolita clothes and kimonos in front of him. But after hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran couldn't help but look at each other. Then Ning Rongrong walked in front of Bai Ji and pushed Bai Ji out directly, blushing as she pushed him, saying, "We will wear them, but you have to go out and wait. Do you still want to watch us wear them?" Bai Ji was pushed out of the door in a daze. After pushing Bai Ji away, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran immediately closed the door, and then began to change clothes in the room. After about a few minutes, the door of the room was opened again. Meng Yuran, wearing a gothic maid outfit, and Ning Rongrong, wearing a kimono, slowly opened the door and stuck their heads out, then pulled Bai Ji into the room. "Bai Ji, what do you think? How do we wear this dress?" Ning Rongrong opened her arms shyly and turned slowly in front of Bai Ji. The hem of her kimono with all kinds of gorgeous prints was slightly lifted by inertia. Looking at Ning Rongrong in a kimono, compared with the previous monotonous blue-green long skirt, Ning Rongrong in this more colorful kimono is obviously more beautiful. Looking at Ning Rongrong's two white and tender long legs and a pair of delicate feet wearing clogs stretched out from under the gorgeous printed skirt. Even if Bai Ji is not a leg control or foot control, he can't suppress the wild power in his heart at this moment. 400. "Bai Ji, how do you see me?" Seeing that Bai Ge's eyes were almost attracted by Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran couldn't help but tug at Bai Ge's clothes with some jealousy. Seeing Bai Ji looking at her, Meng Yuran also tried to turn around. But compared with the grand kimono, the gothic Lolita outfit is more cute, not as sexy as the kimono. Although Meng Yuran is also very cute, Bai Ji still feels that she is not as beautiful as Ning Rongrong. This is not to say that Meng Yuran is not as beautiful as Ning Rongrong, but compared with the kimono and Ning Rongrong, the gothic Lolita outfit is not suitable for Meng Yuran. It's also very beautiful. Bai Ji naturally smiled and nodded. Although Meng Yuran's gothic Lolita outfit didn't look as good as Ning Rongrong's kimono, it wasn't bad either, so Bai Ji naturally wouldn't discourage Meng Yuran. But seeing that Bai Ji's eyes were obviously not attracted to her, and thinking of Bai Ji's stunned look at Ning Rongrong just now, Meng Yuran couldn't help but pout in frustration. "I designed a total of 10 pieces of these clothes. I asked the clothing store to make 3 sets. I'm going to give 1 set to Ling Mao and the other 2 sets to each of you." After appreciating the 2 girls' new outfits, Bai Ji took out the 2 sets of clothes from the space ring intact and put them on the bed. After dividing them, Bai Ji said to the 2 girls, "Are these all for us?" Meng Yuran was a little surprised to find that Bai Ji had designed so many clothes. "Bai Ji, you didn't design these clothes specifically for me and Yuran, did you?" Ning Rongrong knew Bai Ji very well. "I'm actually preparing this mainly for the opening ceremony of the Gairan Hall in half a month. Do you still remember the opening ceremony I took you to the Gairan Hall in Soto City to watch?" Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Bai Ji also revealed his plan. "Are you planning a performance?" Ning Rongrong was speechless after listening to Bai Ji. Almost, but don't you think it's interesting? Bai Ji smiled. It's really interesting. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned around, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After handing the 2 sets of costumes to Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, Bai Ji did not let Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran change their clothes, but brought the 2 of them to find 10 little maids. Master, what do you want to see us for? In the room, 10 maids stood respectfully in front of Bai Ji. Among them, Ling Mao, who already had the air of a maid, bowed slightly and asked. There is nothing else to do. I will just give you the clothes you will wear at the opening ceremony in half a month. Bai Ji smiled. Clothes. Seeing that the 10 maids were a little confused, Bai Ji did not answer, but stretched out his hand again and took out the last set of 10 different costumes in the space ring. This is. Seeing the 10 different clothes neatly placed on the bed, the 10 maids could not help but walked over with some confusion. Li Yulai, this is yours. Bai Ji gave the gothic Lolita outfit to the weak cat maid Li Yulai. Yai, this is yours. Bai Ji gave a kimono to the maid Mei Yi, who had 2 long legs and a martial sole for legs. Ling Mao, this is yours. Finally, Bai Ji gave the most important maid outfit to Ling Mao, and he was very serious. Chapter 228 The girls are curious, Xiao Wu also wants to dance the Pure Land of Bliss. 2/4. After handing 10 different costumes to 10 maids, Bai Ji asked the maids to rehearse well, and then asked them to rehearse outside the castle. Although there are many chores in the castle, the 10 maids are numerous and can handle all the chores in one morning. The rest of the time is naturally the time to rehearse the Pure Land of Bliss. Or the daily practice, eating, and then sleeping. Now it has been more than a month since Bai Ji was promoted to level 48. With the help of the residual medicinal power of the Shengling pill, Bai Ji has been upgraded to level 49, but there is still a long way to go before level 50. The next day, after changing into the Shrek Academy uniform, Bai Ji went to Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran as usual. Although Bai Ji is ready to graduate, he has to attend the elite exchange competition of Soul Masters in the continent, so Bai Ji still needs to continue studying at Shrek Academy. When he came to Shrek Academy, because Bai Ji did not live in the academy, most of the students in the classroom were still strangers to Bai Ji. As always, Bai Ji ignored the indignant and jealous eyes of many men in the classroom, and sat in an empty corner in the back row of the classroom with ease. But for some reason, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran did not sit with Bai Ji this time, but found Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. The 4 most beautiful girls in the classroom sat together for the first time. The teacher of this class was Xiao Xian again. Bai Ji was not interested in the knowledge about food-related soul masters that Xiao Xian talked about. Because Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran were not around, Bai Ji had no one to chat with to pass the time, and because the Bluebird Zio by Bai Ji also stayed at home, there was no pet to tease. Bored, thinking that he would give the second exam to the preparatory alchemists in the Dan Pavilion soon, Bai Ji simply took out a piece of white paper and began to prepare for the exam questions. Time passed in a flash, and with the sound of ding-ling-ling, Shrek Academy was over. Bai Ji put away the alchemy test paper he had just prepared, put the test paper into the space ring, and then prepared to take Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran away. After leaving the classroom, he found that Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran had not come out yet. Bai Ji was waiting outside the classroom, but this time it was not only Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran who came, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing also came together. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, are you okay? Bai Ji asked with some doubts. Bai Ji, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing want to see the clothes you gave us yesterday. Let's take them back to see them. Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Well, is that so? Bai Ji touched his head. It seems that no matter what kind of girl, she can't resist the temptation of beautiful clothes. Let's go, you probably haven't visited us yet, I'll take you to see it. With Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, Bai Ji returned to the back mountain where the alchemy pavilion was located. Originally, there was only dense forests in the back mountain of Dan Pavilion, but after building various buildings, in addition to building a wall, Bai Ji also had people pave cobblestone paths in the back mountain and plant flower beds, which made the way back a lot of scenery. Bringing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing back to the castle, several maids who had learned the true teachings of Bai Ji quickly prepared various exquisite dishes. After lunch, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran took Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing into their rooms, and then showed them the 10 different clothes that Bai Ji gave them. Wow, what beautiful clothes! Seeing the 10 unique clothes neatly hung in the closet, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaimed. I haven't seen these clothes. Where did you buy them from? Zhu Zuqing asked in a cold voice. We didn't buy these clothes. They were designed by Bai Ge for us. Meng Yuran replied with a smile. Bai Ge gave it to you. Could Bai Ge also make clothes? 97 Chinese. Xiao Wu couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard Meng Yuran's words. No, Bai Ge doesn't seem to be able to make clothes. He designed the styles of these clothes and then asked the tailor shop to make them for us. Ning Rongrong shook her head and smiled. That's amazing. Xiao Wu smacked her lips. Can I try these clothes? Her eyes full of desire swept over the 10 different clothes in the closet again and again, and Xiao Wu asked with some desire. Of course. Ning Rongrong nodded. You choose. I choose this. Xiao Wu fell in love with the bunny girl outfit at first sight, while Zhu Zuqing chose the maid outfit after a long time of hesitation. God knows why. But the cat-eared maid, it's still exciting to think about it. While the girls were discussing things related to clothes in the room, Bai Ge was outside reviewing 10 little maids practicing the Pure Land of Bliss. Although Paradise is a 3-person dance, after letting the talented singer Ali sing the lead, the remaining 9 maids can be divided into 3 groups, with 3 people in each group dancing together. This way, it will be perfect with a little adjustment. 10 maids wearing 10 different costumes rehearsed Paradise by the fountain in front of the castle. On the side, the musicians team Bai Ge found had already played the familiar BGM. As the fox-eared maid Ali sang the familiar song, Bai Ge felt as if he was in another world for a while. In the castle, Xiao Wu was quite curious when she heard the music coming from outside the castle, so Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran took Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing out of the castle and came to the outside of the castle. Hey, what are they doing? Seeing Ali singing and dancing not far away 9 little maids, Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask curiously. They are practicing dances for the opening ceremony of Gairan Hall in half a month. Ning Rongrong explained. Dancing looks fun, why don't we join in too? After hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up immediately, and even the rabbit ears on her head, which were just decorations, seemed to tremble with Xiao Wu's excitement. This. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but fall into thought, but not long after, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile. Okay. Although Ning Rongrong has always behaved like a lady from a noble family, in fact, Ning Rongrong also has a crazy energy in her bones. After hearing what Xiao Wu said, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt that it seemed quite interesting. Yiran, Zhuqing, what do you think? Xiao Wu looked expectantly at Meng Yiran and Zhu Zhuqing. Okay. Although hesitant, Meng Yiran still nodded. But compared to Meng Yiran who hesitated for a while, Zhu Zuqing, who Xiao Wu thought might not agree, did not hesitate and quickly nodded and agreed, which made Xiao Wu a little confused. Let's go talk to Bai Ge. Ning Rongrong said with a grin. Chapter 229 Flyer Offensive, Uncomfortable Prince Swexing, 3/4. What? You guys want to dance together too? Bai Ge was a little confused when he heard Xiao Wu's words. Yes, this looks quite fun, can we join in? Xiao Wu asked excitedly. This is okay, but are you sure you are willing to learn? Bai Ge hesitated. Yes. Ning Rongrong raised her hand, and following Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing also raised their hands. Okay. Seeing that the 4 girls were willing to join, Bai Ge naturally would not object. Bai Ge even felt a little excited when he thought that Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing would also dance the Pure Land on stage with the maids. Because Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu would also join, Bai Ge could only let Ling Mao and other 10 maids teach the 4 girls how to dance the Pure Land, and then customized 2 sets of 10 special costumes for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Half a month passed in a flash. In this half month, after the teaching of 10 maids, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing, who were already smart, basically knew how to dance. However, because of the addition of 4 people, the dance that had been rehearsed almost had to start over, and the original 333 mode was changed to 3334 mode, and the small group composed of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing joined, and Ali still sang with the musicians. In this month, because Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing often came to Bai Ge, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Heng Jun also realized what the 2 women were doing recently. Driven by curiosity, Tang San and the other four also came to Bai Ji's castle and watched the rehearsal of Paradise. Seeing the women wearing various uniforms to dance Paradise, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were shocked on the spot. For the rehearsal of Paradise, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun gave Bai Ji 10,000 likes. Moreover, Dai Mubai secretly asked Bai Ji to buy various costumes worn by the women, and Bai Ji naturally refused righteously. He reproduced various costumes on Earth not to meet Dai Mubai's dirty needs, but for the revitalization of Douluo continent entertainment. As time was getting closer to the opening of Gairan Hall, while the girls' Pure Land of Bliss was being rehearsed more perfectly, Bai Ji also took action of his own, spending a lot of money to have a large number of flyers printed using a special soul guide. The content of the flyers was very simple. One side was about Gairan Hall, half of which told about the opening time of Gairan Hall and the activities to be held at the opening, and the other half told about the various discounts of Gairan Hall and the development history of Gairan Hall. The other side of the flyer mainly introduced the Pure Land of Bliss that the girls would perform on stage. As for the origin of the Pure Land of Bliss, Bai Ji wrote about the dance and music he got from an ancient relic, and the song he sang was also recorded in a special sound storage soul guide. The meaning was unknown, but it was said to represent the yearning and pursuit of a better life for the people in the era of the ancient relic. Pure Land of Bliss, the yearning for a better life, no problem. Qing Feng literature. As for the dancing girls, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing are naturally the talented female students of Shrek Academy, and as for the 10 little maids, Bai Ji described them as the poor girls he rescued from the evil Prince Swexing, and emphasized that he finally rescued them after a fierce battle with the corrupt nobles in the Tiandu auction house. The process is naturally the more exaggerated the better. Anyway, in the eyes of the residents of Tiandu Imperial City in the story, nobles are basically nothing good, which is in line with their perception of nobles. Whether it is true or not is not important, just watch it for fun. 3 days before the opening of Gairan Hall, Bai Ji hired people to distribute millions of flyers that he had prepared to every corner of Tiandu Imperial City at once. Compared with the current way of promoting something in Douluo continent by posting notice boards everywhere in the city, Bai Ji's way of distributing flyers is undoubtedly many times ahead of the times. Once the flyers were distributed, they soon set off the entire Tiandu Imperial City. On the front of the flyer, the Gairan Hall described above is just a restaurant. Although the way of opening the promotion is a bit special, it still can't cause any sensation. But on the back of the flyer, Bai Ji wrote a moving story about how he rescued the poor girl from the hands of the corrupt nobles. It was written just like the story of the 1984 film The Legend of the Condor Heroes. In the Douluo continent where entertainment methods are scarce, Bai Ji's little story unexpectedly aroused everyone's amazement. In the story, the nobles written by Bai Ji are portrayed vividly, especially Prince Swexing. At the auction, Bai Ji describes Prince Swexing's arrogance and domineeringness incisively and vividly, and highlights the kindness and benevolence of Ning Fengzi and Bai Ji. Bai Ji and his friends finally saved the poor girls, and justice finally defeated evil. This kind of excitement may be very backward on Earth, but it is the first time in the Douluo continent where entertainment methods are scarce. When the news of the opening of the Noble Hall was known to everyone, negative news about Prince Swexing also spread at an extremely alarming speed. For Prince Swexing, basically no one in Tiandu Imperial City dared to provoke him, but that definitely did not include Bai Ji. Prince Swexing supports Shuebian, and Bai Ji will never let Shuebian take the throne. On this point, Bai Ji and Prince Swexing are irreconcilable. Since they are destined to be enemies, Bai Ji naturally does not mind stepping on Prince Swexing when necessary. If it was before, Bai Ji would have to think twice before provoking Prince Swexing, because even if there was the 7 Treasures Glazed sect behind him, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect was not in the Tiandu Imperial City after all, and it was impossible for Bai Ji to take care of him at any time. But now Bai Ji has established his own power, and there is the newly promoted titled Douluo Mengshu sitting beside him, while Prince Swexing's backer Douluo can only be reluctant to help at most, and it is impossible for him to help Prince Swexing, so Bai Ji is not at all panicked about Prince Swexing. Facing him who has a titled Douluo behind him, unless he kills Prince Swexing, Emperor Shueya may tear his face with him for face. But he is just stepping on Prince Swexing who has a grudge against him. No matter what attitude Emperor Shueya has, whether considering Mengshu or Ning Fengzi, he will not come forward to question him, Bai Ji can be sure of this. While Bai Ji was planning and waiting for the opening ceremony of the Gairan Hall in 3 days, using the Pure Land of Bliss to detonate the entire Tiandu Imperial City and the entire Douluo continent, and opening a new era of entertainment, Prince Swexing, who was in a mansion in Tiandu Imperial City, was not so happy. Before, when he was at Tiandu Royal Academy, Prince Swexing did not think that the teachers and students of Shrek Academy in front of him would cause him trouble, but he did not expect that not long after, he was pissed off by Bai Ge at the Tiandu auction house. Not only was Bai Ge maliciously raising the price, but he spent nearly double the price to buy a treasure that was not worth the price, and before leaving, Bai Ge also snatched away several animal-eared female slaves that were almost in his hands. This made Prince Swexing, who had never suffered any loss, a little furious for a while. Later, because of Douluo's request for help, Prince Swexing gave up the Tianbao tower that he was determined to get, but he didn't expect that Douluo would give it away. Prince Swexing didn't care about it at first. But a few days ago, after hearing that a new force with the title Douluo appeared in Tiandu Imperial City, Prince Swexing felt a little uneasy when he found out that this force was actually in the Tianbao tower that he had planned to buy. After checking again, it was found that this force called Dan Pavilion had sold pills at the Tiandu auction house, and the owner was the boy named Bai Ge who snatched the beast girl slave from him. Prince Swexing was so angry. It turned out that the reason why this hateful guy maliciously raised the price was because the auction item was his, and he later foolishly gave the Tianbao tower to the enemy. Although he didn't give it away directly, it was his after all. But even if Prince Swexing was angry, he didn't dare to blame Douluo. After all, Douluo was the guarantee of his status in the royal family and his backer. And it was precisely because of this that Prince Swexing could only drown his sorrows in wine recently, and the bad news was far from over. Chapter 230 Prince Swexing was so angry that he vomited blood, and Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were curious. 4/4. Dear Your Highness, something bad has happened. Our affairs have been known to others. Just as Prince Swexing was drinking alone in a luxurious room in his mansion, a guard suddenly opened the door and rushed in. The guard was the sole emperor that Bai Ge met at the Tiandu auction house. Although he was easily suppressed by Jian Douluo Chenexin, he was able to become Prince Swexing's personal guard. The guard was loyal and powerful. But at this moment, the guard was panicked and looked terrified. What was known? Seeing his men so frightened, Prince Swexing put down the wine glass he had just picked up with some displeasure and asked with a frown. It was about us and Sect Master Ning competing for the female slave at the Tiandu auction house, and it has been known to everyone in the Tiandu Imperial City. The guard smiled bitterly. How is it possible? Prince Swexing suddenly stood up. The Tiandu auction house has been auctioning slaves for a long time. Ning Fengzi would never risk offending all of our nobles by telling the matter of the Tiandu auction house. No. Isn't it Ning Fengzi? As if he had thought of something, Prince Swexing was startled. It is indeed not Sect Master Ning. The guard smiled bitterly and told Prince Swexing about the flyer. Hearing the guard's words, Prince Swexing could not help but get furious. Thinking that Prince Swexing was at least a bully in Tiandu Imperial City, he had always been rampant in Tiandu Imperial City, but in just less than 2 months, he was stepped on 3 times in a row by a teenager, which made Prince Swexing, who had never suffered any loss, very angry. Thinking that as this matter fermented, it was very likely that he would be attacked by his political enemies in the court tomorrow. Facing the criticism of his brother Emperor Shuiyat, Prince Swexing was angry and furious. But facing Bai Ge, because there was the newly promoted title Douluo Dragon Snake Douluo Mengshu, and his backer Douluo seemed to have an unclear relationship with this guy, as well as his relationship with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, it seemed that there was no way to retaliate openly or privately. This made Prince Swexing angrier and angrier, and he almost had a stroke. He had never felt so powerless before. Ah! In a rage, Prince Swexing could not help but roar, and suddenly threw the tea table in front of him away. On the tea table, the expensive golden dragon-patterned teapot fell to the ground and shattered as the tea table was thrown away. The exquisite teacups also fell one by one, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Seeing Prince Swexing's angry look in front of him, the guards could only remain silent. And the next day, Prince Swexing's premonition really came true. Just when he was in court the next day, the 3 teaching committee members of Tiandu Royal Academy who had been at odds with Prince Swexing took this opportunity to impeach Prince Swexing to Emperor Sui. On the grounds that Prince Swexing had poor morals, ignored the laws of the empire as a member of the royal family, and could not serve as a role model for the royal family to manage the Tiandu Royal Academy, which cultivated pillars for the empire, he requested Emperor Sui to revoke Prince Swexing's position as the manager of Tiandu Royal Academy. Emperor Sui naturally knew what kind of morals his younger brother had. But although Prince Swexing is a bit arrogant, to be honest, as a member of the royal family, isn't this normal? In addition, Prince Swexing brought Douluo, a titled Douluo, to the Tiandu Empire, so Emperor Sui has always turned a blind eye to Prince Swexing. In the past, many ministers impeached Prince Swexing, but because there was no evidence, Emperor Sui could still cover it up, but this time the matter was too widespread and could not be suppressed at all. In order to give an explanation to the people of the empire and to give an explanation to the three Seoul Douluo level education committee members, Emperor Sui had to replace Prince Swexing and let another royal family member manage the Tiandu Royal Academy. For this result, although Prince Swexing had already been mentally prepared, when it really came to an end, Prince Swexing was still very angry. March Chinese. But although he knew the culprit, he couldn't afford to provoke him, so he could only swallow his anger, which made Prince Swexing the most angry. Bai Ji's flyer offensive, while hitting Prince Swexing by the way, also aroused the curiosity of many people and forces, and the most curious among them was Tian Shui College. For dance, if Tian Shui College is second in the entire Tiandu Imperial City, no one dares to claim to be first. Every time the All-Continent Seoul Master College Elite Exchange competition was held in the Tiandu Empire, it was basically the Tian Shui College team that performed dances at the opening ceremony, which made the Tian Shui College women's team not only have the identity of a Seoul Master team, but also have the aura of an idol group. And the team of Tian Shui College participating in the All-Continent Seoul Master College Elite Exchange competition this time was even more unique. They did not name their team, but directly used the idol group Tang Shui Group as the name of the team. Bai Ji actually said on the back of the flyer that he would perform a brand new dance with brand new costumes at the opening ceremony of the Gairan Hall, and because Bai Ji's description of the Pure Land of Bliss was really mysterious. What dances and music come from ancient ruins, and what songs symbolize the people's yearning and pursuit for a better life in the era when the ancient ruins were located? This made the girls of the Tang Shui group feel extremely curious. This curiosity is not jealousy. They have never met an opponent in dance. As the saying goes, it is lonely at the top. If there is really an opponent who can match them, they will be happy. It's just that they are looking forward to the paradise that Bai Ji talked about, but they are also afraid. Bai Ji was just bragging. If they didn't see what they wanted to see, they would be very disappointed. The Pure Land of Bliss. There are still 3 days left, sisters, will you go and see it then? In Tian Shui College, after reading the content on the flyer, Shui Bing'er, who has long ice blue hair, beautiful appearance and gentle temperament, couldn't help asking the sisters beside her. Of course I'll go and see it. It's said to be so amazing. I want to see if their dance is as good as our Tang Shui group's dance. Shui Yuer said as a matter of course. I don't think we will be disappointed. Shui Wu said slowly. Why? Shui Yuer asked curiously. I know the person who wrote the flyer. His name is Bai Ji. He is my aunt's son-in-law. Shui Wu answered hesitantly. Bai Ji? How does he look? Is he handsome? Shui Yuer couldn't help but ask with great interest. Well, very handsome. Shui Wu nodded. Then I'll go and see it even more. Shui Yuer said with a chuckle. Hearing her sister's words, Shui Bing'er shook her head helplessly, but she was also quite curious about the dance paradise mentioned in the flyer. Chapter 231, Noble Hall opens, Goodbye Shui King He, 1/4. 3 days passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye it was the day of the opening of Noble Hall. Since the day when flyers were distributed 3 days ago, Bai Ji had people start to build a stage in front of the restaurant where Noble Hall is located. It took 3 days to build the stage, arrange the audience seats, and get enough neon spotlights and amplifying soul guides. After finishing the class at Shrek Academy in the morning, Bai Ji invited everyone. Among them were Lu Erlong and some teachers from the former Blue Tyrant Academy that Bai Ji was familiar with, as well as all the teachers from the former Shrek Academy including Master, Flanders and Zhao Wuji, and students such as Tang San, Dai Mubai and Oscar. After inviting everyone to the castle, Bai Ji personally cooked with several maids to entertain everyone, and then took everyone to the Noble Hall. At this time, the stage in front of the Noble Hall had already been built, and many people had come here, and more people were on their way. However, because the opening ceremony written on Bai Ji's flyer was held at 3:45 in the afternoon, the heavyweight guests invited by Bai Ji had not arrived yet. Time passed slowly, and as time approached 3:45 in the afternoon, the people invited by Bai Ji finally began to arrive one after another. Dad, Grandpa Jian. As a gorgeously decorated carriage drove over not far away, Ning Rongrong was surprised to see the people getting off the carriage. Hey, Grandpa Gu didn't come. Ning Rongrong was a little disappointed to see Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin, but not Gu Rong. Didn't your Grandpa Bone come to Shrek Academy with Dad last time? Now it's your Grandpa Sword's turn. For the safety of our 7 treasures glazed tile sect, one of your Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone must stay in our 7 treasures glazed tile sect. They can't all come together. Ning Fengzi touched Ning Rongrong's head and smiled gently. I know, but this is your daughter's first time to perform on stage. This is a very memorable first time. It's a pity that Grandpa Bone didn't come. Ning Rongrong sighed. Since your Grandpa Bone didn't come, you have to perform even better. Don't let Dad and your Grandpa Sword down. Ning Fengzi smiled. Of course, we have been preparing for a long time. Dad, Grandpa Sword, just wait and see. It will definitely surprise you. Ning Rongrong raised her white and tender little fist and said confidently. Then we'll wait and see. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin looked at each other, and a smile appeared in their eyes. Uncle Ning, Elder Jian, please follow me, I'll take you to sit. Seeing Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin coming, Bai Ji also smiled and greeted them, and took Ning Fengzi and Jian Chen to the VIP seats that had been specially arranged. In the VIP seats, in addition to Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin, Lu Erlong, Master, Flanders, Zhao Wuji and other former Shrek Academy teachers were also there, but as for the former Blue Tyrant Academy teachers, they were arranged in the ordinary audience seats. After all, their strength was still too low. Because of money and connections, when the opening ceremony was about to begin, Bai Ji had already had people block the roads on both sides of the avenue where the noble hall was located, allowing only people to enter, and not allowing ordinary vehicles such as carriages to approach. Although the opening ceremony of the noble hall this time was the opening ceremony of the noble hall, Bai Ji actually also included the opening ceremony of the Dan Pavilion, which had not yet officially opened. Because Bai Ji did not plan to hold a separate opening ceremony for the Dan Pavilion, so he was so solemn about the opening ceremony of the noble hall. Bai Ji believed that other forces and people should be able to guess that this was not an opening ceremony, but actually a meeting. After Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin, mother-in-law Xue Luying also came in a carriage. Bai Ji naturally invited Xue Luying to the VIP seat. After that, other forces in Tiandu Imperial City that Bai Ji knew or didn't know also sent representatives uninvited, but most of them were just young people, and the Dragon Snake family in the Barak Kingdom also came, who was Meng Yuren's father. For the famous forces that he knew, Bai Ji naturally invited them to the VIP seats, but for those that he didn't know or were not famous, Bai Ji took them to the ordinary audience seats. But despite this, the VIP seats that Bai Ji had set were still almost full of people soon. After Bai Ji wrote down the forces that were present, he had a rough idea in his mind. Bai Ji would send invitations to some of them after Dan Pavilion opened. Bai Ji attended the opening ceremony of the Noble Hall for fun, and also wanted to get to know some forces in Tiandu Imperial City through this opening ceremony. Otherwise, Bai Ji didn't know most of the forces in Tiandu Imperial City, so who would Dan Pavilion sell its elixirs to in the future? At this opening ceremony, basically all the well-known forces that Bai Ji knew sent people, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, the Four Elements Academy, the Royal Family, the Ice Phoenix Family, the Shui Family, etc., and the Tiandu Imperial City Wuhan Temple also sent representatives. Because Yu Tianheng might still be confined to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect sent Yu Tianxin this time, while the rest of the Four Elements Academy sent teachers. The Royal Family sent the prospective mother-in-law Xue Luying, and some families sent their future family heads. However, many students from the Four Elements Academy should have come, and Bai Ji didn't know the others, but Swu and some beauties with Swu, Bai Ji estimated that they should be students of Tian Shui Academy. Many heavyweights came to the opening ceremony of the Noble Hall this time. Although the elixirs of the Dan Pavilion itself played a certain role, Bai Ji felt that it was more because of the aura of Meng Shu's newly promoted titled Douluo. As time went by, the opening ceremony of the Noble Hall was about to begin. Dugubo finally brought his granddaughter Duguyan and a group of members of the royal fighting team that Bai Ji had met before, but Yu Tianheng was not among them. Dugubo and Duguyan were invited to the VIP seats, because the VIP seats were full, and the other members of the royal fighting team could only sit in the ordinary audience seats. At this time, in addition to the ordinary audience seats and VIP seats with seats, a large number of civilians who came to watch the excitement also rushed over and stood at the outermost edge waiting for the opening ceremony. In addition to looking forward to watching the performance of the dance paradise mentioned in the flyer, many people were also very interested in the half-price opening promotion that the Noble Hall would hold after the opening ceremony. After all, there are no big restaurants in Douluo continent that will do this before opening. Besides the grand opening promotion, Gairan Hall also has various preferential and exemption systems such as package system and VIP membership system. In the eyes of the simple residents of Douluo continent, this is very conscientious and it is necessary to support it. But just before the opening ceremony was about to begin, someone Bai Ji had not expected actually came. Your Highness. Seeing the familiar figure coming down from the low-key and luxurious carriage, Bai Ji was a little surprised. Why call me Your Highness? Just call me Brother Xuet. Xueqing he smiled gently. Okay then I will call you Brother Xuet. Bai Ji nodded with some hesitation. Since this Your Highness was so into the play, Bai Ji had nothing to do anyway, so he just accompanied him to act. Chapter 232 Nobles and Soul Masters, Bai Ji talks about Douluo. 2/4. At this time, the opening ceremony of the Noble Hall has officially begun. A supervisor transferred by Malena from a certain city came on stage and began to host the opening ceremony. Brother Xuet, the VIP seats are full. Let's go upstairs of the Noble Hall. Finding that the prepared VIP seats were already full, Bai Ji couldn't help but say to Xueqing he apologetically. It's okay, let's go. Xueqing he nodded gently. He led Xueqing he through the crowd and finally came to the restaurant where the Noble Hall was located. The Noble Hall has 3 floors with a total height of about 50 meters. Bai Ji led Xueqing he all the way to the 3rd floor. From the balcony on the 3rd floor, looking at the stage and the crowd below, the gorgeous stage and the crowd like a tide under the stage looked very special. Bai Ji, is this Noble Hall your property? Looking at the stage not far below, Xueqing he asked softly. Gairantang is not my property, but I can get a part of the profits of Gairantang for some reasons, so I can barely be considered a shareholder of Gairantang. Bai Ji smiled. What is a shareholder? Xueqing he was a little curious. Shareholders dong this, I don't know how to explain it specifically. Let's make an analogy. If the Gairan Hall can earn 100 gold soul coins every month, which is the total net income, then shareholders are people who can share these incomes in addition to the boss. They are people who do not have the status of a boss but enjoy the treatment of a boss. The specific income is their own shares multiplied by the total income. The shares are the proportion of the total income agreed upon. Bai Ji also didn't know how to explain it. After all, he didn't study economics in college, so he could only express his superficial understanding. What are the benefits of such a system? Xueqing he continued to ask. The benefits of this, the shareholder system is to give hope to the employees under his command. If capable employees can get shares through their own efforts, then they will work harder for the Gairan Hall and speed up their work efficiency, which is the same as governing the country. The king cannot manage the country alone, so he needs to confer titles on nobles. If the king is regarded as the boss of the country, then the nobles are equivalent to the shareholders of the country. However, compared with the commercial shareholding system, the noble feudal system has too many defects. As Bai Ji was talking, he forgot that Xueqing he beside him was the crown prince, and he also expressed his opinions on the backward system of Douluo continent. Are there any disadvantages of enfeoffment of nobles? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xueqing he couldn't help but become more curious. You know, the enfeoffment of nobles is a system that has been used by all countries in Douluo continent. In Xueqing he's opinion, there should be no disadvantages, otherwise why would it still be used now? The disadvantages are huge. Bai Ji sneered. Do you know the difference between nobles and commoners? One is noble and the other is humble. Xueqing he asked tentatively. Wrong. Bai Ji shook his head. The main difference between nobles and commoners is that the descendants of nobles are still nobles, while the descendants of commoners will always be commoners. If they don't become soul masters, commoners will never become nobles. Although the descendants of nobles are nobles, their quality is uneven. Most of the first-generation nobles are okay, but most of the nobles of the later generations are just guys who eat and wait for death. They are worthless. If some policies are not formulated, most of the nobles will eventually become parasites of the country. On the contrary, although most civilians have nothing outstanding, if they can receive education, many outstanding talents can also emerge from the civilians. But compared with soul masters, most civilians have not yet reached the poverty line. For example, when I was a child, my grandfather's monthly income was less than 1 silver soul coin. But a soul master, even the lowest level soul master, can receive a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin every month. Do you think this is reasonable? Bai Ji asked. It should be reasonable, right? After all, he is a soul master. Xue Qinghe's voice was a little weak. Although he knew that soul masters could receive a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Wuhan Hall every month, he never knew that a civilian's annual income was less than 1 gold soul coin. Because the currency on the Douluo continent is copper soul coins, silver soul coins and gold soul coins, this may sound a bit unrelatable, but if you compare copper soul coins to $1, silver soul coins to $10, and gold soul coins to $100. Ordinary civilians can't earn $100 a year of hard work, but a soul master who is almost useless can easily receive the money earned by a civilian's hard work for a year. This is too ridiculous. Bai Ji, a powerful and talented soul master, recognizes their role, but some soul masters who obviously have no talent, instead of eating the empire's finances worthlessly every month and doing hopeless practice, it is better to engage in more valuable careers, such as engaging in the research and development of various soul guides, breeding and optimization of crops such as grain, helping to refine minerals, etc. But most of the soul masters were eventually taken in by the nobles as retainers or joined the soul hunting group. Basically, no soul master would engage in production-related work, and they all went to be warriors. Humans on Earth have developed aerospace technology in just a few thousand years, but the Douluo continent has been in the deformed Middle Ages for tens of thousands of years. The fundamental reason is that the soul masters have a wrong understanding of their own role. Soul master? Haha, I agree with the status of powerful soul masters, because they are strong enough to serve as a deterrent force to avoid the occurrence of national wars, but they are only powerful, but they have not fully recognized their own value. I won't talk about other things, for example, a plant-based soul master with a first-level innate soul power, even if they practice until death, they can basically only stop at soul masters or great soul masters, but because of the atmosphere on the continent, they often practice until death. Do you think it's useful? Although they can't become powerful soul masters, they actually have other greater roles. For example, those with martial souls as rice can use their martial souls to speed up the growth of surrounding rice, which can completely make an acre of land production has skyrocketed. However, these soul masters are often taken in by nobles for their own use, and they are only allowed to produce the food they need, but a soul master like this can make a village always have a good harvest. There are also fire attribute beast martial soul masters. Compared with ordinary people and some weapon soul masters who are blacksmiths, many fire attribute beast martial soul masters are obviously more suitable for blacksmiths. Finally, I think the most deformed is the soul guide. Obviously, there are such magical soul guides on the continent. Why do they almost only use ready-made soul guides, and no one studies them? Since there are storage soul guides, amplification soul guides, and printing soul guides, why can't there be iron smelting soul guides, mining soul guides, ship soul guides, and flying soul guides? In short, I found that soul guides are used to meet the various needs of soul masters. No one studies the role of soul guides in production. But in fact, if there are these soul guides, it can greatly accelerate the development of a country. Think about how simple it would be to produce steel and swords if there were soul guides for mining and iron smelting, and how convenient transportation would be if there were flying soul guides. Soul masters rely too much on soul rings, but the number of soul beasts cannot keep up with the number of soul masters. A soul master needs to kill 1 to 9 soul beasts in his lifetime, and compared with most humans who have a lifespan of less than 100 years, these soul beasts often need hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of practice. In this way, soul beasts will become extinct one day, and what will humans do then? I think we will still have to rely on soul guides, but if possible, we should try our best to protect soul beasts. Bai Ji sighed. Chapter 233 Xue Qinghe's Admiration and Invitation, 3/4. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I seem to have said too much. After venting all his displeasure about Douluo continent, Bai Ji suddenly realized that the person next to him was not the one he should confide in, which was very embarrassing. But after listening to Bai Ji's words, Xue Qinghe seemed to be particularly interested in it. Bai Ji, since you think that soul masters and the aristocratic system have so many shortcomings, do you have any way to solve them? After coming back to his senses, Xue Qinghe suddenly looked at Bai Ji with a burning gaze and asked. That's true, but it may not be implemented because it may affect the interests of all nobles and soul masters. After hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Bai Ji suddenly hesitated. He knew that the prince in front of him was actually the son of Qian Rongxiu, the saint of the spirit hall. His words just now seemed to have had some unknown impact on the prince in front of him, whose name was Xue Qinghe but was actually Qian Rongxiu. If he continued to talk, would this change the future? But thinking that his behavior had already begun to change the future, Bai Ji simply stopped worrying. He really felt that there were big problems with the system of Douluo continent, first of all, the living standards of civilians, and then the soul beasts. Soul beasts don't eat people, and there is no irreconcilable contradiction with humans. On the contrary, human soul masters have been slaughtering soul beasts because they need soul rings. The growth rate of soul beasts is far less than that of humans. If this continues, soul beasts will become extinct one day. We must find ways to reduce or eliminate the soul master's demand for soul rings, and then we must find ways to protect soul beasts and reduce unnecessary hunting. For the nobles, I think we can try to establish compulsory education, and then hold national examinations to select talents from the common people to break the aristocracy's monopoly on talents. Then for soul masters, I think we cannot blindly subsidize all soul masters. It is precisely because the empire blindly subsidizes all soul masters that the taxes on the common people are too heavy, so that a commoner family almost does not know the taste of meat for a year. For talented soul masters, subsidies can be given, which is called funding, but for those without talent, it is better to let them practice part-time rather than wasting time and energy on practice. For plant-based soul masters, they can be allowed to absorb some specific soul rings, such as soul rings that can promote plant growth, so that they can help the crops in the designated area grow, while other soul masters without talent can be allowed to engage in the research and development of soul guides, but there are problems in this. That is, the status of soul masters in our Douluo continent is too high, so most soul masters are humble and proud of fighting, but they don't want to engage in production and research and development. This problem must be solved. For those who are engaged in the research and development of soul guides, they must be given corresponding status, so that they can be proud of it, develop more types of soul guides, and attract too many talents to join the research and development of soul guides. As for some plant-based soul masters with low talents, they will definitely not be willing to absorb soul rings without attack power in vain, so they also need to be promised something to guarantee their lives. In this way, some soul masters without talents are deployed to the positions where they are needed, which can not only reduce the pressure of soul beasts, but also speed up the development of the empire. If a plant-based soul master absorbs a soul ring that can promote plant growth, the soul skills produced can increase the growth rate and yield of crops, which will completely increase the food reserves of the empire. And the various soul guides I mentioned before, if developed, can also improve productivity, speed up the development of the empire, and enhance the comprehensive national strength of the empire. If these soul guides are studied, they can also the soul masters will share a large part of the profits. After all, soul guides need soul power to use, which requires soul masters. Bai Ji said all his thoughts one by one, which made Xue Qinghe's eyes shine. Bai Ji, you are really the most intelligent and far-sighted person I have ever met. Xue Qinghe excitedly grabbed Bai Ge's hand and exclaimed. Your Highness, you are too kind. Bai Ji felt uncomfortable when Xue Qinghe suddenly grabbed his hand. Although he knew that Xue Qinghe was actually Qian Rongxiu, a beautiful woman, Xue Qinghe was still a man after all. Bai Ji still felt a little too gay to be held by a man with such a hot look in his eyes. Quickly pulling his hand back from Xue Qinghe's hand, Bai Ji secretly wiped his hand on his clothes, but suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. This hand is still very soft. This idea made Bai Ji shake his head in his heart. For some reason, Xue Qinghe's idea of the Tiandu Empire is not just to inherit the Tiandu Empire, but to use the power of the Tiandu Empire to cooperate with the forces behind him to complete the great cause of unifying the continent. But as for how to unify the continent and what to do after unifying the Douluo continent, Xue Qinghe is actually very confused. Now after hearing Bai Ji's words, Xue Qinghe suddenly seemed to have found the direction of his life. Whether it is how to develop after inheriting the Tiandu Empire or how to develop after unifying the Douluo continent, Xue Qinghe now has a goal in mind, that is, to benefit the civilians. But although Bai Ji said a lot, Xue Qinghe still wanted to know more, so Xue Qinghe couldn't help but put his hot eyes on Bai Ji again. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xue Qinghe's eyes, Bai Ji smiled reluctantly. Bai Ji, are you willing to be my staff? Xue Qinghe said seriously. Staff? Bai Ji was a little confused. Yes, staff. Bai Ji, you are the wisest person I have ever met. Your words just now have given me a lot of insights, and even given me a direction for my life. I hope you can give me more guidance. Xue Qinghe bowed solemnly to Bai Ji. I refuse. Bai Ji said without thinking. Why? Xue Qinghe was puzzled. Bai Ji, I will not restrict your freedom. As long as you can help me solve my doubts when I need you, as long as you become my staff, I will agree to anything you ask. Sorry, Your Highness, I still can't agree. Bai Ji still shook his head. He knew Xue Qinghe's true identity. If he became Xue Qinghe's staff, his existence would definitely enter the eyes of the Spirit Hall. Although he has entered the eyes of the Spirit Hall now, if he is related to Xue Qinghe, the Spirit Hall will definitely pay more attention to him. Bai Ji doesn't want to be paid so much attention by the Spirit Hall now. Why? Xue Qinghe's face was a little ugly, because from childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to refuse him. He really appreciated Bai Ji, even admired him, so Xue Qinghe could not stand Bai Ji's rejection. Your Highness, I like freedom and don't like being restrained. What I said to Your Highness before was just a casual remark. Your Highness doesn't have to take it too seriously. If Your Highness has any questions, you can come to me, but as for being Your Highness's staff, I am still not qualified. Bai Ji declined tactfully. Okay. Xue Qinghe sighed. Okay, Your Highness, the show is about to begin. Bai Ji suddenly interrupted Xue Qinghe with a smile, and then motioned Xue Qinghe to look at the stage downwind. After several fighting spirit performances and some other performances, the sky had begun to darken. On the stage, accompanied by the gorgeous neon spotlights suddenly flashing and lighting up, 14 girls in various costumes slowly stepped onto the stage from the back of the stage. Chapter 234 The Shock of the Pure Land of Bliss. The opening ceremony is over. 4/4. Next, we will usher in the last performance of this opening ceremony. 14 peerless beauties will bring us an unprecedented dance, Pure Land of Bliss. Everyone welcome. Under the stage, the host held the amplified soul guide and spoke loudly. As the host's voice sounded, the gorgeous neon spotlights began to flash on the stage, and then as Bai Ji's familiar background music sounded, the fox-eared maid Ali picked up the soul guide in her hand and slowly opened her mouth. The moon is rising. When the moonlight rises, the lantern is lit. I have never heard of the language used in the songs they sang. Could it be that this dance called Pure Land of Bliss and the music and songs used in it are really obtained from ancient ruins? Shui Bing'er did not hear her sister's words. Now her heart is full of curiosity about Pure Land of Bliss. Compared with the dances they have been dancing, which are just a few simple poses on the stage, the complexity of Pure Land of Bliss is simply many times more difficult, but this dance looks more charming. Seeing Pure Land of Bliss, Shui Bing'er seemed to see the future of dance. Compared with their inferior dances, Pure Land of Bliss is more rhythmic and beautiful, more complex, and also accompanied by music and singing. Only this kind of dance is the real dance and the future of dance. No, I must find a way to know what this dance is all about. It would be even better if I can learn it. Shui Bing'er secretly made up her mind. Compared with the girls from Tian Shui College who are in the dance industry, the common people under the stage performed even more exaggeratedly after hearing the song Elysium Pure Land. This music sounds so beautiful. I want to dance to it. Under the stage, a silly audience member A said excitedly. No, music is nothing. Look at the dance carefully. This dance is full of rhythm and beauty. It is even better than the dance performed by the Tang Shui group that my uncle's second aunt's third aunt's neighbor's cousin's brother took me to see at Leiting College. A silly audience member B who claimed to be knowledgeable shook his head. Roar! Everyone, move together! Compared with the many silly civilian audiences who were immersed in music and dance at the outermost edge of the stage, the many VIPs sitting in the VIP seats performed much better. Ning Fengzi, look at Rong Rong's dance, it's good. I didn't expect my good daughter to have such a talent. Looking at the girls dancing on the stage, Xue Luying said with admiration. Yes, it's a pity that Uncle Gu didn't see Rong Rong dancing. Ning Fengzi also nodded, saying with regret. Also, the clothes of these little guys look pretty. I don't think I've ever seen these clothes before as a woman. Xue Luying's intuition made her eyes fall on the clothes of the girls. Auntie, you don't know that these clothes are designed by Bai Ji himself, and even the dance and music are all related to Bai Ji. Hearing Xue Luying's words, Ma Hongjun in the back row couldn't help but laugh. So that's the case. It seems that I have to ask my good son-in-law for a few sets. I think the one Rong is wearing is good. Xue Luying couldn't help but say happily. Yes, little fat boy, what's your name? Your words have solved a big problem for Auntie. After being happy, Xue Luying turned around and looked at Ma Hongjun. Little fatty. Hearing Xue Luying's words, being called a little fat by such a beautiful big sister, Ma Hongjun felt as if his heart was stabbed several times in a row, and he wanted to vomit blood for a while. He. On the side, Oscar couldn't help but laugh softly. Damn it! Hearing Oscar's laughter, Ma Hongjun was immediately angry and punched Oscar's leg. Then, ignoring Oscar's weird cry, he turned his fat face to Xue Luying and smiled reluctantly. Auntie, you're welcome. Let's not talk about the people under the stage. On the stage, following the music and Ali's song, the girls skillfully swung their arms, kicked their legs, twisted their bodies, and made rhythmic and beautiful dances. As time passed, Jingle Pure Land was finally about to finish. Finally, the music gradually faded, and Ali's song also came to an end. As the Pure Land of Bliss ended, the women returned to their previous stage formation, bowed to the audience, and slowly left the stage. Okay, thank you for your help. The 14 beautiful girls brought us beautiful dances. This opening ceremony has officially ended successfully. Now everyone can enter our Gairan Hall in an orderly manner. Because today is the grand opening, all dishes will be half price. After the girls finished dancing the Pure Land of Bliss and left the stage, the host went on stage again and began to advertise Gairan Hall. Your Highness, let's go. Seeing that the girls had finished dancing the Pure Land of Bliss, it was estimated that Gairan Hall would welcome a large number of guests after the host finished speaking. While the crowd had not come yet, Bai Ji said to Xue Qinghe beside him. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xue Qinghe looked at Bai Ji with some resentment. Before, he called him Brother Xue, but now he calls him Your Highness the Prince. Isn't it just to conquer you? If you don't agree, then don't agree. How can you be so ruthless? After leaving Gairan Hall with Xue Qinghe, Bai Ji accompanied Xue Qinghe all the way to the carriage that Xue Qinghe took when he came. Bai Ji, I may come to visit in the future. Will you welcome me? Before leaving, Xue Qinghe suddenly said. Welcome, of course you are welcome. Bai Ji smiled. He had a pretty good impression of Xue Qinghe, or Qian Rongxiu. Goodbye, Bai Ji. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xue Qinghe seemed to have put down a burden in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face again. Watching Xue Qinghe get on the carriage and finally disappear at the end of the street, Bai Ji shook his head and slowly turned around. Chapter 235 Designated Enhancement Card X3, The Idea of Conquering the Nine-Hearted Begonia Family. 1/4. After seeing Xue Qinghe off, Bai Ji walked alone towards the castle located in the back mountain of Dan Pavilion. At this time, all the audience who came to attend the opening ceremony had either gone to the noble hall to taste the food or left after watching the excitement, and the many VIPs who came to attend the opening ceremony had also disappeared, and they should have left. In his mind, after the opening ceremony, as the noble hall welcomed the guests, Bai Ji's achievement task, the first stage of the King of Food, which he had started a long time ago, was finally completed, which gave Bai Ji a chance to draw a gold level lottery. System, Draw Rewards. Bai Ji strolled along the cobblestone path, surrounded by quiet forests and flower beds full of flowers that were emitting an alluring aroma. The gold level lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the designated enhancement card X3. In his mind, the voice of the system sounded. Designated enhancement card, what is it? When Bai Ji heard that the thing he had drawn was called a designated enhancement card, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't have any information about this kind of thing in his memory, but the name sounded like equipment in the game. System, check the information. As soon as Bai Ji's thoughts fell, a virtual attribute panel emerged from Bai Ji's mind. Name, designated enhancement card. Type, item. Effect, you can designate any item for enhancement, so that the level of the designated enhanced item is improved. Note, This designated enhancement card is of general quality and can only enhance items that do not exceed the enhancement limit. You can strengthen any item then, system, since the designated strengthening card can be used on any item, can it be used on martial souls? Seeing the effect of the designated strengthening card, a wonderful idea suddenly popped up in Bai Ge's mind. Yes. In his mind, the emotionless voice of the system sounded again. However, the system needs to remind the host that due to the quality limitations of the designated strengthening card itself, the designated strengthening card can only strengthen the martial soul to the sub-god level. Sub-god level? What is sub-god level? Bai Ge couldn't help asking. According to the system's summary of the martial soul laws of this world, the system divides martial souls into 5 levels: ordinary, soul, earth, heaven, and God. Among them, ordinary martial souls cannot generate soul power. Soul-level martial souls can bring soul masters 1 to 3 levels of innate soul power, while earth-level and heaven-level martial souls can bring soul masters 4 to 10 levels of innate soul power, but compared to earth-level martial souls, heaven-level martial souls often have special abilities. As for the God-level martial soul can also be called the God-given martial soul. It is a martial soul passed down by the gods of this world, which can allow the soul master to break through the limitations of the world and reach the innate soul power of level 20. The most obvious feature of the God-level martial soul is that it can allow the soul master to have a domain before being crowned as a title Douluo. The host's Moyantang martial soul belongs to the God-level martial soul, and there are sub-God level martial souls between the God level and the heaven level. Sub-God level martial souls have a certain probability of allowing soul masters to awaken their domains before being crowned as a title Douluo. The Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul and the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul that the host knows are both sub-God level martial souls. The system replied in a cold voice. I see. After listening to the system's explanation, Bai Ge nodded in his heart. Although the designated enhancement card can only enhance the martial soul to the sub-God level, it is already powerful enough. You should know that there are only 2 kinds of God-level martial souls on the Douluo continent, the 6-winged angel of the Wuhan Hall and the Poseidon martial soul of the Poseidon Island. Now that he knows the effect of the designated enhancement card, Bai Ge also thinks about who to give the 3 enhancement opportunities to. Before, Ning Rongrong was given Kiluo Tulip to evolve Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Now that there is another opportunity to evolve the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, it must be that the future father-in-law Ning Fengzi will take up a place. Then, the teacher Yu Xiaogang must take up a place. When Bai Ge was a child, he was also taken care of by the master, and many of the knowledge that the master taught Bai Ge were also very precious and useful. These knowledge were summed up by the master with great effort, and they could not be learned in the Soul Master Academy. Although Bai Ge had given the master the barrier-breaking pill to help the master break through level 30, Luo Sanbao's own limitations were still too great. Even if he broke through level 30, the weakness of the martial soul would make the master's future path narrower and narrower. But if Bai Ge can make Luo Sanbao evolve into a golden holy dragon, even if he can't evolve into a golden holy dragon, as long as he evolves into an ordinary dragon martial spirit, the master will undoubtedly become a genius, and it is not impossible for him to become a titled Douluo in the future. For a scientific scholar like the master, it would be a pity if he died young because of the defects of the martial spirit. Being able to become a martial spirit theory master by studying martial spirits, Bai Ge thinks that if the master studies soul guides, he will definitely become a soul guide master in the future. But Bai Ge hesitated about the last enhancement quota. Should he give it to Meng Shu or Dugubo? After thinking for a long time, Bai Ge finally decided not to give it to anyone. No matter who the last enhancement quota is given to, the other person may be dissatisfied if he knows it, so he simply doesn't give it to anyone. As for who to give the last enhancement quota to, Bai Ge has already made a decision in his heart, that is Ye Lingling. Although Bai Ge has trained 48 preparatory alchemists, from the current point of view, the qualifications of the preparatory alchemists can only refine low-grade and medium-grade elixirs. As for the top-grade elixirs, Bai Ge can only refine them himself. But Bai Ge does not have so much time to spend on refining elixirs for Dan Pavilion, so it is necessary to subdue a soul master with a strong alchemy talent. Before, Bai Ge had already speculated that the soul masters who might have a strong alchemy talent were Huo Wu and Ye Lingling. But Bai Ge knew too little about Huo Wu, and there was basically no good way to subdue Huo Wu. Of course, it should be easy to invite Huo Wu to join, but if she was not subdued, Huo Wu was not a member of Dan Pavilion after all. In Huo Wu's heart, family is more important after all, but unlike Huo Wu, Ye Lingling, and the Ye family of the Nine-Heart Begonia family are easy to deal with. The Nine-Heart Begonia family, this is a martial soul that is not inferior to or even slightly stronger than the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower in terms of support, but the huge flaws of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul have always shrouded the Nine-Heart Begonia family in tragedy. The Nine-Heart Begonia flower, only 2 branches bloom. In order for the next generation to awaken the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul, an existing Nine-Heart Begonia soul master must die. Ye Lingling was able to awaken the Nine-Heart Begonia, which means that before Ye Lingling awakened the martial soul, in order for Ye Lingling to awaken the Nine-Heart Begonia, Ye Lingling must have had a close relative die. This can also explain why Ye Lingling is always lifeless and expressionless. Because Ye Lingling's heart is always shrouded by the sorrow of her family, she has no hope for life. Her loved ones died because of her, and Ye Lingling must be very painful. In the future, she will also die like this, which makes her more desperate about everything, but no one is willing to show this kind of pain, so Ye Lingling can only face everything with coldness. Compared with the Bailan family, which is deeply tortured by the Bailan poison, the Juxin Haitang family is even more sorrowful. The Bailan poison makes it difficult for almost every generation of the Bailan family to live past the age of 25. Seeing the loved ones die in front of him, Douluo must have a past that others can't bear. Bai Ji relied on the method of solving the Bailan poison in his hand to successfully regain Douluo. And if Bai Ji can solve the problem of the Juxin Haitang family, compared with the difficulty of conquering Douluo at the beginning, Bai Ji, who now has Dan Pavilion, Dragon Snake Douluo Mengshu and Poison Douluo Douluo behind him, will definitely be easier to conquer the Juxin Haitang family. So Bai Ji finally decided to give the last enhancement quota to Ye Lingling. As long as he could conquer the Nine-Heart Begonia family through Ye Lingling, Bai Ji would undoubtedly not lose out. Chapter 236, Bringing a Message to Ye Lingling, The Mysterious Douluo, 2/4. Bai Ji was thinking in his heart while strolling on the cobblestone path in the forest. 10 minutes later, Bai Ji finally arrived in front of the castle. At this moment, several large tables had been set up in the castle. There was a table for the teachers of Shrek Academy, a table for the students, and a table for Ning Fengzi, Shueluying, Chen Xin, Douluo, Mengshu, and others. As for the little maids, they were all busy in the kitchen, preparing meals. Bai Ji, you're back. Where did you go before? Tu was just about to ask you to record a video with Hawaii Honor Max and show it to Grandpa Bone. Seeing Bai Ji coming back, Ning Rongrong immediately came up and complained. I met the Crown Prince before. Seeing Ning Rongrong talking about Hawaii Honor Max very naturally, Bai Ji suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of disobedience, but thinking about it, it was quite interesting. Bai Ji smiled slightly and said, Prince Shueking He? No wonder. Hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Ning Rongrong also understood why Bai Ji suddenly didn't know where to go. It turned out that he went to accompany the Crown Prince Shueking He who suddenly arrived. Zio Bai. Seeing the cotton ball on Ning Rongrong's shoulder, Bai Ji smiled and touched the blue bird Zio Bai on Ning Rongrong's shoulder, but looking around the hall, he didn't see his sister Malena in it, and Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little confused. Rongrong, didn't sister Malena come? Because of our publicity, too many guests came to Gyron Hall in the evening, and the managers were a little too busy, so Sister Malena went to host the scene. Aside, Meng Yuan said with a smile. Okay. Bai Ji nodded. Not long after Bai Ji came back, the maids' meals were finally ready and began to be served on the table one after another. Because the maids' cooking skills were deeply passed down by Bai Ji, everyone felt that this meal was very delicious. A steady stream of exquisite dishes were constantly brought to the table. While eating the dishes, everyone toasted and exchanged cups. This meal took more than an hour. When they finished eating, it was already very dark. Let's go, we should go back to the academy. Bai Ji, thank you for your hospitality. Before leaving, Dean Flanders smiled at Bai Ji. Dean Flanders, you're welcome. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Bai Ji, I heard that you gave Prince Shuexing a hard time and made him lose his royal management position in Tiandu Royal Academy. You really helped our Shrek Academy. Beside him, Zhao Wuji laughed. Of course, I, Bai Ji, am also a member of Shrek Academy. I have always remembered that Prince Shuexing insulted us so much. Now I have a chance to take revenge. Bai Ji smiled. Then we will leave first. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Flanders also showed a satisfied smile, and then prepared to take Zhao Wuji and other teachers and Tang San and other students back to Shrek Academy. But when Flanders was about to leave, he found that the master had not moved yet. "Master, are you not going back?" Flanders asked with some doubts. "You go first, I have something to do, I will leave later." The master shook his head. Soon, everyone left one after another, but at Bai Ji's signal, Ling Mao and He Luo took advantage of Bai Ji's farewell to everyone to keep the master and Ning Fengzi, and let the two stay. In addition to keeping the master and Ning Fengzi, Bai Ji also took Douluo and Douluo aside separately. "Young master, do you have anything to tell me?" Douluo asked in confusion after being taken aside by Bai Ji. "It's not that I need help from Senior Douluo, but that I need help from your granddaughter." Bai Ji shook his head. "Yan, what can I do for you?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo couldn't help but frowned and looked at his granddaughter Douluo beside him. "Me?" Hearing that Bai Ji actually had something to ask her for help, Douluo couldn't help but point her finger at herself in confusion. She thought she was just brought here by the way. "What can I do for you?" Douluo blinked her green eyes. Although she didn't know how she could help, she would not refuse Bai Ji's request for help. "Are you familiar with Ye Lingling?" Bai Ji asked. "We are friends. Although she has a cold personality, we are the only two girls in the royal fighting team, so our relationship is pretty good." Douluo thought for a while and replied. "Okay, then I want you to give her some words for me." Bai Ji nodded and said. "Give Lingling a message? You don't like Lingling, do you?" Douluo was a little confused, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Bai Ji became a little weird. "No." Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ji's face was full of black lines. After taking a few deep breaths, Bai Ji calmed down his inner feelings and said, "I want you to tell her that I have a way to solve the problem of the defect of the martial soul of their nine-heart begonia family. If she wants to solve the defect of her family's martial soul, let her come to me." "Can you really solve the defect of the nine-heart begonia martial soul?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo was a little unconvinced. "I mean it's possible, can it be possible? I'm not 100% sure that I can solve it, but I'm more than 70%. Since I can solve the Bailan poison of your Bailan family, why can't I solve the problem of their Juxin Haitang family? Just tell her, I believe she will make the right choice." Bai Ji said lightly. "Okay, I know, I will tell her." Douluo did not hesitate too much. After knowing that Bai Ji was more than 70% sure that he could solve the defects of the nine-heart begonia martial soul, Douluo made a decision in his heart. Because he was a good friend of Ye Lingling, Douluo also knew something about the nine-heart begonia family and the tragedy caused by the defects of the nine-heart begonia martial soul. So after knowing that Bai Ji seemed to be able to solve this tragedy, Douluo would naturally not cruelly kill the hope that might redeem his friend Ye Lingling. On the side, listening to the conversation between Bai Ji and Douluo had no doubt that Bai Ji could solve the problem of the nine-heart begonia family, but when he heard that Bai Ji might meet Ye Lingling, Douluo could not help but feel moved. Ye Lingling seemed to be a good friend of Yanyan, so Yanyan should go there at that time, right? "Okay, Senior Douluo, that's all I have to say." After saying that, Bai Ji said to Douluo. "Then I and Yanyan will bid farewell to the young master. Thank you for entertaining me today." Douluo also came back to his senses and clasped his fists to Bai Ji. "You're welcome." With his granddaughter Douluo came all the way to the city of Tiandu Imperial City. Behind him was the boundless forest that led directly to the Sunset Forest. "Yanyan, you go back first. Grandpa has something to do in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire." Douluo looked at his granddaughter Douluo and said. "Well, I'll go first. Goodbye, Grandpa." Although he was a little confused, Douluo still didn't ask. "By the way, Yanyan, wait for me before you take Lingling to find the young master tomorrow. I'll go with you." Before Douluo left, Douluo added. "I know." Watching his granddaughter Douluo enter the crowd in the city, Douluo took out a small stove with exquisite shape but full of holes, about the size of a baby's palm. "Almost there, it will be successful soon." Looking at the sunset forest in the distance, Douluo thought secretly in his heart. After taking back the small stove, Douluo turned around and jumped up suddenly. The whole person instantly turned into a residual shadow and moved quickly between the treetops of the big trees, and soon disappeared in the dark forest. Chapter 237 Wuhan Evolution, Ning Fengzi's 9 treasures glazed tower, 3/4. On the other side, after saying goodbye to Douluo and Douguyan, Bai Ji returned to the castle. Teacher, Uncle Ning, please come with me. Bai Ji said to the master and Ning Fengzi. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master and Ning Fengzi stood up, and the two followed Bai Ji to a spacious conference room on the second floor of the castle. Bai Ji, do you want us to stay for something? In the quiet room, slowly sat down on a chair next to a conference table, and the master asked with some doubts. Hearing the master's words, Ning Fengzi also looked at Bai Ji with curious eyes, but Bai Ji just slowly closed the door, and then smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, it's a great thing. Good thing. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master and Ning Fengzi looked at each other, but they were even more curious in their hearts. After closing the door, Bai Ji also slowly sat on a chair. Teacher, do you know about martial soul evolution? Martial soul evolution, I naturally know this. The master nodded. In a sense, the evolution of martial souls is also a kind of martial soul mutation, but compared with the random strength and weakness of martial soul mutations, the evolution of martial souls represents the benign mutation of martial souls, that is to say, the evolution of martial souls will only make martial souls mutate in a good direction. Compared with the martial souls before mutation, the martial souls will only become stronger after evolution. Master Yu is worthy of being a master of martial soul theory. His analysis of martial soul evolution is indeed very thorough. Hearing the master's explanation, Ning Fengzi smiled and applauded. Master Ning, you are too kind. I just used the time that everyone used to practice to study martial souls. There is nothing to praise. The master smiled bitterly. Teacher, do you want Sanbao to evolve? Bai Ji's voice suddenly rang in the master's ears. What? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master didn't come back to his senses for a while. Bai Ji, what did you say just now? The master looked at Bai Ji with trembling lips. Teacher, I have a way to evolve Sanpao. Although it may not evolve to the level of Golden Holy Dragon, it should be able to evolve Sanpao into a real dragon. Bai Ji said slowly. And Uncle Ning, I can also evolve your 7 treasures glazed tower into a 9 treasures glazed tower. Bai Ji looked at Ning Fengzi again and said. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Fengzi also stood up from the chair. Bai Ji, are you telling the truth? Ning Fengzi's face was very solemn. Although he could not tell from his appearance what he was feeling at the moment, Bai Ji could feel his excitement at the moment. Of course it's true. Bai Ji smiled and nodded. Teacher, Uncle Ning, who will come first? It's still Master Ning / Master who will come first. Both of them chose to let the other come first. Master Ning, you should come first. I'm a little nervous. The master smiled bitterly. Okay then. Hearing the master's words, Ning Fengzi still nodded. Bai Ji, what should I do? Ning Fengzi slowly walked in front of Bai Ji and asked softly. Uncle Ning, you summon your 7 treasures glazed tower first. Bai Ji thought about it and said. Okay. Ning Fengzi nodded and slowly stretched out his right hand. As a burst of gorgeous 7-color light bloomed from his right hand, a 7-story crystal tower that seemed to be carved from crystal slowly emerged from Ning Fengzi's hand. At the same time, 7 soul rings with yellow, purple, black, and black colors slowly rose from Ning Fengzi's feet. Looking at the 7 treasures glazed tower in Ning Fengzi's hand, Bai Ji slowly spread out his right hand. As a golden light flashed by, a golden card appeared in Bai Ji's right hand. He pointed his right hand at the 7 treasures glazed tower and suddenly crushed the card in his hand. As the golden card was crushed, the fragments of the golden card suddenly turned into countless golden streams that poured into the 7 treasures glazed tower. The 7 treasures glazed tower, which was originally carved out of crystal, suddenly seemed to be made of gold with the influx of golden streams. The golden streams flowed in the 7 treasures glazed tower like flowing water, making the 7 treasures glazed tower bloom with dazzling golden light. In the golden light, the 7 treasures glazed tower slowly rose from 7 floors to 8 floors, and finally to 9 floors. After the 7 treasures glazed tower was transformed into the 9 treasures glazed tower, the golden light inside the 9 treasures glazed tower also began to slowly dim, and finally completely quieted down. As the martial soul evolved from the 7 treasures glazed tower to the 9 treasures glazed tower, Ning Fengzi suddenly felt that the bottleneck of level 79 that had been imprisoning him was instantly broken, and the whole person seemed to be completely sublimated, and instantly felt indescribably relaxed all over. Is this the 9 treasures glazed tower? Looking at the crystal tower shining with 9 colors, Ning Fengzi murmured to himself. Uncle Ning, how do you feel? Bai Ji asked with a smile. I feel very good, better than ever before. Ning Fengzi slowly opened his arms and looked at the night sky outside the window, with an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. Thank you, Bai Ji, you are the great benefactor of our 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and the 7 treasures glazed tile tower will always be your home. Looking at Bai Ji again, Ning Fengzi said very seriously. 7 treasures glazed tile sect? Uncle Ning, should it be called 9 treasures glazed tile sect now? Bai Ji smiled. Teacher, it's your turn. Bai Ji looked at the master. Seeing Ning Fengzi's 7 treasures glazed tile tower martial spirit evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tile tower in front of him, the master was very shocked, but more excited. Because since Ning Fengzi's 7 treasures glazed tile tower martial spirit can evolve, then his Luo Sanbao should also be able to evolve. Bai Ji did not lie to himself. The master took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master slowly stood up and walked in front of Bai Ji, then stretched out his hand to summon the martial spirit Luo Sanbao. As a stream of purple light shot out from the body, a creature with a lavender body, big ears, big blue eyes, and a round body, which looked like a lavender pig, suddenly appeared in front of the master. It was Luo Sanbao. And Luo Sanbao seemed to know that he would have the opportunity to evolve. The whole beast looked very excited. The round body squatted on the ground, the little tail kept shaking, and the pair of big blue eyes looked at Bai Ji without blinking, with eagerness in his eyes. Teacher, are you ready? Spreading his hands again, with a flash of golden light, a golden card appeared in his hand again, and facing Luo Sanbao with his right hand, Bai Ji said in a deep voice. Ready. The master nodded firmly. Okay, then I'll start. Hearing the master's answer, Bai Ji suddenly crushed the golden card in his hand. Chapter 238 Luo Sanbao evolves Purple Ghost Holy Dragon, the still mysterious Douluo. 4/4. As the golden designated enhancement card in his hand was crushed, countless golden streams of light suddenly flew in all directions and poured into Luo Sanbao's body. Luo Sanbao, who was originally pale purple, was filled with golden light. The body instantly burst into dazzling golden light, and it looked as if it had turned into a golden legend. In the dazzling golden light, Luo Sanbao's body began to slowly grow larger and longer. The majestic dark purple dragon horn slowly grew out from Luo Sanbao's forehead. While his originally round body became slender and strong, countless dark purple scales continued to grow out of his body surface. The short and thick tail began to lengthen and eventually turned into a slender and powerful dragon tail. The originally short and thick limbs also eventually turned into 4 slender and strong dragon claws with the changes in Luo Sanbao's body. Finally, as a pair of broad blue-purple dragon wings stretched out from his back, the dazzling golden light gradually began to dim. Roar! With a dragon roar, the dazzling golden light finally dissipated, and a majestic and powerful dark purple dragon appeared in front of the master. Sanbao, is that you? Looking at the dark purple dragon in front of him, which was much larger than Luo Sanbao, the master choked up and his tears gradually blurred his eyes. For so many years, he had been ridiculed because of his martial soul transformation into Luo Sanbao. Now he is finally no longer a waste in the eyes of the tribe. Roar! Hearing the master's words, Luo Sanbao slowly put his slender dragon head on the master's leg and began to rub it up and down, as if it was still the round and chubby Luo Sanbao. Sanbao! The master could no longer suppress his complicated feelings. He suddenly squatted down and hugged Luo Sanbao. The master began to cry bitterly. He thought he had forgotten all the sufferings he had suffered, but it turned out that they were just sunk into his heart. At this moment, with the evolution of Luo Sanbao, everything he had encountered in the past suddenly floated to his mind. His life was a complete tragedy before, but now he is finally no longer that waste and can finally get rid of the haze of the past. Looking at the master crying bitterly, Ning Fengzi also sighed in his heart. He knew something about the master's past. The master's identity was not ordinary, but the son of Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, one of the top 3 sects. However, because of the mutation and degeneration of his martial soul, the master's innate soul power was only half a level, so he was rejected by the tribe and regarded as a waste. Even Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, could not stop this kind of cold violence. If it were someone else, he would probably be decadent because of this, but the master was unwilling to sink into this state. Instead, he quietly left the family and began to venture into the mainland to experience and prove himself. However, the innate disadvantage of the martial soul made the master stop at level 29 no matter how hard he tried, just as he could only stop at level 79 before. Because of the limitations of the martial soul, the master could only turn to research theory, so he became the current martial soul theory master. It can be said that the tragedy of the master's first half of his life was caused by the degenerated martial soul that had been awakened, but now the degenerated martial soul has evolved into a powerful dragon martial soul with the help of Bai Ji. The dream that had been abandoned suddenly came true at this moment. No matter who it was, they would not be able to bear it and would feel mixed emotions of joy and sorrow. When the master was holding Luo Sanbao and crying, because he had evolved into a dark purple dragon, although Luo Sanbao still retained his self-awareness, he could no longer exist outside the master's body for as long as before, because the master's soul power could not support it. Luo Sanbao finally returned to the master's body again, and the master's emotions stabilized at this time. Bai Ji, thank you very much, teacher. It has always been my dream to let Sanbao evolve. I thought this dream would only be a dream in this life, but I didn't expect you to help the teacher realize it. Thank you very much, Bai Ji. If you need anything from the teacher, please tell the teacher will definitely help you. Looking at Bai Ji, the master's eyes were indescribably serious. In the master's serious eyes, Bai Ji could also see a trace of shame flashing by. No need, teacher. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. He really didn't need the master's help now. But if possible, I hope you can register in my Dan Pavilion and become a nominal elder. Then, when you have time, you can study soul guides. I think that compared to studying martial spirits, studying soul guides and inventing more useful soul guides can also have a huge impact on the continent. This is no worse than studying martial spirits, and it will not be questioned or ridiculed by others. Soul guides? I see. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master nodded thoughtfully. By the way, teacher, now that Sanbao has evolved into this, don't you give Sanbao another name? As if thinking of something, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Sanbao's name doesn't need to be changed. I'm used to calling him that. The master smiled faintly and shook his head. But I haven't seen Sanbao's current race. It may be a new sub-dragon species. Seeing that Sanbao is now all dark purple, why not call him the Purple Holy Dragon? Okay, teacher, Uncle Ning, I asked you to stay this time because of these. If you don't mind, you can'll stay here for one night. No thanks. Ning Fengzi and the master refused. Until they left, neither of them asked what the 2 golden cards that Bai Ji had just taken out were that could make their martial souls evolve. Time quickly came to the next day. In the afternoon, in the sunset forest, a fist-sized silver toad was jumping quickly in the woods, and behind it, a green shadow was chasing the silver toad relentlessly. Little guy, stop right there. Green light kept bursting from behind, constantly shooting at the silver toad, but they were all nimbly dodged by the silver toad. The terrifying green light instantly corroded the ground into pits when it hit the ground, which looked chilling. Damn it! Phantom green snake hand! With a gnashing sound, the dazzling green light suddenly bloomed, and instantly turned into a giant palm in the air to cover the silver toad. This time the silver toad could no longer hide. Boom! Following a loud bang, the terrifying air waves and the smoke and dust in the sky suddenly rushed to the surroundings, but this could not stop the green shadow. The green shadow flashed and came to the place where the giant palm fell. It was Douluo. Albizia Julabrison, Xiang grass, Lanzi flower, the blood of the red snake and the saliva of the snow silver ice toad, it finally worked. Douluo said excitedly as he took out a small stove full of holes from his arms, picked up the body of the snow silver ice toad, and carefully dripped the saliva of the snow silver ice toad into the small stove. It should still be in time now, right? Douluo stood up and looked in the direction of Tiandu Imperial City, thinking. No, I have to go back quickly. Without thinking too much, he put away the small stove, and Douluo's figure flashed, and the whole person quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 239 Yelingling arrived, Douluo's aphrodisiac incense. 1/4. On the other side, Tiandu Imperial City, Douluo Mansion. Yanzi, did he really say that he could remove the defects of our 9-heart begonia martial spirit? Beside Douluo Yan, Yelingling, who had an elegant appearance and a calm temperament, asked a little nervously. He didn't say that he could definitely solve the defects of your 9-heart begonia martial soul, but said that he was only about 70% sure. But wouldn't it be more trustworthy if he didn't say it was absolutely true? Duguyan shook his head and said. Well, I hope so. Hearing Duguyan's words, Ye Lingling also nodded silently. Hey, why hasn't my grandpa come back yet? Sitting in the yard, he was going to take Ye Lingling to Dan Pavilion to find Bai Ge directly after school. Now it was almost evening, and Dugubo hadn't come back yet, which made Duguyan complain. Senior Dugubo should be busy, we wait a little longer, it's okay. Ye Lingling comforted. Speaking of Dugubo arrived, and with a hearty laugh, a voice came over, My dear granddaughter, Grandpa loves you so much, can't you wait for Grandpa? As soon as the voice fell, a figure in a green robe flashed by and suddenly appeared in front of Duguyan and Ye Lingling. It was Dugubo. Grandpa, it's not that I don't want to wait for you, but you know how important today's matter is to Lingling. How can you let Lingling wait for so long? Duguyan said with a puffed face. It's okay. On the side, Ye Lingling shook her head quickly. Okay, it's all Grandpa's fault. Let's go to Dan Pavilion. Hearing his granddaughter's voice, Dugubo shook his head and smiled. With Duguyan and Ye Lingling, Dugubo walked all the way to the direction of Dan Pavilion. Arriving at Dan Pavilion, Bai Ge was practicing in the castle, while Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were discussing new dances with 10 maids outside. Since dancing the Pure Land of Bliss last time, the girls have liked dancing. After getting a new dance from Bai Ge, Peach Blossom Love Song, the girls began to discuss and prepare to rehearse Peach Blossom Love Song. Hello, Senior Dugubo. Seeing Dugubo, Ning Rongrong greeted him, and the other girls also greeted Dugubo one after another. It turned out to be Miss Rongrong. May I ask where the young master is? Seeing Ning Rongrong, Dugubo asked. Bai Ge is practicing in the room. I'll go call him. Lingmu, you take Senior Dugubo to the quiet room to wait. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, she turned around and called Bai Ge, while Lingmu took Dugubo, Duguyan and Ye Lingling to the quiet room to wait. When they arrived at the quiet room, Dugubo sat down slowly and scanned the quiet room with his eyes hidden. The space in the quiet room was not too big. Apart from the conference table on the side, the remaining furniture was only 2 sofas, a coffee table, and the floor was covered with carpet. There was another room next door, which was the bedroom. After Lingmu took Dugubo, Duguyan and Ye Lingling to the quiet room to wait, she left. While his granddaughter Duguyan and Ye Lingling were chatting, Dugubo secretly took out the small stove. This small stove is just an ordinary incense burner, but the incense inside is not ordinary incense, but a special incense made by Dugubo from various medicinal materials and soul beast materials collected recently. Bai Ge's poisoning talent is indeed the nemesis of all toxins, but after Dugubo's painstaking thinking, Dugubo successfully found the shortcomings of Bai Ge's poisoning talent. That is, poisoning should only be targeted at poisons that are harmful to oneself, but what if the poison is not harmful to oneself, then can the poisoning talent still work? After a long period of research, Dugubo finally succeeded in creating a powerful aphrodisiac, and in order not to be discovered, Dugubo also made this poison into incense. Because Dugubo has been to Bai Ge's castle, he has some understanding of some of the arrangements in Bai Ge's castle. Bai Ge is not short of money, so in Bai Ge's castle, there are incense in almost every room. The smell of his aphrodisiac incense is almost the same as that of ordinary incense, so it is basically impossible to be discovered. As long as the aphrodisiac incense is placed in the room, when Bai Ge comes in, he will definitely be caught without any precautions. But, looking at his granddaughter Duguyan beside him, Dugubo sighed in his heart. He really didn't think highly of Duguyan and Yu Tianheng. The reputation of the biphosphorus poison girl in Tiandu Imperial City was not groundless. Even if Yu Tianheng really liked his granddaughter Duguyan, as he said before, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect would not let the future sect leader marry a biphosphorus poison girl. Although their Dugu family has now found a way to remove the biphosphorus poison, others don't know and won't believe it. Facing the biphosphorus poison, everyone who knows about it will definitely avoid it. Moreover, Bai Ge only gave 2 ways to solve the green phosphorus poison in their family. One is to condense the poison pill, and the other is to force the green phosphorus poison in the body into the soul bone, or if you have twin martial souls and the second martial soul is a weapon martial soul, you can also force the green phosphorus poison into the second weapon martial soul. However, condensing the poison pill requires strong cultivation, and the second method has a very low probability of getting a soul bone or the second martial soul being a weapon martial soul. He does have a head soul bone, which is the soul bone of the 10,000-year-old Medusa, but it has been fused. Unless his head is cut off, it cannot be taken off, so even if he wants to, he can't give the Medusa soul bone to his granddaughter Douluo, and even if he gives it to his granddaughter Douluo, what about her descendants? The poison pill method is only suitable for powerful soul masters, and the soul bone is too limited. As for twin martial souls, they are even rarer, and even if there is a second martial soul, it is not certain whether it is a weapon martial soul. In the end, Douluo found that the best way to solve the Bailan family's Bailan poison was to get Bai Ji's poisoned physique, which could not only solve the family's problems once and for all, but also make the family move to a higher level. He never wanted his son Douluo Xin's tragedy to happen again, and to watch his loved ones die miserably in front of him again, so whether it was out of his own selfishness or the family's righteousness, Douluo was determined to let Douluo and Bai Ji get together. And this time, the aphrodisiac incense was Douluo's trump card. As for Ye Lingling who was accidentally injured, Douluo could only say sorry. Anyway, it seems that the Juxin Haitang family will also join Dan Pavilion and submit to the command of Master Bai Ji, so Ye Lingling and Bai Ji will have a relationship, and the Juxin Haitang family will not object. So after thinking about it, Douluo didn't even have the idea of apology in his heart. He was not a kind person. After lighting the incense in the incense burner, Douluo used his soul power to protect his body while slowly placing the incense burner under the sofa. Although he used his soul power to protect his body, the aphrodisiac effect of his special incense this time was too strong, even the dragons would be affected, and with his titled Douluo cultivation, he could only use his soul power to protect himself for more than 10 minutes, and then he couldn't hold on. Just after Douluo put down the aphrodisiac incense, Bai Ji also pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 240 The Last Enhancement Card, 9 Heart Begonia Evolution. 2/4. Senior Douluo, Miss Douluo, Miss Ye Lingling. Looking at the three people in front of him, Bai Ji greeted them. I say, Bai Ji, you know how to call me Miss now. Douluo was speechless. Sir, I have sent the person here, so I will leave first. Douluo stood up and said with a smile. Senior Douluo is leaving. Seeing Douluo was actually about to leave, Bai Ji was a little confused. I have something else to do. Douluo made an excuse. Then goodbye, Senior Douluo. Goodbye, Master. Douluo nodded, then quickly left the room as if escaping, and closed the door. Seeing Douluo leave so quickly, Bai Ji felt a little strange, but didn't pay too much attention. Seeing Douluo close the door of the room, Bai Ji slowly sat on the sofa opposite Douluo and Ye Lingling. Bai Ji, have you really solved our Ju Xin Hai? Is it because of the 9 Heart Begonia martial soul? Looking at Bai Ji, Ye Lingling mustered up the courage to ask. I can't guarantee that I can solve the problem of your martial soul, but according to my analysis, the reason why the 9 Heart Begonia martial soul causes the 9 Heart Begonia soul masters to not meet each other is nothing more than the 9 Heart Begonia martial soul itself. As long as your 9 Heart Begonia martial soul can be mutated, this characteristic is likely to disappear by itself. Bai Ji smiled slightly and replied. Will mutation make our 9 Heart Begonia martial soul weaker? Ye Lingling couldn't help asking. No. The mutation I'm talking about is actually not a mutation, but an evolution. I can make your 9 Heart Begonia martial soul evolve. As long as your 9 Heart Begonia evolves, the defects of the 9 Heart Begonia martial soul should also be eliminated. You should be able to feel it yourself when the time comes. I heard that these strange martial souls of yours generally have special perceptions. Bai Ji shook his head and said. It can make our 9 Heart Begonia evolve. We should have to pay a price for this, right? After a moment of silence, Ye Lingling said slowly. That's for sure. There is no free lunch in the world. Bai Ji nodded very naturally. If I really solve the problem of your 9 Heart Begonia family, your 9 Heart Begonia family will join Dan Pavilion from now on and become my servant family. Are you willing? Looking at Ye Lingling, Bai Ji asked. As long as you can really solve the defects of our 9 Heart Begonia martial spirit, so that we no longer have to bear the pain of giving up our loved ones, what's wrong with our 9 Heart Begonia family surrendering? Ye Lingling said firmly. Okay. Hearing Ye Lingling's decisive agreement, Bai Ji also applauded with appreciation. Well, should I go? Seeing that Bai Ji and Ye Lingling seemed to be making some special deal, Duguyan said tentatively. Without waiting for Bai Ji to answer, Duguyan stood up and said, "Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside." After that, Duguyan stood up and left the room quickly, and closed the door, but listening to Duguyan's words, why is it so ambiguous? What should I do? Regarding Duguyan's departure, Ye Lingling did not comment, but looked directly at Bai Ji and asked. "Summon your martial soul." Bai Ji said. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ye Lingling slowly stretched out her hands, and with a soft white light, a pink begonia flower composed of white and pink petals suddenly appeared in Ye Lingling's hands. Seeing the 9-heart begonia in Ye Lingling's hand, Bai Ji also slowly stretched out his right hand, and with a flash of golden light, a golden card suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's right hand. This was the last designated enhancement card in Bai Ji's hand. Ye Lingling was naturally very curious about the card that suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's right hand, but the cold temperament she had developed since childhood and the experiences she had experienced made her not ask, and it was obviously Bai Ji's secret. Even if she asked, Bai Ji would probably not tell her. Looking at the 9-heart begonia in Ye Lingling's hand, Bai Ji suddenly crushed the card in his hand, and the golden card instantly shattered into countless golden streams that poured into the pink 9-heart begonia. The pink 9-heart begonia bloomed with dazzling golden light as the golden light poured in, and the whole flower seemed to turn into a golden tulip. The golden light surged in the 9-heart begonia. As the golden light surged, the originally pink 9-heart begonia began to fade slowly, and finally turned into a pure white, from a pink begonia flower to a wholly white begonia flower. As the 9-heart begonia transformed, the golden light also began to dim gradually, preventing it from being completely silent. At this time, the pink 9-heart begonia had completely transformed into a wholly pure white begonia. Feeling the information from the transformed martial soul, Ye Lingling's originally cold face couldn't help but show a touch of joy. On the other side, outside the quiet room, in the living room, Duguyan was eating fruits and snacks on the coffee table boredly. For some reason, she always felt very hot in her heart. The heat did not come from the outside world, but from the heat from the heart. In her mind, Bai Ji's face unconsciously emerged. This guy, although he is handsome, he always speaks so irritatingly. Be careful not to find a girlfriend. Duguyan bit the fruit hard and pouted secretly. But thinking that there seemed to be 2 girls outside who had confirmed their relationship with Bai Ji, and Bai Ji also had 10 maids whose appearance was not inferior to hers, Duguyan felt a little funny. Why should I care about this guy? But it's still so hot. Thinking of this, Duguyan couldn't help but pull at his collar. At the same time, outside the castle, it seems that the clothes are not suitable for dancing this dance. After dancing Daowen love song several times, Ning Rongrong's kimono and Xiaowu's bunny girl outfit is fine, but Meng Yuren's gothic Lolita outfit and Zhu Zuking's maid outfit always feel that they are not so suitable for this dance, so Xiaowu can't help but say. Yes, I feel the same way. It's better to wear some brightly colored clothes for this dance. Meng Yuren looked at her gothic Lolita outfit and sighed. Then should we have the same clothes? Zhu Zuking thought about it and asked. I think it's okay, but I'd better ask Bai Ji. Ning Rongrong thought about it and said. Miss Rongrong, the master seems to be discussing with the 2 ladies brought by Mr. Dugu before. Ling Mu reminded. It doesn't matter. Senior Dugubo has left. It shouldn't be an important matter. Let's go and take a look first. Ning Rongrong said. Xiao Wu, dance a few more times with Ling Mu and the others, and we will go over to see the situation first. Ning Rongrong said to Xiao Wu. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded. After saying that, Ning Rongrong took Zhu Zuking and Meng Yuren to the castle. Chapter 241 9 Spirit Begonia, Experimenting with New Effects. 3/4. At this time, in the hall of the castle, Duguyan felt that her body was getting hotter and hotter. The aphrodisiac incense made by Dugubo was originally very effective. Even if a titled Douluo was not careful, he would be affected if he inhaled it for a few minutes. But the problem was that Duguyan didn't even inhale it for a minute. Just 1 minute after Dugubo lit the incense and left, Duguyan also left the quiet room. Because the aphrodisiac incense had just started to burn, it took some time to reach a certain concentration, so in the quiet room, Bai Ji and Ye Lingling didn't feel anything unusual. Even so, after leaving, the aphrodisiac incense inhaled by Duguyan also began to burst out. However, because Duguyan had been suffering from the poison of green phosphorus for many years, his body had already developed a certain resistance to various poisons. In addition, he had not inhaled too much aphrodisiac incense, so Duguyan just felt hot and had some wild thoughts, but he did not suspect that he had been poisoned. Just as Duguyan was eating fruit irritably, Ning Rongrong came in with Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing. "Hey, do you have a bathroom here?" Duguyan couldn't help asking when he saw Ning Rongrong and the other two coming in. "Yes, do you want to take a shower?" Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. "Yes, I don't know why, I always feel very hot, can I take a shower here?" Duguyan said a little embarrassedly. "Let's go, we'll take you there," Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Just as Ning Rongrong was taking Duguyan to the bathroom, in the quiet room. Looking at the white crabapple flower in Yelingling's hand, Bai Ji's eyes drifted to Yelingling's fair hands for some reason, and an inexplicable thought popped up in his mind. Such a white and tender hand should feel good to touch, right? Damn, what am I thinking about? Bai Ji shook his head in his heart. Why does the room seem a little stuffy? For some reason, an inexplicable thought suddenly popped up in Bai Ji's mind again. Looking at Yelingling again, Bai Ji suddenly felt that Yelingling exuded a thrilling beauty all over her body, from her cute face, to her white neck, and finally to the depth of her chest. Bai Ji swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. Lingling, do you feel hot?" Bai Ji said with a vague look. Yelingling frowned when she heard Bai Ji's words. She had been focusing on the evolution of the nine-hearted begonia spirit before. Now, she felt a little hot when she heard Bai Ji's words. "It seems a little hot. By the way, did the defect of the nine-hearted begonia disappear after the spirit evolved?" Bai Ji asked, suppressing the evil fire in his heart. "It disappeared. Not only did the defect of the nine-hearted begonia spirit that it could only store two disappeared, but it also gained abilities other than healing." Hearing Bai Ji's words, a faint smile appeared on Yelingling's cold face. 000 Literature. But with a slight blush on her face, Yelingling's expression at the moment seemed a little shy. What ability? The inexplicable flame in his heart became stronger. Although Bai Ji suppressed the evil fire, he couldn't help but look at Yelingling's white neck. In addition to the healing ability, it also has the effects of soul recovery and physical recovery. The smile on Yelingling's cold face became a little forced, and she gradually couldn't stand the heat in her heart. As the fragrance of the aphrodisiac incense under the sofa continued to spread into the air, the concentration of the aphrodisiac fragrance in the quiet room became higher and higher. Gradually, Bai Ji's eyes became a little blurry, and the evil fire in his heart had complete lithe two figures overlapped with each other, accompanied by high-pitched cries. In the quiet room, the inexplicable fragrance became stronger. Outside the quiet room, after taking Duguyan to the bathroom, Ning Rongrong led Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing to the quiet room where Bai Ji was. When they arrived in front of the quiet room, because the sound insulation of the quiet room was very good, the three women did not hear any movement in the quiet room. "Bai Ji, can we come in?" Ning Rongrong knocked on the door and asked. But after a long time, Bai Ji's voice still did not come from the quiet room, which made Ning Rongrong a little confused. Is it possible that no one is inside? Because Bai Ji had just received the 3 custom reinforcement cards yesterday, he did not tell Ning Rongrong about asking Duguyan to find Yelingling. Ning Rongrong only thought that Dugubo had brought Duguyan and Yelingling to find Bai Ji. But now Dugubo has left, and Duguyan is not in the room. Isn't there only Yelingling in there? With a woman's intuition, Ning Rongrong subconsciously felt that something might have happened inside. Although Ning Rongrong no longer minds that Bai Ji has other women, she doesn't mind, but she can't fall in love with every woman she sees. After knocking on the door for a long time without any response, Ning Rongrong pushed the door open with force. But as soon as the door was opened, a strange and strong fragrance suddenly hit her face and was inhaled into the body by the 3 women. After more than 10 minutes of burning, the incense in the incense burner that Dugubo placed under the sofa was almost burned out, and the quiet room was now filled with a high concentration of aphrodisiac fragrance. The sudden inhalation of this high concentration aphrodisiac fragrance caused a dozens of times more serious impact than the low concentration aphrodisiac fragrance that Duguyan inhaled for nearly half a minute at the beginning. As soon as she inhaled the aphrodisiac fragrance, Ning Rongrong felt her body getting hot, her face instantly turned red, and a surge of evil fire suddenly rushed up in her heart. At the same time, her originally clear consciousness became a little blurred. Seeing the 2 figures entangled on the sofa, Ning Rongrong seemed to feel some kind of call, and walked slowly towards the sofa in a daze. Behind Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing did the same. The three girls just walked over in a daze. With a sound of tearing cloth, the two figures entangled on the sofa turned into 5 figures without knowing when. Time passed by minute. Because he was afraid that the aphrodisiac incense he made would not work on Bai Ji, Douluo used a lot of aphrodisiac incense. If it is said that at the beginning, with the low concentration of aphrodisiac fragrance in the quiet room, relying on the soul power to protect the body, the title Douluo can resist for more than 10 minutes, until the concentration of the aphrodisiac fragrance is high enough to be affected. But in the end, because the incense is almost completely burned out, at this time, the high concentration of aphrodisiac fragrance in the closed quiet room, even the title Douluo can only hold on for a few minutes, and will be affected if he does not leave. And because Ning Rongrong and the other two are only Soul Sect and Soul Lord, they are immediately affected. And because Ning Rongrong and the other two girls never come back, Xiao Wu outside the castle can't help but be a little confused. Chapter 242 Hidden Mission Reward, It's Really Not Me. 4/4. Hey? Why haven't Rongrong and Zuqing come back yet? After dancing a dance, Xiao Wu found that Ning Rongrong and the other two girls hadn't come back yet, so she couldn't help but be a little confused. I'll go and take a look. Ling Mu said. Well, you go and take a look, we'll wait for you. Xiao Wu also nodded. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ling Mao turned and walked into the castle. At this time, Douluo had finished taking a bath. However, due to the outbreak of aphrodisiac fragrance, although the heat in her heart was suppressed by taking a bath, Douluo was also a little tired after consuming a lot of energy to suppress the heat in her heart. So when Ling Mao came over, Douluo had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Crossing the hall, Ling Mao came all the way to the quiet room where Bai Ji was. At this moment, the door of the quiet room was not closed, but opened a little. Ling Mao was a little confused. Ling Mao didn't know that this was because Ning Rongrong and the other two girls were caught as soon as they came in, so they didn't close the door of the quiet room in a state of confusion. Master, I'm coming in. Ling Mao said as he pushed open the door of the quiet room. After half a day, the high concentration of aphrodisiac fragrance had already disappeared through the gap in the door, so although Ling Mao pushed open the door of the quiet room, he didn't do the same as Ning Rongrong. As soon as the door was opened, with a series of high-pitched shouts, Ling Mao saw the 5 figures tightly entangled on the sofa. The scene was very chaotic. Ling Min screamed subconsciously, but the next second she quickly covered her mouth, then quietly closed the door and left the quiet room. Who? After closing the door of the quiet room, Ling Mao breathed a sigh of relief, and then patted her chest. Although during the days of being slaves in Tiandu Auction House had sent many female trainers to popularize some knowledge to them, anyway, the purpose was to make them willing to be slaves and playthings for big men, but it was the first time to really see Ling Mao. Recalling the powerful scene at the scene, Ling Mu couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. I didn't know the master had a lot of capital. While thinking about it, Ling Mu left the quiet room and walked out of the castle. Outside the castle, Xiao was still waiting. Ling Mu, what's wrong? Where are they? Seeing that Ling Mu came back alone, Xiao couldn't help but ask in surprise. Following Xiaohu's words, the other maids also cast doubtful eyes at Ling Mu. Ling Mu couldn't help but blush at the doubts of the girls. The master is sleeping with Rongrong, Yuran, Zuqing, and the new lady. Ling Mu said shyly. Sleeping? Xiao was a little confused. Didn't we agree to dance together? Why did she sleep with Beg? But that's not right. How could she suddenly sleep with Beg? Beg is a boy. But compared to the innocent Xiao Wu, the other 9 maids understood what Ling Mao said, and their faces looked a little strange. Seeing that Xiao Wu still seemed to understand nothing, Robin couldn't help but put his head close to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered to Xiao Wu. Ah! Fei Yang! Hearing Robin's explanation, Xiao Wu's face suddenly turned red, and she pouted angrily, and said angrily, what is Bai Ji doing? It's so hateful. Time flashed to the evening. Bai Ji, who was a little confused, slowly opened his eyes and felt a little tired all over. He was about to find a support point with his hands to get up, but when he moved his hands, he touched a soft and greasy thing. Bai Ji subconsciously pinched it, and suddenly heard the girl's moan in his ears. What the hell? The sudden moan in his ears made Bai Ji suddenly startled, and the whole person woke up, suddenly opened his eyes, and after discovering the scene around him, Bai Ji couldn't help but be stunned. What is going on? Looking around, the ground and the sofa were full of torn pieces of cloth, and on the sofa were 4 jade bodies lying up and down. On the snow-white skin of the jade bodies, bruises could be clearly seen, as if they had suffered an inhumane ravage. Bai Ji was very familiar with the owners of these 4 jade bodies. They were Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, and Ye Lingling. What on earth is going on? Bai Ji covered his head with a headache and began to think hard about what happened. In his memory, it seemed that he was talking to Ye Lingling, evolving Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia martial spirit into 9-spirit begonia, and then he felt very hot all over, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. In the end, he kissed Ye Lingling by some strange coincidence, and then the memory ended at this moment, but Bai Ji should know what happened afterwards even if he was a fool. He should have pushed Ye Lingling down, but he shouldn't be so hungry. Bai Ji felt something was wrong. Thinking of the inexplicable heat he suddenly felt at that time, and thinking of Douluo's abnormal behavior today, Bai Ji seemed to have discovered something in his heart, and his face became a little strange. Could it be Douluo's trick? And in his mind, the voice of the system suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, the system rewards a gold-level lottery opportunity. The cold voice of the system rang in his mind, but Bai Ji felt that the cold tone of the system always seemed to be a little teasing. When did this system become so naughty? Bai Ji couldn't help but get angry. But just when Bai Ji was distracted, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes beside him. When she saw the snow-white surroundings and looked up, Bai Ji was still naked. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but scream immediately, and then immediately covered her chest with both hands. Ning Rongrong's scream also woke up the other 3 girls. The 3 girls slowly opened their eyes, and a sharp pain came from their bodies, making the 3 girls frown. Because of the soul power protecting their bodies, although they were naked, the 3 girls did not feel cold, but after finding that they were not wearing clothes, the 3 girls still covered their chests with their hands. Looking at the scene, several girls naturally guessed what happened immediately, and one by one they looked at Bai Ji with complicated eyes. Among them, Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of shock and confusion, Meng Yuran's were quite playful, Zhu Zuqing's eyes were indifferent with unknown emotions, and Ye Lingling's eyes were relieved and calm. Can you listen to my explanation? Seeing that the 4 girls were looking at him, Bai Ji scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Bai Ji, what's going on? Although Ning Rongrong was very confused, there was no questioning or anger in her tone, which made Bai Ji a little relieved. I don't know either, but it should be Senior Douluo. Thinking about where Douluo sat before, Bai Ji bent down and walked under the sofa for a while. After searching for a while, he finally picked up an incense burner the size of a baby's fist. Chapter 243 Yin Yang Yu Xian Ju, I am also a victim. 1/4. What is this? Seeing the incense burner in Bai Ji's hand, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask in confusion. Didn't Senior Douluo come here before? This is probably what Senior Douluo left behind. As for the function, you should all be able to guess it. Bai Ji sighed. You said that the incense in this is aphrodisiac incense. Meng Yuran, who has some research on poison, couldn't help but speak. Yes, Senior Douluo wanted to match me and Douguyan a long time ago, but I didn't agree. Douguyan didn't like me either, but liked Yu Tianheng, so Senior Douluo might have painstakingly made this thing. Looking at the embers in the incense burner, Bai Ji said with a strange expression. Douguyan also came this time. If nothing unexpected happened, Douluo put down the incense to make him and Douguyan a fait accompli. However, Douguyan didn't fall for it, but Ye Lingling and Zhu Zuqing fell for it instead. For Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, who have already established a relationship, such a thing happened. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was not a big problem. However, for Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling, Bai Ji didn't know how to deal with it. But since she has become his woman, Bai Ji will not let her go no matter what. Well, since this happened, I will definitely be responsible for you. Looking at the 4 women, Bai Ji said seriously. Well, I understand, but it's getting late, I have to go. Ye Lingling nodded calmly, but just as she was about to get up, she suddenly felt pain somewhere and her legs softened, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Bai Ji was quick and supported Ye Lingling. Are you okay? Bai Ji asked with concern, hugging Ye Lingling with both hands. Being hugged so intimately by Bai Ji, even Ye Lingling, who had a cold personality, had a slightly red face at this moment, and her heart couldn't help but beat quickly. But Ye Lingling still suppressed her inner shyness and shook her head. I'm fine. It's good that you're fine, but Lingling, you should put on your clothes first. Having never been so close to a girl before, feeling the strange yet familiar touch on his hands, smelling the elegant body fragrance like orchid from Ye Lingling, Bai Ji couldn't help but say awkwardly when he found that his body was a little agitated involuntarily. Yet, obediously sitting back on the sofa, Ye Lingling blushed and slowly stretched out her hands. With a flash of holy white light, a white crabapple flower appeared in Ye Lingling's hands. Then, a soft and holy white light suddenly bloomed from the white crabapple flower, and was illuminated by the healing light emitted by the 9 spirits begonia. Under the shining of the holy white light, the other girls suddenly felt that the discomfort in their bodies disappeared. Everyone, put on your clothes first. Thinking of a river crab beast entrenched in the endless dimension, although he still wanted to continue to feast his eyes, Bai Ji still tactfully asked the girls to put on their clothes first. Although the clothes were savagely torn to pieces by Bai Ji who had lost consciousness, the storage soul guides of the 4 girls were still intact. Picking up their own storage soul guides from the fragments of clothes on the ground, the 4 girls put on their clothes, but even though they put on their clothes, they still blushed slightly when facing Bai Ji. Bai Ji, I'm leaving first. I will fulfill what I promised you before. After putting on her clothes again and putting on a black veil, Ye Lingling looked at Bai Ji with her deep blue eyes and said softly after straightening her long blue hair like a waterfall behind her. Yet, after putting on his clothes, Bai Ji nodded when he heard Ye Lingling's words, then you go back first, be careful. Seeing Ye Lingling taking small steps to leave the quiet room, Bai Ji turned his head and looked at the 3 girls around him again. Compared with Ye Lingling, Zhu Zuqing was more difficult to deal with. My strength has increased by 2 levels. Seeing Bai Ji looking at her, Zhu Zuqing suddenly spoke for some reason. Ah! Hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Bai Ji opened his mouth inexplicably. But beside him, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan heard Zhu Zuqing's words and operated their own soul power, and found that their soul power had also increased by 2 levels at once, from level 41 to level 43. My strength has also increased by 2 levels. The 2 women couldn't help but exclaimed. After Meng Shu came back, during the half-month when Gairan Hall was preparing to open, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan were not idle. They went to Sunset Forest to hunt for the 4th soul ring under the leadership of Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, and were promoted from level 40 soul master to level 41 soul master. But they were promoted not long ago, how come they suddenly broke through 2 levels in a row now? They obviously didn't do anything. Besides what happened with Bai Ji just now, could that also improve cultivation? Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan couldn't help but look at Bai Ji. If it was anyone else, they would never believe that doing that kind of thing could improve cultivation, but if it was Bai Ji, it was really possible. Wait, my cultivation seems to have improved by 1 level. Hearing Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Meng Yuan all say that their strength had improved, Bai Ji also circulated the internal force in his body and found that he had also improved by 1 level, from level 49 to level 50. Could it be Yin Yang Yu Xianju? Bai Ji suddenly thought of the gold level reward he got from the lottery after subduing Douluo, the dual cultivation technique Yin Yang Yu Xianju. When he thought of the automatic operation of the heaven bending and earth strike great method when he first faced the test of the 3 teaching committees of Tiandu, it seemed that it was not impossible for the Yin Yang Yu Xianju to automatically operate when doing that kind of thing now. And only in this way can it explain why he, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuan suddenly improved their soul power by 2 levels. My cultivation level has also increased by 1 level. As for why, it seems to be because of what we did just now, but let's talk about the specific reason when we have a chance. Bai Ji said a little embarrassedly. By the way, Xiao Wu. Hearing Bai Ji's answer, the 3 women did not ask any more questions, but seeing the dark sky outside the window, Ning Rongrong could not help but suddenly think of Xiao Wu. Let's go out and take a look. Meng Yuan could not help but say. Let's deal with this place first. Compared with the panic of Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan, Zhu Zuqing seemed particularly calm. Yes, yes, yes. Looking at the fragments of various clothes on the ground, there were black clothes worn by Ye Lingling, kimonos worn by Ning Rongrong, Gothic Lolita clothes worn by Meng Yuan, and maid clothes worn by Zhu Zuqing. Thinking that their favorite new clothes were torn apart so savagely by Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan could not help but cast a resentful look at Bai Ji. Bai Ji could only laugh dryly at the 2 women's resentment. This was really none of his business. He was also a victim. Chapter 244, Transformable Soul Skills, Twin Flower Shadows, Night Attack? 2/4. After cleaning up the messy quiet room, Bai Ji led the three women out of the quiet room and came to the living room. At this time, Duguyan and Ye Lingling had already left, but 10 maids including Lingmin and Halo were cleaning the hall. Lingmu, where is Xiaohu? Seeing that Xiaohu was not there, Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking. Miss Xiaohu has returned to Shrek Academy. Lingmu replied with a strange look in her eyes. Well, I'll go back too. Hearing Lingmu say that Xiaohu had left, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but step forward and said. But as she stepped forward, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but look at Bai Ji. From Zhu Zuqing's cold eyes, Bai Ji seemed to see a faint expectation. Well, Zuqing, you stay. Bai Ji said subconsciously. It's getting late now, stay for dinner. Shrek Academy may be closed now. You can stay here for one night. I have a room here. Bai Ji added quickly. Yes. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Zhu Zuqing nodded softly, and then silently retracted the foot that had stepped out. Time quickly came to night. After dinner, perhaps because of what happened today, when the 10 little maids were dealing with the sundries, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing were not in the mood to chat. After a brief chat, the three women returned to their rooms. Seeing the three women leave, Bai Ji also returned to his room. But lying on the bed, Bai Ji had no intention of sleeping at all. What happened today was not a bad thing, but it undoubtedly disturbed Bai Ji's mood. Among them, because Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran had already confirmed their relationship with Bai Ji, what happened today was a bit unexpected, but it was just an advance of what would definitely happen in the future. So Bai Ji was not very worried about Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran. And Ye Lingling may have tacitly accepted the relationship with him because he saved the Juxin Haitang family, but Bai Ji had a headache about Zhu Zuqing. According to Bai Ji's memory, Zhu Zuqing should have had an unclear relationship with Dai Mubai, but it seemed that because of his intervention, the progress of their relationship became very slow, or even no progress, and there was no entanglement in his memory. Although the two may not have made much progress on the surface, in his memory, Zhu Zuqing seemed to like Dai Mubai, and even came to Shrek Academy for Dai Mubai. Although his intervention caused the relationship between the two to change, what if Zhu Zuqing still liked Dai Mubai? This is what Bai Ji was worried about. If Zhu Zuqing had not had a relationship with him, Bai Ji would naturally not care about these things, but now that they have had a relationship, and Bai Ji is a person with a strong possessiveness, since it is his thing he will never give it up. Whoever tries to snatch it from him will die. You can take what he gives, but no one can snatch what he doesn't want to give. But looking at Zhu Zuqing's performance today, it seems that she doesn't like Dai Mubai, but seems to have some interest in him, which makes Bai Ji puzzled. Should I ask? This is what Bai Ji is thinking now, but Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran should not be asleep yet, so let's wait a little longer. System, use the gold level draw opportunity for the hidden task you issued today. Feeling a little irritated, Bai Ji didn't have the heart to practice, so he simply took this time to use up the gold level draw opportunity he got today. The gold level draw opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a special skill, Soul Skill, 2 Life Flower Shadow. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded. 2 Life Flower Shadow. Hearing this name, Bai Ji couldn't help but be stunned. 2 Life Flower Shadow, isn't this the skill of a hero named Nico in the game League of Legends that he played in his previous life? System, check the information. With a thought in his mind, Bai Ji chose to check the information of the skill. As Bai Ji's mind moved, a virtual attribute panel slowly emerged from Bai Ji's mind. Name, 2 Life Flower Shadow. Type, Soul Skill. Effect, create a controllable real phantom. The strength of the phantom depends on the age of the soul ring and the level of the soul master. At the same time, the soul master will enter the invisible state, which lasts for half an hour. After being transformed into a soul skill, the effect of the 2 Life Flower Shadow is very different from the effect in the game in Bai Ji's memory. In Bai Ji's memory, the 2 Life Flower Shadow should have both active and passive effects. Although it can also be invisible, the phantom created is illusory. However, after being transformed into a soul skill, although the effect of the 2 Life Flower Shadow has changed and can only be released actively, while retaining the invisible effect, the phantom created has become real and can also be controlled. From this point of view, after being transformed into a soul skill, the two-life flower shadow is undoubtedly stronger than in the game. In the game, even if the passive effect of twin flower shadow is retained, it is still unknown how much effect the passive damage can have after it is converted into a soul skill and the magic power is replaced by soul power. However, the passive effect is abandoned, and the illusory phantom is strengthened into a real and controllable phantom. Although the system does not indicate how strong the created phantom is, based on the fact that the phantom's strength can change according to the age of the soul ring and by GE's level, then the strength of the phantom in the future will definitely reach by GE's strength, and it will be great to activate this skill at that time. However, although Bai Ge is now level 50, because he has no soul ring at the moment, even if he extracts the soul skill Twin Flower Shadow, Bai Ge cannot use it, because Twin Flower Shadow must be carried by soul rings before it can be used. However, Bai Ge felt much better after extracting such a soul skill with great potential, even if it cannot be used at present. Lying on the bed, Bai Ge leaned against the head of the bed, silently looking at the dark night sky and bright stars outside the window, and time passed by bit. It felt like half an hour had passed. Thinking that Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran should have gone to bed, Bai Ge could not help but get up and leave to find Zhu Zuqing. But just as Bai Ge was about to get up, there was a creak sound in the quiet room, and the door was opened. A figure slowly entered Bai Ge's room, and after gently closing the door, the figure suddenly came to the head of Bai Ge's bed, and then suddenly got into Bai Ge's quilt. Bai Ge only felt a squirming in the quilt, and then a soft but trembling body suddenly hugged him from behind. There was a sudden softness from his back, and a very warm and soft body pressed against him, and Bai Ge's body was a little stiff for a while. Chapter 245 Confession, Zhu Zuqing's Life Experience, 3/4. Yuran, is it you? Bai Ge slowly grabbed the slender hand around his waist and asked in a low voice. It's me. A familiar cold voice came, which made Bai Ge stunned. It was Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, you. Bai Ge didn't know what to say. He never thought that the person who came would be Zhu Zuqing. He was just about to find Zhu Zuqing, but he didn't expect Zhu Zuqing to come by herself. You didn't expect it to be me, did you? Zhu Zuqing said softly. Yet. Bai Ge nodded hesitantly. Do you remember what you promised today? Zhu Zuqing hugged Bai Ge tightly and continued to ask in a slightly cold voice. Remember, I will be responsible for you. Bai Ge said without any hesitation. Do you like me? Zhu Zuqing continued to ask. Hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Bai Ge was a little stunned. This is still him. Zhu Zuqing in his memory? Shouldn't Zhu Zuqing in his memory be very cold? How could she be so bold? Bai Ge, do you know that I actually like you? Behind him, Zhu Zuqing continued. I don't know when I fell in love with you. Maybe it was after you stood up for me. Then I started to pay attention to you silently. Finally, unknowingly, I found that I fell in love with you. I know you like Rongrong, but since you can accept Meng Yuran, why can't you accept me? I have been hesitant before, how to face my feelings for you. If it weren't for what happened today, I might continue to hide this feeling, but since what happened today, I can't hide it anymore. Zhu Zuqing said to herself. Bai Ge, I don't mind you having other women, but are you willing to love me and protect me forever? The embrace around the waist tightened, and Zhu Zuqing's trembling voice slowly spread behind her. I do. I will always love you and protect you. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you. Hearing Zhu Zuqing's trembling voice behind him, Bai Ge's heart softened. Without thinking too much, Bai Ge turned around and hugged Zhu Zuqing, and comforted her gently. Bai Ge. Hearing Bai Ge's comfort, Zhu Zuqing suddenly sobbed softly. You know, you are the first person who treats me well, and the first person who makes me feel safe. I am not from your Tiandu Empire. I am from the Xingluo Empire. You may be wondering why people from the Xingluo Empire would come to the Tiandu Empire. In fact, I came here because of Dai Mubai. I remember that you thought Dai Mubai and I seemed to have a relationship. In fact, you guessed it right. I do have a relationship with him. To be precise, I am her fiancé copyrightee. I am from the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire. I am the daughter of the Zhu family, and Dai Mubai is the third prince of the Xingluo Empire. Our Zhu family's martial soul, the Nether Spirit Cat, is born with the possibility of performing martial soul fusion skills with the inherited martial soul of the Xingluo royal family, the Dai family, the evil-eyed white tiger. As long as a nether spirit cat soul master and an evil-eyed white tiger soul master have a telepathic connection, it is easy to perform the powerful martial soul fusion skill, the nether white tiger, so our Zhu family has always had a tradition of marriage with the Dai family. In this generation, there are 2 people from our Zhu family who are married to the Dai family. My sister is married to Dai Muebai's brother, and I have an engagement with Dai Muebai, but Dai Muebai is 3 years older than me, and I have been practicing in the family since I was a child, so I have never met Dai Muebai. You may be very surprised, why don't Dai Muebai and I, one of us is the legitimate daughter of a big family in the Xingluo Empire, and the other is the 3rd prince of the Xingluo Empire, go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Xingluo Empire, but go to Shrek Academy in your Tiandu Empire. In fact, the reason is a bit ridiculous, that is because our Zhu family and the Dai family have always implemented a cruel inheritance system, elimination inheritance system. Zhu Zuking's voice became bitter, and her body began to tremble faintly, so Bai Ji couldn't help but hug Zhu Zuking with some pity. The elimination inheritance system, as the name implies, means that we do not implement the eldest son inheritance system, but implement the elimination inheritance system without order, just like raising poison. The family will let the heirs fight each other within the rules, and only the last winner will be left. The rest of the eliminated will be killed mercilessly, or exiled after their cultivation is abolished, but no matter which one, the end will not be good. In this generation, my sister and I are 6 years apart in age, and Dai Muebai is 3 years apart in age from his brother. Although our family does not implement the eldest son inheritance system, under the condition that the talents are not much different, the difference in cultivation time of 6 years and 3 years, the cultivation of my sister and I, Dai Muebai and his brother is very different. My sister is 6 years older than me. Logically, she should not be afraid of me, after all, I am too young, but she still wants to kill me. Since I awakened my martial soul and the inheritance war officially began, my sister has been looking for opportunities to kill me, but I was lucky to escape death. You know, when I knew my sister was going to kill me, I was very scared. I went to my mother, father, grandparents, but they ignored me. Because in their eyes, this was natural, and they even admired my sister's cruelty. You know, my heart was really painful at that time. Aren't we relatives? Why do we have to kill each other? As she spoke, Zhu Zuking couldn't help sobbing. Big crystal tears slid from the corners of Zhu Zuking's eyes. Bai Ji had never seen Zhu Zuking so fragile, which made Bai Ji couldn't help but hug Zhu Zuking more tenderly. And Zhu Zuking buried her head in Bai Ji's chest and cried. Soon, Bai Ji felt that the clothes on her chest were soaked with tears. After a long time, Zhu Zuking's emotions stabilized again. My sister wants to kill me, but I don't want her to succeed, I don't want to admit defeat, and I don't want to die, I want to live. Zhu Zuking's tone became excited. I have always told myself that in order to survive, I have been practicing hard, but no matter how careful I am, my sister has not given up the idea of killing me. Instead, as she grew up, she received more support from people, and I became more dangerous. In order to survive, I planned for a long time, and finally successfully escaped from our family, left Xingluo Imperial City, and even left Xingluo Empire. Zhu Zuking's tone became low. Because my mother once said that only Dai Muebai and I have the same fate in the world, and only he will care about me, and I also grew up listening to his stories, so I have always been very curious about him and admired him. So after hearing that Dai Muebai went to Shrek Academy in your Tiandu Empire, I also came to Shrek Academy. But when I came to Shrek Academy, I found that Dai Muebai was not as good as my mother said. He had given up, no longer tried to resist, and became addicted to alcohol and sex. And he didn't even think about caring about me. He didn't even know me. If I wasn't beautiful enough and had the nether spirit cat spirit, he wouldn't even look at me straight in the eye. Zhu Zuking couldn't help but have a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Chapter 246, Teaching the Yin-Yang Immortal Controlling Technique, Opening a Back Door for Zhu Zuking. 4/4. I used to be very angry and desperate. It was a feeling of shattered dreams, but in despair, you showed me care and hope. Maybe in your eyes, you just stood up for me once, but in my heart, you gave me new hope. As if thinking of something, Zhu Zuking's mouth curled up with a faint smile. Then I started to pay attention to you. Since Dai Muebai didn't recognize me, why should I get to know him? He gave up, but I didn't give up. Since he couldn't protect me, I would find someone who could protect me. Zhu Zuking gently leaned her head on Bai Ji's chest and whispered softly. Bai Ji, if the Xingluo Empire wants to capture me and if my sister wants to kill me, will you protect me? Lifting her head and looking at Bai Ji, Zhu Zoking's big eyes seemed full of hope. Yes, definitely. With me here, no one can hurt you. I and Dan Pavilion will be your solid backing. Bai Ji is a possessive person. After listening to Zhu Zoking's past, Bai Ji suddenly felt very distressed, so Bai Ji naturally responded firmly to Zhu Zoking's question. Since she is his woman, he will definitely not let anyone hurt her, even if it is a titled Douluo. Whoever dares to do it, he will dare to throw a mushroom in the face. Zoking, you will live here in the future. Bai Ji said softly, sniffing the fragrance from Zhu Zoking's beautiful hair. Yet, in his arms, Zhu Zoking nodded gently. Zoking, how many levels are you now? Gently stroking Zhu Zoking's hair, Bai Ji asked intentionally or unintentionally. Originally level 37, now level 39. Zhu Zoking answered in a cold voice. Do you know what level Rong and Yuran are now? Bai Ji asked with a smirk. Them? Rong should also be level 38, and Yuran should be level 39, right? Zhu Zoking said uncertainly. No, Rong and Yuran should be level 43 now. Bai Ji smiled and said. Level 43? How is it possible? When you gave us the spirit-raising pill, after we took it, I remember Rong and Yuran said that one of them was level 36 and the other was level 37. Zhu Zoking couldn't believe it. At the beginning, one of them was level 36 and the other was level 37, but I opened a back door for them, so that they not only upgraded to level 40 at once, but also evolved their martial arts. Rong's martial arts has now evolved from the 7 treasures glazed tower to the 9 treasures glazed tower, and Yuran's martial arts has evolved from the snake staff to the black jade spirit snake spear. Bai Ji smiled. Although I can't let your martial arts evolve now, it's still not a problem to open a back door for you to speed up your practice. But Zoking, do you want me to open a back door for you? Yes. Zhu Zoking didn't think too much and nodded in agreement. Compared with Ning Rong and Meng Yuran, she has lived in a cruel environment since childhood and has a more persistent pursuit of strength. Now the opportunity to improve her strength is in front of her, and she will naturally not refuse. Well, don't resist. Hearing Zhu Zoking's agreement, Bai Ji slowly pressed his head against Zhu Zoking's, then closed his eyes and used the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering technique to pass the Yin-Yang Yuxian-Ju to Zhu Zoking. Compared to him practicing the Yin-Yang Yuxian-Ju alone, the effect would undoubtedly be better if Zhu Zoking also practiced it together. Although this was not the first time for Zhu Zoking, the effect of practicing the Yin-Yang Yuxian-Ju would definitely not be as good as the first time, but if you persist in practicing for a long time, the effect is still considerable. Zhu Zoking was a little stunned when she heard Bai Ji's words, but because she did not resist, the Yin-Yang Yuxian-Ju was successfully transmitted into Zhu Zoking's mind. Zhu Qing, practice the Yin-Yang Yuxian-Ju. Bai Ji's voice came to her ears, and Zhu Zoking immediately came back to her senses. Feeling the memories in her mind, Zhu Zoking began to practice the technique called Yin-Yang Yuxian-Ju. In the room, accompanied by the sound of the big bed, the two began a profound discussion on core values in life. The sound of the discussion was like the cry of a cuckoo, like the first cry of an oriole, and the sound was humming, like resentment, like admiration, like crying, like complaining, and the lingering sound was endless. Time passed quickly and it was early morning. The morning light poured into the room from the window. Feeling the warmth on her cheeks, Zhu Zoking could not help but slowly open her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Bai Ji's handsome face and a head of silver-white hair like snow. Looking at Bai Ji's face, Zhu Zoking couldn't help but blush a little, and felt a faint pain in her tailbone. God knows why Bai Ji thought of that kind of trick, and even insisted that her martial spirit possess her, grab her tail, and gently bite her ear. Awake! As if feeling Zhu Zoking's gaze, Bai Ji slowly opened his amethyst-like eyes and said with a smile. Yet. Zhu Zoking nodded, but maybe it was because Bai Ji discussed life too deeply last night. As soon as she got up, Zhu Zoking felt sore all over, and the whole person couldn't help but fall into Bai Ji's arms again. I don't have to go to class today, right? It's okay to rest more. Seeing Zhu Zoking's blushing face, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh. But Rong and Yuran. Zhu Zoking hesitated. Don't worry, I will tell them about you. They are all very sensible and will understand you, but can I tell them about you? Touching Zhu Zoking's soft black hair, Bai Ji asked with a chuckle. Sure. Zhu Zuoqing nodded gently. Anyway, this matter could not be concealed. Then you can have a good rest here. I will ask Ling Mo to bring breakfast over. Pinching Zhu Zuoqing's slightly chubby face, Bai Ji got up and put on his clothes, and chuckled. Watching Bai Ji get up and finally leave the room, Zhu Zuoqing was a little absent-minded. She had never been cared for so much before. Bai Ji's gentleness suddenly gave her a strong warmth in her heart. This is the happiness she wants. Bai Ji left the room and came to the hall. At this time, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran had already gotten up. Bai Ji told Ning Rong and Meng Yuran about Zhu Zuoqing. Hearing that Zhu Zuoqing had such a tragic life experience, the two women felt pity and naturally would not say anything. 10 maids quickly prepared breakfast, but before Bai Ji asked Ling Mao and Robin to deliver breakfast to Zhu Zuoqing in the room, Zhu Zuoqing got up. When she came to the living room and saw Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuoqing's originally cold face suddenly flushed with shame. However, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran accepted Zhu Zuoqing generously for her shame and said they would be good friends for life. Bai Ji was relieved that his harem did not become the legendary Shura field, and he could not help but secretly thank the custom of 3 wives and 4 concubines in Douluo continent. If it were not for the tacit approval of 3 wives and 4 concubines in Douluo continent, he would not be so comfortable now. Chapter 247 The Nine-Hearted Begonia Family, Prying Ye Lingling Away. 1/4. Shrek Academy is similar to other high-level Soul Master Academies in Tiandu Imperial City. In addition to having only half-day classes in the morning, students can use the rest of the time at their own discretion. There is also 1 day off per week, and today is Shrek Academy's weekly holiday. In the morning, after breakfast, Bai Ji was about to find Meng Shu to go to Sunset Forest to hunt for the 5th soul ring, but the castle suddenly welcomed visitors, the Nine-Heart Begonia family. The visitors were Ye Lingling and a couple. If nothing unexpected happened, the couple should be Ye Lingling's parents, and one of them should also be the current head of the Nine-Heart Begonia family. From the outside, Ye Lingling's father is a tall middle-aged man. Unlike Ning Fengzi's calm and gentle temperament, the middle-aged man has a rather oppressive temperament and should be a strong attacking soul master. Ye Lingling's mother, like Ye Lingling, has long dark blue hair and a pair of dark blue eyes. She looks about the same as Ye Lingling. She should be the other owner of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul besides Ye Lingling, and the head of the Nine-Heart Begonia family of this generation. After whispering to Meng Yuran beside him that he was going to find Meng Shu, Bai Ji went to meet Ye Lingling and the couple who seemed to be Ye Lingling's parents. Hello, 2 seniors. Bai Ji smiled and clasped his fists. Hello, Mr. Bai Ji. The middle-aged man also clasped his fists to Bai Ji. I am Lingling's father, Su Motion, a level 85 strong attack soul Douluo. I am Lingling's mother, Yes Hylan, a level 76 auxiliary soul saint. Aside, a middle-aged beautiful woman with dark blue hair like Ye Lingling also said softly. Thank you, sir, for letting Lingling's martial soul evolve, so that our Nine-Heart Begonia family can get rid of the tragedy caused by the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul. Our Nine-Heart Begonia family is willing to join Dan Pavilion from now on and become your servant family for you to command. Su Motion didn't say much, he knelt down on one knee in front of Bai Ji and expressed his loyalty to Bai Ji. Behind Su Motion, Yes Hylan also bowed slightly to Bai Ji and expressed her loyalty. Uncle Su, Aunt Yat, you're welcome. Bai Ji quickly helped Su Motion up. He originally thought that he would have to spend some time talking, and even prepared to call Meng Shu to come, just waiting for Su Motion to express his unwillingness to fulfill his promise, and then use his power to pressure him, but he didn't expect that Su Motion and his wife would be so tactful. In fact, Bai Ji also misunderstood the title of titled Douluo. If Meng Shu had not been promoted to titled Douluo, and he had not subdued Dugubo, even if he established the Dan Pavilion and spread the reputation of the Dan Pavilion, it would still be difficult to subdue the Nine-Heart Begonia family. But now that the effects of the elixir are known to many forces, the potential of the Dan Pavilion has been discovered. In addition, Bai Ji has 2 titled Douluos, Meng Shu and Dugubo, sitting behind him, and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect as a backer. The Dan Pavilion has fully possessed the potential to become a new top 3 sect. And before coming, Su Motion and Yes Hylan had already learned about Bai Ji's potential from Ye Lingling. This includes not only Bai Ji's performance in the battle with the royal fighting team in Soto City, but also the test that Jilin put Bai Ji to when he was in the Tiandu Royal Academy. At the beginning, the 3 members of the Education Committee impeached Prince Swexing in the court the next day because they lost Shrek Academy and compensated Qin Ming. Since they were going to impeach, they would naturally not hide the original test, because the better the performance of Shrek Academy, the more serious the dereliction of duty of Prince Swexing. After Bai Ge subdued Douluo, established Dan Pavilion, and recruited the newly promoted titled Douluo Mengshu, Prince Swexing's dereliction of duty became even more serious. Because if Prince Swexing did not expel Shrek Academy, would Mengshu also be able to be used by their Tiandu Empire? After all, Bai Ge is from Shrek Academy, and if Shrek Academy joins Tiandu Royal Academy, then Bai Ge is from Tiandu Royal Academy, and Tiandu Royal Academy is an academy directly under the Tiandu Royal family, so Bai Ge is also a member of the royal family, and since Bai Ge is a member of the royal family, then the newly promoted dragon snake Douluo Mengshu is also a member of the royal family and a member of their Tiandu Empire. Although this logic sounds a bit unreliable, it seems to be the case to many ministers in the court. For the joining of the Nine-Heart Begonia family, it is naturally not that simple. After all, joining is not just a verbal statement of joining, but also a variety of matters need to be discussed, such as what resources the Nine-Heart Begonia family can provide to Dan Pavilion, and what benefits Dan Pavilion can give back to the Nine-Heart Begonia family. Among them, Dan Pavilion is certainly the dominant one, but it cannot treat the Nine-Heart Begonia family unfairly. After all, there is no reason for the boss to always let the younger brother work without paying. Only by achieving mutual benefit can we develop together rapidly. Bai Ge invited Su Motion and Yes Highland to the reception building, ready to discuss cooperation in the reception room, and Meng Shu also came on the way, so Bai Ge took the 3 of them to the reception room. After discussing cooperation in the reception room, it was already noon. Bai Ge naturally invited Su Motion and Yes Highland to stay for dinner, but the 2 repeatedly declined, and Bai Ge did not force them. But in the end, Bai Ge still wanted to do one thing, that is, to pry Ye Lingling from Tiandu Royal Academy, and then let Ye Lingling stay here and teach Ye Lingling to make pills. Uncle Su, Aunt Yat, I have one more thing, I don't know if I should tell you. Seeing Su Motion and Yes Highland preparing to leave, Bai Ge said hesitantly. What is it, please tell me, sir? Su Motion said. It's like this, Lingling is now in Tiandu Royal Academy, I want Lingling to transfer to our Shrek Academy. Our Dan Pavilion has just been established, and we are very short of alchemists. Lingling has a very good talent for alchemy. I want to teach Lingling how to make alchemy, and I can't waste Lingling's talent. Tiandu Royal Academy is too far away from our Dan Pavilion, so it's more convenient to transfer to Shrek Academy. As for accommodation, just stay here. Bai Ge suggested. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Su Motion and Yes Highland couldn't help but look at each other. The 2 exchanged glances for a while, and finally Su Motion smiled. Since the young master wants to teach Lingling how to make alchemy, it is Lingling's blessing. When we go back, we will go through the withdrawal procedures for Lingling and let Lingling transfer to your Shrek Academy. Then I'll trouble Uncle Su. Bai Ge smiled. Young master, you're polite. Su Motion and Yes Highland sent them away, although they also wanted to leave Ye Lingling here with Bai Ge and let Bai Ge teach Ye Lingling how to make pills. However, because the withdrawal procedures still needed to be handled in person, Su Motion and Yes Highland could only take Ye Lingling away, but it was estimated that Ye Lingling would be seen at Shrek Academy tomorrow. Chapter 248 Shui Binger and Shui Yuer who came to seek the scriptures, 2/4. After seeing off Ye Lingling's family, Bai Ge just turned around and prepared to go back to the Sunset Forest with Meng Shu to hunt for the 5th soul ring, but behind him, 3 figures walked over from the path in the woods. Bai Ge! A familiar voice sounded from behind. Bai Ge turned around and saw a familiar face. Xuewu. Bai Ge was quite surprised to see Xuewu and the 2 girls who came with Xuewu. Are you Bai Ge? My name is Shui Yuer. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. A girl with short green hair suddenly jumped from behind Xuewu to Bai Ge, stretched out her right hand to Bai Ge, and smiled playfully. Oh, I'm Bai Ge, hello. Bai Ge was stunned, but also stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Shui Yuer. My name is Shui Binger, Yuer's sister. We are from Tian Shui College. Yesterday we went to the opening ceremony of your Gairan Hall and watched your dance paradise. Your dance is beautiful. We came here to ask you for advice. On the side, a beautiful girl with long ice blue hair and gentle temperament also came to Bai Ge, bowed slightly to Bai Ge, and said softly. Are you here to learn paradise? Hearing Shui Binger's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It seems that paradise is indeed paradise. Even in Douluo continent, it is still so attractive. Yes. The three girls nodded in unison. Then you came at the right time. We have a day off today. They probably have time to communicate with you. Let's go, follow me. Bai Ji smiled. Because Bai Ji didn't take Ye Lingling's family too far, he brought Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Shui Wu, and after passing through a flower garden and a small lake, they soon arrived not far from the castle. At this time, because they had received Ye Lingling's family before, while Bai Ji and Meng Shu were talking with Su Motion and Yes Hailan in the reception room, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuking were chatting in the castle, and the 10 little maids were busy. When he brought Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Shui Wu to the living room, the 3 girls who were sitting on the sofa and chatting raised their heads when they heard the noise. Shui Wu. Although Ning Rongrong didn't know Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, she knew Shui Wu. When she saw Shui Wu coming to her house as a guest, she was a little surprised. Rongrong. Seeing Ning Rongrong, Shui Wu also greeted Ning Rongrong. Sit down. After letting Shui Binger, Shui Linger and Shui Wu sit on another sofa, Bai Ji sat next to Ning Rongrong and introduced them. This is Shui Binger, this is Shui Yuer, and this is Shui Wu. They are all from Tian Shui College. After watching your performance of Pure Land of Bliss yesterday, they thought you danced very well, so they came to ask you for advice. Ask for advice? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the 3 women couldn't help but look at each other, with some surprise in their eyes. It's like this, do you know about the elite exchange competition of soul masters in the whole continent in a few months? Shui Binger asked softly. I know. The 3 women nodded. 3 months later, the preliminary round of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition will be held in our Tiandu Imperial City, and our Tian Shui Academy has always performed dances at the opening ceremony. We used to think that we danced very well, but after watching your dance last night, we realized that our dance was not worth mentioning at all, so I came to learn from you. Shui Binger said seriously. I'm sorry, in fact, we are not very good at dancing. We had never danced before, and the Pure Land we danced before was only taught by Bai Ji. Bai Ji found a band and a lead singer, and then taught us how to dance the Pure Land. After that, we went on stage to perform, but we danced just for fun, and we don't have any experience to teach you. Ning Rongrong said apologetically. So that's it. Hearing Ning Rongrong's answer, Shui Yuer on the side was a little disappointed. Although we don't have much experience, if you want, we can teach you the Pure Land of Bliss. We also have a new dance. If you want, we can teach you that. Seeing that Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were a little disappointed, Ning Rongrong added. Wouldn't that be bad? But after hearing what Ning Rongrong said, Shui Binger hesitated. Although she was smart, she was also kind and didn't like to take advantage of others. From a rational point of view, it would be great to learn the Pure Land of Bliss, but she felt a little embarrassed to learn someone else's dance for nothing. It's okay. We dance just for fun. Dance is about communication to improve. You don't have to think too much. Seeing Shui Binger feeling a little guilty, Ning Rongrong comforted her. Rongrong is right. We dance just for fun. We don't plan to form a dance troupe in the future. If we don't dance anymore, the Pure Land of Bliss may be lost. But if we teach you, even if we don't dance anymore, it won't be lost. Meng Yuran also echoed on the side. Thank you. Listening to the comfort of Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, Shui Binger couldn't help but show a gentle smile on her face. Okay, Bai Ji, give me your Hawaii honor maximum. After saying that, Ning Rongrong looked at Bai Ji and said. Hawaii honor max. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Shui Wu couldn't help but be a little stunned. This is a special soul guide that can store and play audio and video. When we sang Paradise and Peach Blossom love song before, Bai Ji specially recorded it. With it, we don't have to find an accompaniment band. Ning Rongrong took the Hawaii honor max from Bai Ji and shook the black crystal board in her hand and said with a smile. Oh. Shui Binger and the other 2 girls nodded in confusion. Although they didn't understand, they didn't dare to ask more. Anyway, it sounded very impressive. By the way, do you have special dance costumes? Ning Rongrong asked as if she had thought of something. Clothes, doesn't that count? Looking at the gorgeous ice blue dress she was wearing and the light blue gloves on her hands, Shui Binger's beautiful face was a little stunned. It counts, but it's okay to dance to Paradise, but for Peach Blossom love song, I feel that I still need brightly colored clothes, like the kimono Rongrong wore before. Meng Yuan came over and pouted. Kimono. Shui Binger suddenly felt like she had grown up in Tiandu Imperial City for nothing. How come she had never heard of anything the girls in front of her were talking about? Yuan, my kimono broke yesterday, and the tailor shop probably hasn't made it yet. You can show your kimono to Binger and the others. Seeing Shui Binger's confused look, Ning Rongrong blushed a little. Oh. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Meng Yuan got up and left the sofa. After returning to his room, he took out a kimono that Bai Ji had ordered before. Here, this is the kimono. Isn't this the clothes you wore when you danced on the stage? It turns out it's called a kimono. Shui Binger said softly. Yes, the clothes we wore were designed by Bai Ji and made by the tailor shop. However, my figure is quite different from yours, so you probably can't wear my clothes. Let's go outside and teach you to dance to Paradise and Peach Blossom love song. After you finish learning, you can see what you want to dance and what clothes you can wear at that time. Meng Yuan said a little depressed. Seeing that Shui Binger had formed a friendship with Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan because of dancing, Bai Ji gently stroked his chin, and felt a little funny in his heart. This feeling of breaking the plot is pretty good. However, Bai Ji was not going to join Shui Binger and Ning Rongrong in learning to dance. He was going to go to Sunset Forest with Meng Shu to hunt for the 5th soul ring, and then go to the Ice and Fire Yin and Yang Eyes on the way back, and stay in the Ice and Fire Yin and Yang Eyes for more than a month. On the one hand, he refined some high-level elixirs, and on the other hand, Bai Ji was also preparing to refine the immortal products Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and Acacia Heartbroken Red into elixirs. Bai Ji plans to use Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower as the main medicine, and use it in combination with a variety of spiritual medicines to refine a spiritual-grade cleansing pill to improve the qualifications of the 10 little maids, and then the Acacia Heartbroken Red is prepared for Xiao Wu. The elite exchange competition of Soul Master colleges across the continent is about to begin. At the beginning of the competition, the Spirit Hall may only send some ordinary bishops, but when it comes to the finals, Bibi Dong will definitely bring some titled Douluo level worshippers to watch the competition. Now Xiao Wu does not have Acacia Heartbroken Red in her hand, and she will definitely be discovered by then. Bai Ji plans to use Acacia Heartbroken Red as the main medicine to refine a spiritual-grade breath-retaining pill according to the agreement to help Xiao Wu hide her identity. Chapter 249 Go to Sunset Forest to find soul beasts, 3/4. After saying goodbye to the girls, Bai Ji took Meng Shu from the back mountain into the Sunset Forest. Although the Sunset Forest is not as vast as the Stardo Great Forest, spanning the 2 empires of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire, it is also one of the best soul beast forests in the entire continent. Although Sunset Forest does not have the 100,000 year soul beasts as in the Stardo Great Forest, there are many 10,000 year soul beasts in Sunset Forest, and Bai Ji is heading for the 10,000 year soul beasts this time. Last time, before he had completely consumed the mysterious ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot, Bai Ji's physique could only withstand soul rings between 10,000 and 20,000 years. But after consuming the mysterious ice star anise grass and the fiery apricot, and performing the ice and fire body refining in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Bai Ji's 13 Taibao horizontal refining gold bell has broken through to the 7th level, reaching the level of bronze skin and iron bones. In terms of defense, it is not inferior to the defensive soul master in the state of soul king level martial soul possession, and the physical fitness is also at the top level among soul emperors. This time, Bai Ji's goal is to hunt a soul beast with a cultivation level of more than 20,000 and less than 30,000 years. In fact, because the soul skill of 2 life flower shadow has been extracted, it doesn't matter what kind of soul beast is hunted, as long as the age meets Bai Ji's requirements. But this time Bai Ji is hunting soul rings with Meng Shu after all. If the soul skills obtained after hunting soul rings are too different from soul beasts, it is really too obvious. So if possible, Bai Ji still hopes to find a soul beast that can make soul masters produce phantom and clone type soul skills. Go all the way to the depths of the Sunset Forest. When they first entered the Sunset Forest, they were surrounded by some weak 100-year soul beasts. However, as Bai Ji and Meng Shu gradually went deeper into the Sunset Forest, the traces of 100-year soul beasts began to decrease, replaced by 1,000-year soul beasts. but there was still no sight of 10,000-year soul beasts. In order to avoid being disturbed by soul beasts, Meng Shu summoned the martial soul dragon staff. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 and black surrounded the dragon staff and moved up and down. The terrifying soul power fluctuations spread to the surroundings. Soul beasts are naturally more sensitive to danger than humans. Facing Meng Shu's soul power fluctuations, almost no soul beasts would come to cause bad luck. They set out from the castle when it was almost noon. After Bai Ji and Meng Shu entered the sunset forest, it was already afternoon. From afternoon to evening, the two went deep into the sunset forest. Although there was no danger along the way, they also did not gain much. If Bai Ji was an ordinary soul master, an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast would be enough, but the problem is that Bai Ji is not an ordinary soul master, but a soul master whose defense is comparable to that of a defensive soul king, and whose physical fitness is comparable to that of a soul emperor, or even exceeds that of a soul emperor to some extent. Compared with ordinary soul masters who only need to absorb the soul ring of a soul beast of about 10,000 years to be promoted to a soul king, Bai Ji wants a soul ring of a soul beast with a cultivation level of 20,000 to 30,000 years, which is difficult to find even in the Stardo Great Forest, let alone the Sunset Forest. Alas, if it was 30 years ago, we should have been able to see 10,000-year soul beasts frequently here, but now we didn't expect to see even one. Seeing that it was about to get dark, but still no trace of the 10,000-year soul beast was found, Meng Shu couldn't help but sigh. More than 30 years ago, when he was a soul emperor, he also came to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. At that time, after arriving at the core area of Sunset Forest, Meng Shu should have been able to see 10,000-year soul beasts, but he didn't expect to see any now, which made Meng Shu feel a little emotional. However, Bai Ji smiled at Meng Shu's feelings and said, "This is actually very normal. Senior Meng Shu, why don't you think about how many soul rings a soul master needs in his lifetime? A soul master with average talent needs at least 2 soul rings even if he can't break through to the soul venerable in his lifetime, while some soul masters with good talent generally need 3 to 8 soul rings. There are only so many 10,000-year soul beasts. As soul masters continue to grow, 10,000-year soul beasts are constantly consumed, but at the same time, 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts are also consumed. Soul beast cultivation is difficult, but soul masters are updated very quickly, and the important thing is that every soul master needs soul beast soul rings that are several times more than his own. In this way, over time, soul beasts will definitely become fewer and fewer, especially 10,000-year soul beasts that are difficult to regenerate. If we let it go like this, one day, soul beasts will become extinct. We must find a way to keep the number of soul beasts and soul masters balanced before that, either come up with a way to allow soul masters to advance without soul rings or find something to replace soul rings, otherwise when soul beasts become extinct, our soul masters will gradually become a thing of the past." Bai Ji also sighed. "Young master is right, I understand this, but some things cannot be avoided by knowing. Even if we don't hunt soul beasts, other soul masters will hunt them. If we want to protect soul beasts, such things will eventually be the concern of giants like the Spirit Hall." Meng Shu smiled bitterly. "What if we can become a giant like the Spirit Hall one day?" Bai Ji smiled. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu's face gradually became serious. "If others say it, I will definitely not believe it, but if young master says it, I will naturally believe it." Time soon came to night. The sunset forest at night is very dangerous, because almost all powerful carnivorous soul beasts will choose to go out to forage at night. At night, the soul beasts that appear in the sunset forest are definitely far more than those that appear during the day. However, it is precisely because there are too many powerful soul beasts appearing at night that even soul saints dare not wander around in the sunset forest at night. After all, even 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, let alone just a few soul masters. However, because of the protection of Meng Shu, who has been promoted to the level of titled Douluo, and Baisong itself has a life-saving trump card, so Bai Ji did not plan to camp at night, but planned to take advantage of the night when all the powerful soul beasts went out to forage to see if they could find a suitable 10,000-year soul beast. The sunset forest at night was pitch black everywhere, but because the trees in the sunset forest were not as lush as the star forest, with the help of the bright moonlight, holding a torch, they could still barely see the surrounding scenery clearly. Moreover, Bai Ji also had the purple extreme demon eye. If he encountered any soul beast that he could not see clearly, he could see it clearly as long as he opened the purple extreme demon eye. Therefore, although it was night, it did not have much impact on the two people's search for soul beasts. Bai Ji held a torch in front, and Meng Shu was still holding the summoned dragon staff in his hand. The 9 soul rings on the dragon staff moved rhythmically, and the powerful soul power pressure spread everywhere, intimidating the soul beasts around him. Facing a titled Douluo level warrior, if it is a powerful 10,000-year-old soul beast, such as a dragon-type soul beast over 50,000 years old, if it has a strong sense of territory, it may be possible to fight with the titled Douluo to defend the territory. However, ordinary 1,000-year-old soul beasts and 100-year-old soul beasts can only tremble in fear when facing the soul pressure of the titled Douluo, and it is impossible to show their fangs. Chapter 250 Phantom Demon Leopard and Heaven-Shaking Roar, 4/4. At night, the bright moon hangs high and the stars are bright. Bai Ji and Meng Shu have been searching in the dark forest for several hours. At some point, the soul beasts around them suddenly became scarce, and almost no carnivorous soul beasts were seen. The experienced Meng Shu almost immediately guessed the reason for the scarcity of soul beasts, that is, they have entered the territory of a very powerful soul beast. Being able to occupy a large territory in the Sunset Forest, the owner of this territory is most likely a powerful 10,000-year-old soul beast. Continue to move forward into the depths of the Sunset Forest. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from afar. The sound seemed to come from several kilometers away, but even so, this huge roar made Bai Ji's blood boil. Bai Ji's body is not ordinary strong. The roar from such a distance can make Bai Ji's blood boil. The owner of this roar should not only be a 10,000-year soul beast, but also a soul beast that is good at sonic attacks. Let's go. Without thinking too much, Bai Ji said directly to Meng Shu, and then the two of them sped up. Under the operation of soul power, the two figures suddenly jumped up, quickly stepped over the treetops of the big trees, and approached the place where the roar came from. Not long after, Bai Ji and Meng Shu finally arrived at the source of the roar. It was a valley that was already in ruins. Two beasts were fighting fiercely. The aftermath of the battle destroyed the surrounding forests. There was almost no vegetation within 100 meters of the two beasts. Even 100 meters away, large areas of trees were affected. They were either broken or branches and leaves were shattered by the sound waves. All kinds of broken branches and leaves fell to the ground. Looking at the two beasts in the distance, Bai Ji opened the purple extreme demon eye. As a purple light flashed from Bai Ji's eyes, everything in front of him suddenly became clear and bright. In the ruined valley, the images of the two beasts were also clearly reflected in Bai Ji's eyes at this moment. The first thing that came into view was a soul beast that looked like a lion, with silver-white hair all over its body, but compared with a lion, the size of this soul beast was a little small, only more than 1 meter long and about 60 centimeters tall at the shoulder. But the roar of this lion-like silver-white soul beast was almost the same as the roar Bai Ji heard. It was hard to imagine that the roar he heard before came from this small soul beast. The soul beast fighting against this soul beast was a leopard soul beast, nearly 3 meters long, with black hair all over its body, and dark grey lines on the black hair. The eyes of this leopard soul beast were scarlet, and it looked quite violent. It's the sky-shaking roar and the phantom demon leopard. Meng Shu whispered beside him. As for the two soul beasts in front of him, Bai Ji actually knew. Among them, the sky-shaking roar is an extremely powerful soul beast, which almost only appears in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. Compared with other soul beasts of the same level, the size of the sky-shaking roar is really not impressive, but the small body of the sky-shaking roar contains amazing power. The sky-shaking roar, as the name of the beast suggests, is powerful because of its roar, which is just like a sonic cannon. The destructive power of the roar attack of the heaven-shaking roar is amazing. The reason why there is no vegetation within 100 meters on the battlefield is because the roar of the heaven-shaking roar has shaken all the vegetation into powder. Moreover, because the attack method is sonic shock, even if you cover your ears, you will be affected. The opponent of the heaven-shaking roar is a phantom demon leopard. The phantom demon leopard is also an extremely powerful soul beast. Its ability is to differentiate into real phantom clones. Moreover, because the phantom demon leopard itself has amazing speed, combined with the differentiated phantom clones, the phantom demon leopard can be said to be very difficult to deal with, and it is also an extremely powerful existence among soul beasts. However, facing the heaven-shaking roar, the phantom demon leopard still fell into a disadvantage. The sonic attack of the heaven-shaking roar is all-round coverage. As long as you cannot escape the attack range of the roar before the heaven-shaking roar launches a roar attack, then you will not be attacked. However, the sound wave attack range of Genshinho can reach several miles in radius, and even the phantom demon leopard with amazing speed can't escape at all. If it can't split into a phantom clone to slightly distract Genshinho's attention, it is estimated that the phantom demon leopard would have been defeated long ago. Facing an irresistible enemy, if it were other soul beasts, they would probably have run away long ago, but the phantom demon leopard is violent by nature and has a strong sense of territory, so until now, the phantom demon leopard has not given up, but is still fighting tenaciously with Genshinho. However, as time goes by, facing Genshinho, it is destined to lose its territory. With the injury becoming more and more serious, the phantom demon leopard, which is already covered in blood, finally has the intention to retreat. Although it has a violent and somewhat reckless personality, it is not a fool after all. Senior Meng Shu, get ready to attack. The cultivation level of this phantom demon leopard is between 20,000 and 30,000 years, which is exactly what I need. Seeing that the phantom demon leopard was about to leave, Bai Ji whispered to Meng Shu. Yes. Meng Shu nodded. Seeing that Genshinho and the phantom demon leopard were entangled again, Meng Shu suddenly jumped up into the air with the dragon staff in his hand. Looking at Genshinho and the phantom demon leopard not far below, Meng Shu immediately raised the dragon staff. Weapon Spirit True Body, Crazy Dragon Critical Attack. Meng Shu shouted. As the 7th and 8th soul rings on the dragon staff suddenly burst into strong light, the dragon staff in Meng Shu's hand suddenly grew larger, turning into a giant staff nearly 10 meters long and nearly 10 centimeters in diameter. Meng Shu held the enlarged dragon staff and violently swung it down at Genshinho and phantom demon leopard below. A dragon-shaped golden light suddenly burst out from the dragon staff and instantly roared and hit Genshinho and phantom demon leopard. Boom! With a loud bang, the dust in the sky was suddenly blown up into the sky, and the terrifying airwave swept around. In the smoke and air waves, a silver figure rushed out quickly and limped away to the distance. When the smoke and dust cleared, in a deep pit at the original place, a phantom demon leopard covered with wounds and blood was already dying. Young master, it's dying. Get rid of it. After using his martial soul's true body to perform a powerful soul skill, Meng Shu took back the dragon staff that had turned back to its original form and landed not far from the phantom demon leopard. Looking at the dying phantom demon leopard, Meng Shu couldn't help but look at Bai Ji and reminded him. After hearing Meng Shu's reminder, Bai Ji didn't think much about it. He suddenly jumped up and stepped on the crown of a big tree not far away, and then jumped again and fell into the huge pit where the phantom demon leopard was. In the air, Bai Ji took out the juk sword from the space ring. With the injection of internal force, the juk sword suddenly burst into a cold light. When it was about to fall on the phantom demon leopard, Bai Ji swung the juk sword in his hand hard. Puchi! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh, the bright red blood immediately spurted out. After cutting off the head of the phantom demon leopard and looking at the corpse of the phantom demon leopard under him, Bai Ji silently retracted the juk sword.